Buongiorno a tutte e a tutti. Chiedo agli organizzatori di darmi un cenno quando vogliono che cominci. Good morning, everybody. Today's working language is English. I'm very grateful to the organizers to have set up what looks like a pioneering conference on a subject which should be at the forefront of our academic agenda, but in fact, it's not. And even in other contexts, Europe and North America, it's still a limited number of institutions that develop this kind of approach. What I particularly appreciate of this conference is the association of two sides of the problem, which are not commonly associated, which is Filologia d'autore, that is authorial philology, according to the expression that Paola Italia and Giulia Raboni have used in the translation of their very fortunate manual, and born digital texts. I'm saying that because the archivists have reached a kind of good, a set of good practices and a number of important acquisitions way before literary scholars have. And that's why it's a great opportunity to have like archivists and scholars around the same table discussing this kind of topic. That's why before I introduce our first speaker of the day, I would like to read a very brief passage from Matthew Kirschenbaum and Doug Reside's chapter in the Cambridge Companion to Texas Scholarship. Um, Kirschenbaum and Reside say that meeting the challenges and realizing the opportunities of the born digital will require close cooperation and communication among a triad of stakeholders: authors and other content creators, archivists and information specialists, and finally scholars who also represent the interests of the wider public. So that's why I'm particularly honored to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dr. Con Lee, who's professor at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill School of Information and Library Science, a fellow of the Society of American Archivists and former editor of their journal, and a curator of a number of important projects, such as Bit Curator and the Raton, a review appraisal of mail content, which brings us back to the topic we were facing yesterday, particularly the relationship between the text that we're studying and its context in terms of like a broader communication. I shall recall just a couple of works by Kant, a framework for contextual information in digital archives, 2010, and several chapters of the book, Digital Personal Collections in the Digital Era. Thank you very much, Carl, for being with us. And here's to you.
Well, thank you very much for. Oops. Okay, even better maybe. So I come here from. Sorry. Let's see. So I come here, as you can see, from the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill in the United States. Quite an ancient institution, founded in 1789. So by my calculation, Pavia preceded us by only about 428 years, which means that by comparison, I guess if Pavia had reached adulthood, we'd be about 6 years old, which if you've followed any news out of the US recently, I think is a bit generous. Okay, so thank you very much for having me. I'm very excited about the event, and I love all the kind of intersections of ideas that we're able to have in this setting. I wanted to talk a little bit about some ideas within what certainly within the US context we frequently refer to as digital curation, maintaining, preserving, and adding value to digital materials over time. The primary challenges in these areas relate to ensuring persistence in the face of changing technological dependencies and institutional arrangements, right? Essentially, how do we ensure sustainability when everything underneath is changing constantly? Without active care and intervention, access and use of our digital traces is in serious jeopardy, which is obviously the motivation of a lot of the conversations that we're having in this conference. I wanted to place this within a set of levels of representation that I find particularly useful when thinking about care of digital collections. If we're thinking about things that are created as bit streams, basically bits that are floating around in these various places, how do we think about the ways that we interact with them and ways that we might want to carry forward into the future for scholarship, for access, for use? Essentially, I'm going to talk about these 9 different levels briefly, and then a bit about what I'm calling these dualities, different ways of thinking about approaching them. So at the highest level, we can think about aggregations of objects. And I come from a school of information and library science. We tend to prepare a lot of people who work in libraries and archives and museums and think a lot in terms of aggregates, right? We have foam, we have record groups, we have series, we have different things that kind of cohere together. As we've been talking about with email, you can have email that sits within a whole thread of discussion within a whole account. An email message might be related to an email attachment. You can have an object or a package, which is very fundamental within the digital curation space, because we recognize that just having the bits, right, just the ones and zeros that compose a file, for example, is often not sufficient for preservation. We have to have other things that together get kind of packaged into it as the object that we're preserving. There can be the in-application rendering, which is how somebody encountered that digital object at some particular point in time. Is there a way to recreate that experience so that the wrapping of the text on the page is the same, so that colors are the same, whatever those characteristics might be? There's the file through the file system. So on any computer environment, there's the space that basically sits in between you looking at files that have names and applications and the underlying bits that are sitting in storage. And the way those get associated is the file system takes those underlying bits and assigns them names and figure out where they reside in storage and assigns different metadata, timestamps and things like that to the information. There can be files as a raw bit stream. So that is the actual ones and zeros that if we were to run, for example, a checksum, which is a calculation on those ones and zeros. We could see whether they were changed or whether they're identical to another file. We can have sub-file data structures, so things that are smaller than the level of an individual file, which I'll give some examples of. There's bit stream through the input-output equipment. So let's say you have a disk from, say, a famous author who donated their materials to a library and archive. You have a box of, let's say, papers, but there are also disks inside of it. The prevailing state of the art for many, many years was to quietly close up the box and put it back on the shelf and hope nobody notices that there was a disk inside. But if you start to kind of step into the world of digital curation where many of us reside, a very common practice is to create, for example, a disk image, which we heard about yesterday, a kind of a perfect copy of everything that resides on that disk. There can be an actual detection of the raw signal stream. So those are the kind of actual physical manifestations of ones and zeros that are transferred through a system. For example, flashes of light through fiber optic cables, or squeaky sounds that come across a modem. You might have heard those in days of old. And then finally, a bit stream on the physical medium. They're actually physical characteristics that have to be reproduced in order for us to encounter the digital materials. So if we just look at a few examples of this, we had a project called Context Miner a number of years ago in the United States, and we were looking for a context of application. In this case, we were looking at the U.S. presidential elections, which I would say we have about every 4 years, but we actually have all the time in the U.S. Basically, we always have a presidential election going on. In 2008, we were running a project, or actually 2007, leading up to the election, of trying to figure out different ways to collect content from spaces like YouTube in order to not just get the videos that come from YouTube, but also contextual information associated with them. And so here's an example of essentially groupings of things that we had collected from the web, right? We ran queries and there were names of people, for example, some names you might recognize, like Barack Obama, others maybe you wouldn't recognize, like Dennis Kucinich or Tom Vilsack, or these people who were running for president. We would get the results of running the query for those people. And then this is basically showing us, okay, for that particular query, we got this many results over this much time. Whoops. Okay. Sorry about that. So then stepping down from the aggregate, right, the groupings of materials, we can look at individual items and recognize that they're often not just the bits. They're, say, a file, for example, with a lot of associated metadata, sort of descriptive information around them. So in this case, this was a video that was pulled off of YouTube, and information about that video, things like what is the name of the file, what is its description, what was the time that it was uploaded to YouTube, but also things that change over time, like numbers of comments and things that we could sort of collect and then detect as we're collecting over time. In this case, this was a video that we had collected from the project rendered in a web browser. So if you would like to know what the actual object looked like, and this is increasingly difficult with, for example, Flash video, a format that was used quite widely on the web, is no longer being used. The file through the file system, as I had mentioned, is a way of looking at the difference between, for example, just pulling a sheet of paper out of a vertical filing system, right? If you go into a filing cabinet and you grab a sheet of paper and you just pull it out and walk away with it, right? We would understand that you're losing a lot of the context of that record because it's not embedded in that same file system, right? The file system within our computer environment is where names of files, timestamps, the directories that they were locating in are located. And so, for example, if I were to take a PDF file and send it to one of you through an email message, right? So it's an attachment, and you were to then download it onto your machine. You could have the exact same bits that I had as a file, but you wouldn't have the same file system information, that information on my computer about what it was named, where it was located, what times are associated with it. A hex editor is a way of viewing the raw sort of bit stream as bytes. So the ones and zeros that make up a file, many people who do things like reverse engineering or fixing software that's broken or dealing with security issues often deal with hex editors because they allow you to go inside of a file and look at the individual bytes that compose that file. And so this is a view that looks into the content of a file in the same way that opening it in, for example, Microsoft Word would be viewing the content, but at a very different level of representation. This came up, I know, in the Q&A yesterday, the example of the Jonathan Larson. So Doug Reside, who was at the New York Public Library, consulted this collection at the Library of Congress from Jonathan Larson, who had created the musical Rent and had died quite unexpectedly at quite a young age. And so there was a lot of interest in scholarship around his work, including Rent. And one of the things that Doug Reside had discovered in looking at the materials was a phenomenon that was already well known, but not known to be in this particular collection, which is called fast save. And this is something that Microsoft Word did in years past, which would basically simply append changes that you made to a document within it quietly, but in a hidden format at the bottom of the file. So that, for example, if you had a 100-page document and you deleted the last 99 pages, right? So it's only one page long now. The fast saved version of that document would still have those other 99 pages. There would just be a marker in the file to not show them to somebody, right? And so that underlying hidden information can potentially be revealed by a scholar who's looking in at those actual bit streams. And so in this case, you've got the view in Microsoft Word, you've got the view just in a text editor, and then you've got this view, as I was mentioning before, called a hex editor, which shows the underlying bytes that compose a file. In terms of the subfile data structure, if we're thinking of things that make up a part of a file, a good example of this could be Microsoft Office files. So anytime you use a XLSX or DOCX or PPTX, right, the files that have those 4-letter extensions on them, are basically the shift that Microsoft made a number of years ago from a strictly binary format to one that's basically a bunch of XML that's been thrown into a zip file together. And so if you want to look inside of a Word file and see what all the images and thumbnails and all the things that are embedded in it, you can simply open it because it's a zip file and look inside of its contents. And now you have basically just a whole file system sitting inside of a file. This is a somewhat more recent example of where these kinds of encodings can make a difference. This is an issue that became very important with certain scientific data, which was basically, if you weren't following this in terms of data curation, for a number of years, Microsoft Excel would basically take things that were protein sequences and turn them into dates because they looked like that, right? And so basically it would change the underlying data type to the content in a way that meant that even though it might just kind of look and appear like the same document if you opened it, quietly underneath it was actually changing the data type of particular content within the file. And so this is something that just in the past few months, we got an announcement from Microsoft about basically the ability to correct this so you can stop this autocorrection from happening within Excel. Another few examples that are very frequently important in things like materials from famous authors or donors of manuscript materials are photographs. And in this example, we have a JPEG image taken from somebody's phone, right? So it has information about the file itself and where it was stored on that particular device, whether it was stored on a computer or on a phone, for example. It has information about the dimensions, like the height and the width. It has information about the GPS coordinates. So it knows, the photograph knows where it was taken, right? Because all that information about your location gets embedded in the file by the device that's taking the picture. Also things like the device that was used to take the picture. And so in each case, those are bits of information that might be fundamentally important to scholarship that aren't an entire file. They're these snippets of content within the file. In terms of generating bit stream through input-output equipment, this is a view of a tool called Gimager that runs in the bit curator environment that I'll mention briefly in a few minutes. But the idea here is that rather than copying individual files off of a disk, you would create an entire image of every sector. So you basically go through every single bit that's stored on that device, and you can reproduce the device so that you could mount it in a new environment. Even lower than that is using a device called the cryoflux will detect the magnetic flux transition. So those are actually the voltages coming through the wire from a device, so that then you can kind of try to interpret whether they should count as ones or zeros. And this ends up being quite a useful device in a lot of cultural institutions that are dealing with, for example, older floppy disks, which I know were a conversation at dinner among some, at least. Another example of a raw signal stream is if you've ever dealt with, for example, audio tapes, right? So back in the days of sort of the Apple II and the Commodore 64, and we were talking also last night about kind of the 70s, 80s kind of period and how important that was in the history of word processing. Well, you have a lot of potentially important manuscripts that could be stored on tape because that was used along with floppy disks as a storage mechanism, right? And so if we want to recover the data from it, we basically have these two steps. First, you need to get audio to come out of the tape, right? You need it to make squeaky sounds. And the squeaky sounds are analog, right? They're waves, basically. And so then there has to be something that translates from those actual audio signals to something that counts as ones and zeros that then can be interpreted. And then finally, you have the actual medium itself, which in many cases we're trying desperately hard to get away from, to not ever rely on the original hardware, but to have things residing somewhere at the level above that hardware so they can be moved around over time. So these are the levels in this sort of stack of levels where digital forensics tools and methods in particular can be useful, and I'll talk a little bit about why that would be relevant to today's discussion. As you've heard, one of the projects that I worked on for a number of years was a series of projects, but the first two were called Bit Curator, funded by the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. We heard earlier about Matthew Kirschenbaum, who was the co-PI with me on this project. We worked with the Maryland Institute for Technology and the Humanities. And basically the goal was to take digital forensics software and techniques, so things used in law enforcement, but for cultural heritage purposes, for things like getting a disc from an author and wanting to make sure that we can get all of the information off the disc in a way that makes sure that it's intact, that it's authentic, that we can prove the chain of custody, and very importantly, that if there are sensitivities, if there's information that shouldn't be disclosed to others, that we have useful ways of detecting them. And there are a lot of ways that we can take tools that are used in digital forensics and essentially turn them around to say, I'm not trying to investigate information to use it against someone in a legal case, for example. I'm trying to find information on their behalf that they might not want to disclose as sort of a trustee or an advocate. So the Bit Curator environment is a Linux operating system. It's Ubuntu Linux. If you're not familiar with Linux, it's an operating system like the Mac or Windows operating systems or Android that you might have on a phone. But it's open source and it has all these different kind of families and variants of it. We took Ubuntu Linux and customized it in a variety of ways. And so you can run it as the sole operating system on the computer. You could run it in a virtual machine so that it's kind of running on top of what's otherwise running on your computer. And I'll show a few examples of why that's relevant in just a couple minutes. So there's a lot of information about Bit Curator online. This is basically what the kind of desktop looks like. It looks like any other computer in many ways, right? It's got a desktop with folders and things that you click on. What makes it distinct is that it has all of these tools sort of pre-embedded with associated documentation that people can consult that can do things like create disk images, pull data off of disks that are damaged and can only be partially read, get things out of HFS, the old file system from Macintosh from years of old, right? And so it's basically just sort of a toolkit that can be useful for these kinds of purposes. Just a few examples of the kind of tasks that people often use these tools for. One is using bulk reviewer, or the underlying tool is called bulk extractor, that basically scans for potentially sensitive information, things like credit card information, date of birth, medical and health information, and then reports it back to the user. And so this is basically just a graphic user interface that allows you to, for example, SSN, Social Security numbers, are an absolute obsession in the US because we used it as kind of a national ID system in a way that was quite irresponsible because it was everywhere. And so, we've been trying to peel that back. So in a US context, you see a lot of tools that look for Social Security numbers, but it has a number of scripts and capabilities to look for other patterns and other national IDs as well. And so this is what you end up with. The Bit Curator Consortium is an international body that basically maintains the software and activities around it. Just one more thing that I wanted to mention leading into this is another project that we engaged in called OSS ArcFlow, which was looking at, so OSS stands for open source software and ArcFlow is archival workflows. And we looked at workflows of 12 different institutions who were using some set of Archive-O-Matica, which is a digital preservation environment, Archive Space, which is essentially an archival description kind of metadata environment, and then the Bit Curator environment, which is used for these kind of triage, characterization, pre-ingest sort of activities. And one of the things that I think is quite notable from the products is that institutions that are using, in many cases, the exact same tool set are using them in very different combinations and with different kind of work processes because they have different handoffs, they have different requirements, they have different decisions that they've made around them. And so the kinds of representations we have are a narrative description of the steps, tabular, and then also these visual representations. So tying this to the concept of dualities, when I'm talking about dualities of digital curation, I mean essentially an opposition, but not a simple contradiction or dichotomy. There's quite a rich literature on dualities and the notion of how that's different from dualism in the sense of the sort of dynamic and interplay between them. Human processes involve dynamic interplay between alternative paths or perspectives. William Blake tells us no contraries. Without contraries is no progression. And I hope that it becomes kind of clear what I mean by this as I progress through the dualities. One way to think about it is two examples of kind of dualist framings of digital curation that certainly I've encountered in, I've been doing this digital preservation stuff for about, 25 years or so. And these are kind of debates and contrasts that have often come up in the literature. So one is this idea of custodialism. And so in the archival literature, there's often this contrast between custodial and post-custodial approaches. The idea being that custodial is you're focusing solely on your duty of taking custody as a trusted third party of materials from the original creator. And that's basically your job, is to be the keeper of records that come to you. Whereas a more post-custodial orientation is to be more inclusive and to recognize a lot of scenarios in which you might be advocating or guiding somebody who's doing that digital curation, but you're not necessarily taking custody, meaning transferring those records to an institution. Frank Upward, who's written a lot about continuum orientation in archives, says that post-custodial approaches to archives and records cannot be understood if they are treated as a dualism. They are not the opposite of custody, right? Which is sort of bringing to the forefront what I was talking about. Another one that really was a very active debate when I was kind of newer, I guess, to the field of digital preservation and digital curation was emulation versus migration. So you had Jeff Rothenberg saying the best way to satisfy the criteria for digital preservation is to run the original software under emulation, meaning you basically sort of imitate the original computer running on top of your new computer, right? David Bierman argued Rothenberg is fundamentally trying to preserve the wrong thing by preserving information systems functionality rather than the records, right? And essentially, I would say, at least my perspective on this debate that's unfolded over the past couple decades is what we've really encountered is both of these things, right? That there are a lot of aspects of what makes a record a sort of transactional piece of evidence that has contextual metadata associated with it and things that you don't solely get from doing a snapshot of the system that it was in. While at the same time, there are all kinds of fundamental aspects of records that can often be lost if we don't have the underlying software dependencies and systems they were running on top of, right? And so this is, at least to me, an example of this kind of where we just think we have to pick one or the other, which is really how it was framed when I was first entering the profession, is actually much more of a duality of adopting these sort of oppositional but not contradictory approaches. And so there are a number of these dualities that we could talk about, and I have a bunch of these on the screen. I'm going to actually just emphasize the first few on this list as a point of illustration. I'm working on this as a larger project. We'd be happy to talk to anyone who's interested about any one of these dualities. But one that I wanted to emphasize is what I'm calling just in case and just in time. So there's a lot of, in digital curation, potential pre-processing in anticipation of specific access paths. And this is done in contrast to processing at the time of access, right? And so there are a lot of decisions that people responsible for digital collections have to make. Do I do optical character recognition, right? Do I go through a picture of text and turn it into actual, like, underlining, like Unicode text that I can process in some way on a computer? Do I do indexing? Do I do text extraction? Do I do various things that identify the parts of speech in the text so that it can then be processed in different ways? So all of those are things that could potentially have use value, but are also along the path toward one particular kind of use that might, in some cases, be best supported by doing those things just in time, meaning at the time that somebody requests it. You can retain the enumerated values, or retain the ability to generate those enumerated values, storing values locally. So this is a very widespread thing in any information system. Caching, buffering, prefetching, hashing tables. You'll see all these terms that are basically someone making the decision, do I do a calculation and store the results here so that they're ready when somebody needs them? Or do I just store the fact that I need to do that calculation and then do it at the time that somebody needs it, right? And so that's actually a decision that can have major resource implications for somebody responsible for digital collections. And also in computer science, there's this notion of early binding versus late binding, which is the idea of essentially, if something takes on a value, do I want to give it that value now so that it's consistent and referenceable? Or do I basically want to, for example, a variable, right, that can stand for lots of different numbers? Do I assign it that number right away, or do I wait until later on in the process, is the idea. Another way of thinking about this is in contrast between a couple different environments for applying those digital forensics methods that I had talked about. One fairly popular tool for doing digital forensics work is called FTK, Forensic Toolkit. It's pretty expensive. It's commercial software. It's proprietary. And it's primarily based on the model of a case, because you're investigating somebody who might have committed a crime or whatever it might be. So that's a case, right? And so you might have a disk from them, and you might have their phone, and you've got a disk image from their personal computer at home or whatever. All of those things become evidence items in a case. And the case is basically a database that you create at the beginning of the process. And then every time you add an evidence item into the case, it does a huge amount of processing of what kind of file is this? And can I create a thumbnail image of it? And all these sorts of things that happen so that when an analyst looks at it, they've got all of this pre-processing done for them so that they can examine the content and figure out what might be there. That is hugely computationally intensive. And there can be a lot of cases in which essentially you're doing a lot of work for an item that actually doesn't have retention value, for example, right? You could load a disk into a case, and it takes hours and hours and hours to do all this pre-processing. And then you look at it and say, oh, I didn't need that disk or something, right? as opposed to the ability to do it incrementally, where you sort of build up as you discover more about the information. And so the Bit Curator environment, by contrast, has these various open source tools. So for example, Siegfried, which will do file format identification. Brunhilde takes that output and puts various kind of specialized reports around it. Um, um, sorry, and so what happens with Brunhilde is basically you can extract different kinds of information, like things that were in the file system, the name of the file, the type of the file, and extract that information out apart from the disk itself so that somebody can then use that for examination and for navigation. And so this is kind of the output that you can get from that. The alternative to that would be, as I'll talk about in a minute, simply giving somebody a disk image and saying, you figure it out, right? I haven't done all this pre-processing for you. You can make that determination. And so GFXML is the schema for that metadata that comes out of the file system that you might store separately from the disk. So, all of these little tags are not essential to the argument. What I'm showing you here is an object, so it's like a file or a directory that's on a disk, and this is the metadata about that file that's been pulled out of the file system. So rather than having to go back and say, okay, what folder is this in, what times are associated with it, this information has now been stored separately from the disk, so I don't have to go to the disk itself to get that information. And all of that processing takes time and energy and decision making, and so these are the sorts of decisions that we often have to make. We could also mount a disk image in this environment, meaning let's just look and see what's in the content of the disk, right? Which is much more of this incremental approach. It's not throw everything into this pre-processing environment that does lots and lots and lots of work for us. It's do the tasks along the way as we're discovering what needs to be done. So in this case, you could mount the disk image and then you could look through the contents of it. You could also go into an individual file and say, I want to look at it in a hex editor, right? And so in this environment, you kind of right click and you can bring up the contents, right? What happened after we developed that software and it got a lot of use and got picked up in a lot of places around the world is a lot of institutions were struggling to figure out their next steps around access. So I pulled this information off of a disk. What do I do with it now? And so we worked on this project called Bit Curator Access. We developed some redaction tools, for example, redacting content from PDF files. The primary thing I wanted to talk about within today's conversation, though, is as it contributed to a follow-on project that we did called Bit Curator NLP, which was applying natural language processing to things taken off of disks, basically. And so what you have here is this process of, let's say I have, again, a floppy disk or something, or a CD or something, right? So I have a disk, and I want you to be able to find all the names on that disk, all the personal names on the disk, right? Okay, well, we know that in principle, that's possible because it's all computers, and computers can do stuff you ask them to do, right? As long as you ask hard enough and you have enough people who can do the software development for you, right? Okay, so what are the steps that you need to do? Well, first you need to be able to read the device, so you need some kind of hardware for that. Then you need to be able to figure out what the file system is on the disk. Then you need to be able to read that file system to identify the individual files. Oh, here's a PDF file. Here's an email, folder, whatever it might be. Then you need to be able to extract the text from them, right? Because I can't read anything as text until I have text out of it. And then finally, I can apply these tools like topic modeling that'll allow you to kind of cluster things around certain topics, or named entity recognition that'll allow you to name names of individuals and organizations and places and things like that. And so the point of going through these steps and showing these different tools that do this is each of these are decisions about processing on behalf of somebody who might be wanting to do certain kinds of scholarship. And that always comes at a trade-off toward resources in doing other things like acquiring more materials or providing better back-end programs that will allow people on the receiving end to do what they would like to do with the materials. And so this is something we developed called BCA Web Tools that allows you to simply navigate through a disk an image of a disk without anybody doing any kind of pre-processing on it. The idea is if I had a CD or a floppy disk, I would create a disk image, which means all those bits from the disk. I would just put it on a server, and then my work is done because the end user can go navigate down through the disk images and view them through a web browser, basically. And so that's what this scenario is showing you. Also with the named entities recognized. So things like names of individuals, organizations, and places. And this also then allows us to apply topic modeling, which if you're not familiar with topic modeling, basically allows you to kind of, cluster different documents around different words that might appear between them. We also engaged in a project called RATOM, which you had heard about a few minutes ago, which is review, appraisal, and triage of mail. So this was applying a lot of these same kinds of ideas and tools, but to email in particular. And so we have a similar kind of set of considerations about just in time versus just in case. Do you do a bunch of processing now, or do you wait until the time of access when it comes to email? And basically what we did is put together a number of open source tools that will allow you to take a PST file, which is a particularly quirky and awful format that Microsoft has gifted the world with when it comes to email, and pull the data out of that format and then be able to start processing it as text to apply natural language processing and these various kinds of tools to it. The iterative processing interface allows somebody who's curating that collection to go in and take those processed results, like the names of people, organizations, and places, but then also add their own tags, such as, I've identified these to be record content, I've processed this collection, and so it can move on within the workflow. So there's information to find out about the RATOM project. Another is internal complexity and external complexity. So if we think about this in philosophical terms, you can think of, for example, sort of the Leibniz versus Newton sort of notion of, you can have this notion that objects have relations that are properties of those objects. I mean, simply stated, the notion that relations are part of objects versus everything is external to the object and is characterized outside of it. Something that you've seen in the history of the internet is this idea of, do we put the intelligence in the network, or do we put the intelligence in the computers that are on the network, right? And so if you make the network really complex, the computers that are on it can be pretty simple. And conversely, if you make it very simple, then the complexity has to be in the computers themselves. So for example, we can push metadata into each object, right, so that each object carries along with it a lot of complex information, or you can kind of push that information into the platform that is managing the objects and have the objects themselves maintain relative simplicity. Another is capture of the current state versus capturing state changes. So this is the idea of a snapshot and diffs. So if you're familiar with Wikipedia, for example, as a source for finding out about things in the universe, if you go into the page where you can edit, if you've ever looked at the edits of a page in Wikipedia, it basically allows you to roll back and forth between any of those changes, because it's not storing. If there have been 100 different times somebody has changed that document, it hasn't stored 100 different versions of that file in its entirety. It's just saving the changes, and then it allows you to reconstruct. Versus, for example, if you've encountered the Wayback Machine from the Internet Archive, where basically what you have is a capture of an entire page, right? It was a snapshot. That's a very different orientation, right? Those are two different ways to think about retaining the content. One is, I'm going to make sure I know every time there's been a change to an object. The other is, every certain period of time, I'm going to grab the whole thing, right? Comparable to running a backup. Google Docs works very much like Wikipedia in that sense as well, right? If you're editing a document in Google Docs, it's not creating a new file that sits on a server somewhere every time. It's keeping track of those changes so that it can reconstruct the file later on. In terms of capturing the static representation, a snapshot, In the bit creator environment, we have this way of kind of making sure that if you attach a device, it's hopefully just one directional. It's not read and write. And so that's one way to kind of make sure that you hopefully haven't set it up so that you're going to change the data. And then you can create what's called a disk image, which is this copy of every sector of storage on the disk. And this is very much an orientation toward I'm going to give you the bits as I received them as exactly as I can. And then you, as the end user or curator who's dealing with it later on, can apply various processes to that because I have the whole disk, as opposed to doing a great deal of front end work of saying, I'm going to pull the files off the disk. I'm going to explain to you what they are. I'm going to convert them to another format if I need to, right? A lot of work that happens along the way. And so this is the tool called Geimager running in the background. And then the final one that I wanted to just mention to give you an idea of kind of these dualities is reduction or compression and enumeration. So this is another thing that is a frequent issue within digital curation is things like, you know, do I compress an image versus storing, you know, do I compress an image and store 3 copies of it, or do I not compress it and store 2, something, right? How important is it that I have a fully enumerated set of the values rather than having ones that are compressed together? A kind of particular example of this can be serialization, which is taking something that is sort of in a compact set of representations. Like, for example, this is on the left is a database, right? So it's got all the tables that are pointing to each other in the fields. And then if you want to export that information from a database to send it to somebody else, it has to take a form that is one big long string of bytes, basically, right? And so that serialization is a way of basically enumerating all the values at a point in time rather than having them stored in this kind of more compact way. And similarly, if you're pulling stuff out of unstructured data, like say digitized materials like an old newspaper, the same phenomenon emerges. So just in concluding, I wanted to say that I think there are some potential advantages of framing digital curation, this kind of care of these digital representations over time as dualities. One is that we can try to consciously avoid what I would call false dichotomies. So one that, as I explained, I sort of encountered, you know, early in my career as a lesson along these lines is emulation and migration. You know, it was sort of, we need to pick one and move on because only one of them can be the winner, right? The means to provide explicit rationales for entire decision-making kind of regimes rather than being overwhelmed by lots of tiny little decisions. I've shown you obviously a lot of screenshots and diagrams and lots of little technical things that, you know, boxes that people can check in software. All of those little tiny decisions can feel very overwhelming if we can't step back and say, okay, what is the larger set of decisions I'm trying to make here, right? And I think some of these can be a useful way to try to approach that. As heuristics, there's no insistence on the dualities being mutually exclusive or exhaustive. I'm not saying that if something falls into one of these categories, it doesn't fall into another, because it's not intended to be an ontology like that. It can be applicable across different levels of granularity. So I can be making decisions about this sort of just-in-time versus just-in-case processing at the level of the bits off of a disk, or at a much higher level of, you know, categories of metadata or things like that. And it hopefully complements existing and emerging efforts to conceptualize digital materials and their creation. There are a number of sources of guidance out there. The OAS reference model, as just one example, is kind of an industry standard for terminology in this space. So I just wanted to say in conclusion, thank you very much for your time. I would love to hear everyone's thoughts, you know, individually or collectively around these ideas. As you saw with those different dualities that I listed, and I only emphasized a few, is that this is a project that I'm continuing to work on. I'd be very interested in when and if some of these ideas might be useful to those working in digital curation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carl, for bringing us deep into the forensics environment. We have heard like a number of things that alert us on the very important technical steps towards correct curation of digital material. The concept of chain of custody is taken straight from the crime forensics, because the evidence is what needs to be kept safe and at a track record. So this brings us back to yet another broader opposition, which is ever present in digital material, which is the dualism of presentation and content. Um, I think, but this would be nice to talk about later on. But my feeling is that the technical interface, which is becoming simpler and simpler, and technology, which is making everything more intuitive for users, is actually building a widening gap between presentation and the underlying content. So I think the archivist's duty is to keep an eye on the structure, as you've instructed us to do, the structure of this content, and make sure that there is a continuity in the chain of custody of such content. I'm very happy that from a broad, I would say, GLAM context, galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, we are now moving to a more literary preservation routine. And we are about to hear Justine Mann, who is archivist for the British Archive for Contemporary Writing. So she's an expert in Norwich, University of East Anglia, of like all the challenges posed by the born digital archives of contemporary writers, particularly for poetry, I believe. Justine, are you connected? I can see you in the far corner of the screen. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us. Your paper will be about this crucial moment of the capture of the material, which is building a chain of custody, I would say, with the curation of born digital literary archives. Thank you very much, Justine, and here's to you.
Thank you very much for your introduction, and thank you, Cal, for your paper. And actually, just picking up on the mention of Matthew Kirschenbaum, this is something that has really driven the University of East Anglia's work in this area, that need not to work in a silo, but to work with the writer, with the literary scholar, with the digital humanist when working with born digital archives. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about a specific project that's just recently come to an end, and it was again a Mellon Foundation funded project. And this looked at the contemporary archiving of poets, and particularly poets who are currently underrepresented in archives. And the Mellon Foundation asked us to take a community-led approach. And we also at the University of East Anglia use quite a different collecting model known as the storehouse model. So I'm going to be talking through the methodology of that project and some of the outcomes. So first of all, I will set a little bit of context. So the University of East Anglia is a very young institution. It was founded in 1963, so very different to the institutions that we've just been talking about. And it was the first institution in the United Kingdom to offer a master's in creative writing in 1970. It was established by the writer Malcolm Bradbury and also Angus Wilson. And it also had the UK's first creative and critical writing doctorate, PhD, in 1987. So the institution has built an international reputation for creative writing and developed strong links with writers of world renown through its international literary festivals. We also hold the British Centre for Literary Translation at UEA, and there is a National Centre for Writing in Norwich. And in 2012, we became England's first UNESCO City of Literature. And as UEA's reputation grew, we were offered high-profile deposits. So two of those are one from J.D. Salinger and also Doris Lessing's wartime love letters, Second World War. And actually, following Doris Lessing's death, she donated her vast archive of personal letters, diaries, and working papers to the university. And this major donation and the extensive nature of the collection was a real turning point for UEA. And we decided to make more of our literary heritage and take a more strategic and ambitious approach to collecting writers' archives. So the British Archive for Contemporary Writing was founded in 2015, and its aim was to support and stimulate the research, teaching, and public engagement work in the Faculty of Humanities, and is now home to 27 contemporary writers' archives. And they include Naomi Alderman, Tash Au, Amit Chowdhury, Sarah Taylor, Lee Child, Charlie Higson, Snoo Wilson, and Richard Mabey. And collection areas, the sort of specialist areas are contemporary fiction, nature writing, literary translation, poetry, crime writing, and script writing. So I wanted to say a little something here about the storehouse model. UEA does not have an acquisitions budget. We cannot purchase archives. And in the UK, sometimes writers' archives are sold overseas to other institutions who have greater buying power. So in order to grow our collections, we developed the storehouse model, under which writers loan their work for a period of time. And they also have the option to withdraw it later and sell it later if they choose to. And it was a desire to preserve literary heritage that motivated us to develop the storehouse model, because we wanted to acquire truly contemporary collections for our teaching. And so approaching writers who are at an earlier stage in their career was our motivation. But obviously, skeptics of the model may question the validity of contemporary writing archives being seen as literary heritage when the writers being approached are not yet considered preeminent writers by the literary establishment. The classic alternative archival model, when purchasing is not possible, is to insist on a donation, a gift, or a minimum loan of 20 years. This is certainly the case in the United Kingdom. And this is because a lot of staff time is invested, as we've seen from Cal's presentation, and a lot of resources invested. So while this is an understandable stance for any institution when resources are increasingly constrained, neither option is attractive to writers who may have made significant financial sacrifices in order to practice their art, and they might want to hold out until later in their career to see if their archive can be sold to act as a pension or perhaps a future asset to pass on to descendants. Other writers we find are simply unaware of the potential value of their archive and may unwittingly dispose of material without considering its potential importance. And UEA is an institution famous for its nurturing of writers and does not wish to deprive authors and poets of a potential future income, given the precarity of their earnings. So this risk of not collecting contemporary writers' material early is that we may lose vital cultural heritage. And in fact, this is kind of something that's come out of this latest project. There's also a risk through a lack of awareness that vulnerable born digital material is not actively preserved during the writer's career. And Amy Hildreth Chen has written about this in 2020. So to overcome the obstacle, UEA dispensed with the requirement for a 20-year loan model under the storehouse, and writers can retrieve their material at 6 months' notice if they wish to. So after adopting the model, UEA acquired 13 new archives, and we've also attracted another 6 depositors who opted for a long-term loan or a donation. We've worked with the Group for Literary Archives and Manuscripts to highlight the specific challenges arising from a writer's born digital archive material. And actually what we've noticed, because we're collecting early, is that standard digital preservation techniques are failing to capture some of the creative process. And this makes working with writers earlier in their career important. So in working with writers to understand their working methods, we can help to identify and manage risk. And we advocate for improved personal digital archiving among writers. So poets, I think, represent a new challenge because their writing practice and their methods differ. Their material is more fragmentary, scattered across different media and technological platforms. And poets often work on material that will only much later form the basis of a published work. And they may work on a poem for many years in different forms. It's still quite rare for a poet to have a literary agent, and they're not usually a commercial proposition for their publisher. And this absence of professional representation or management of legacy can mean poets are less likely to preserve or value their process. And this makes the work of collecting and advocating all the more vital. So the project New Ways of Collecting, Collaborating and Curating towards a Centre for Contemporary Poetry in the Archive has concluded, and there are 2 publications that have emerged from the project, which we've published on our Omeka site, and which go into a little bit more detail if you'd like to hear more. So funding was provided to UEA in 2021 by the Mellon Foundation Public Knowledge Programme, and they were attracted to UEA because of the storehouse model. They wanted us to take a slightly different approach, a community-led approach. So I'm going to introduce that methodology at the heart of the project and briefly characterize the archival deposits, and then offer some conclusions and recommendations for future collecting initiatives from an archival perspective. So in April 2021, Michael Gossett of the Public Knowledge Programme at the Mellon Foundation approached UEA and reflected on the potential of the storehouse model as a means to address underrepresentation in contemporary poetry archives. Institutions appeared slow to tackle this challenge, and the foundation speculated that the traditional model of collecting was contributing to this. So in other words, that model of collecting towards the end of a writer's life, or after death. By contrast, the flexible and dynamic nature of the storehouse model, allowing writers to be approached earlier in their career, and the flexible terms offered were thought to have the potential to stimulate growth, and the foundation invited a prospectus. So we actually had the motivation to build a poetry collection before Mellon approached us. We had worked on a proposal in 2019, and this had been approved by our governance group. And it was decided that we would pick this project up when we had resources to do so. There were some big projects in the way first. So when Mellon approached in May 2021, it coincided with the appointment of an academic director to the archive, a poetry critic, Jeremy Noel-Todd. And so it was a natural next focus for the archive. And if anyone has applied for Mellon funding before, they know it takes a long time. You have to write various iterations of the bid. So it was in October 2021. So between May and October, we wrote the bid, and we were successful and received the funding in December 2021. So the project ran between May 2022 and November 2023. So the aims of the project, as shown here, were to raise awareness of archival vulnerabilities in underrepresented UK poetries, to make recommendations to institutions and individuals for ways to address them, to promote a new interdisciplinary method of archiving with the author, researcher, and archivist involved, and also to have new forms of public participation. So I'll talk about how the poets did that. And to think about, helping archives to evolve their practice, particularly around digital materials. And also to think about the learning that might develop between poets, researchers, and archivists, and to share this within the wider community, and to raise this amongst all stakeholders. So I wanted to say a little bit about underrepresentation, because that's a big word, and it needs some unpicking. So the Mellon Foundation's particular focus on underrepresentation related to BIPOC poets, so Black, Indigenous, and people of colour. but UEA advocated for an expansion to address additional forms of underrepresentation which are particular to the UK. In its 2020 report of the UK poetry landscape, Ledbury Poetry Critics, a national mentorship programme that encourages diversity in poetry, reviewing culture, highlighted its ambition to address the fact that structural exclusion operates across many intersections of identity concurrently. Its work had yet to have a substantial impact on existing poetry archives in the UK. So the UEA project followed Ledbury's stance and focused on poets of colour and queer poets, while alert to cross-cutting forms of discrimination in British and Irish literary culture relating to class, gender, and also ability. And it also sought to critically value and promote innovative and formal approaches to contemporary poetic composition, such as the conceptual, the visual, the performed, and the digital, as well as the poetic use of dialects and creoles spoken by communities which have been historically marginalised in the UK and Ireland. So the aim was to be fully responsive to individual and social contexts and alternative creative practices, and extend initiatives in the UK such as the Blood Axe Poetry Archive at Newcastle University and the Mayday Room's Radical Poetry Archive. So I wanted to say a little bit about community in the context of the project. The community-led approach, what Mellon meant by that was poet-led. So I'll just talk a little bit here about the methodology. So there was a project team consisting of me, the archivist, and the poetry critic, Jeremy Noel Todd, and also a visiting poetry fellow. And there were 4 poets in residence as well. So the advisory group, which met 4 times during the project, consisted of representatives from UEA's public engagement partners, the National Centre for Writing, and Norfolk County Council Public Library and Information Service, as well as other stakeholders working in the poetry community. Each member was offered a stipend for their role, and this was really important. If you rely on volunteers to be members of this group, the same people sit on those groups, the well-funded people, and it was important that there were other voices. So the stipend was something that Mellon and UEA felt strongly about. So there was a visiting poetry fellow, and this was, when we applied for the funding, we didn't know who this visiting poetry fellow would be. It was a role for a day and a half a week, and we wanted to ensure that an established poet familiar with the challenges faced by underrepresented writers and knowledgeable about the landscape of UK contemporary poetry was at the heart of the project's senior leadership and decision-making. So the role was advertised widely and by various stakeholders. So Will Harris, the successful candidate, is a writer of Chinese, Indonesian, and British heritage, born and based in London. And his debut book, Rendang, is published by Granta in the UK and Wesleyan University Press in the US. It won the Forward Prize for Best First Collection in 2020 and was shortlisted for the T.S. Eliot Prize in 2021. And that year, he also co-edited the spring 2020 issue of the Poetry Review with Mary Jean Chan. His latest collection, Brother Poem, was published by Faber in 2023 to wide critical acclaim. Harris also works part-time as an activity coordinator in adult social care. So Harris represented the views of the poets in all decision-making and offered the poet's perspective on the methodology and the project deliverables through weekly project team meetings. Harris was also coordinating the poets' involvement with the curation of their own archives. And as co-chair of the advisory group with the academic director, Harris took an active role in scoping and shaping the project outputs. And an example of this is an early intervention to adapt a proposed creative process interview to become a conversation. And on the surface, this may seem like a subtle semantic shift, but the results significantly changed the dynamic of the interaction. And as the published transcripts testify, which you can read in the full report, it enabled a poet-led discussion. And particularly in the case of Jay Bernard and Gail McConnell, robustly interrogates and challenges the storehouse model of collecting and the motivations and ethics of institutional archiving. So I wanted to say a little bit about the advisory group's selection and nomination process. And I'm showing you here also the stakeholder consultation group. So there are all these different kind of layers trying to make the project as representative and have as many voices as possible. And the stakeholder group here, we try to have an international focus as well. So there is a member of the Literary Archives community in Canada, Catherine Hobbs, and Christina Davis from Harvard University. So the role of the advisory group was to guide the project team and steer the project. And one of the first objectives was to discuss the project's definition of underrepresentation and to nominate poets for inclusion. And it was impossible to tackle all areas of underrepresentation in a pilot project, which was going to be focusing on 4 poets. However, the group attempted in its final selection to agree a frame of reference and to cover as much breadth as possible. And the final 4 poets were identified from a longer list as the closest matching the criteria and covering as wide an area of underrepresentation as feasible. So the project took into account underrepresented poets and those different intersections of underrepresentation, but they were also looking for markers of critical esteem and reader engagement, evidence of published research and criticism on the poetry and representation in anthologies, on reading lists, online engagements with digital content. And the group were also asked to consider the suitability of each poet from a point of view of the planned public participation work in libraries. So the final 4 selected in alphabetical order by surname were Jay Bernard, a writer and filmmaker, Anthony Varney Capildeo, writer of poetry and nonfiction, Gail McConnell, poet and academic, and Joelle Taylor, performance poet, playwright, and actor. So once the nominations process was complete, one of the central aspects of Harris's role as visiting poetry fellow was in approaching the poets to engage them as poets in residence on the project. And Harris scrutinized and commented on the documentation that had been prepared for the poets, and it was very much prepared with an archivist's eye. Harris found the documents, even the summary, rather dense and wordy, and sought to create his own introduction to the project as a starting point, with the detail to be followed up by me as archivist and project manager. And in some cases, Harris already knew the poets and adapted the approach accordingly. And his success rate in attracting the poets to the project was 100%. By September 22, all poets had confirmed, and a project launch took place on the 26th of September. The poets were tasked with the following milestones as part of the project. They had to deposit a selection of material, a discrete selection of material from their archives using the storehouse model. And they also engaged at that time in that process conversation, creative process conversation, because that was going to allow us to kind of map what they sent with what they said their process was, so we would be able to identify gaps. They were also asked to produce a creative critical response to the project. And there was a variety of writing, from a crown of sonnets written by Joelle Taylor to a critical essay from Gail McConnell. And again, these are published in those publications that I mentioned in an earlier slide. So you're able to read those creative responses from the poets. And they reflect on the project, the process of archiving and thinking, their suspicion of the institution, their questioning of the motivations for the project. It makes for very interesting reading. They were also asked to develop a community event in a public library space and introduce their archive and creative process. And these events were held in Norfolk public libraries, but not in the centre, in the city, in sort of rural areas. They were events really loved by the community. People produced poetry, which was then exhibited. There were participants from 4-year-old to 96-year-old, and it was a really lovely part of the project to be involved in. The poets also attended events to discuss their work and their response to the project, and the last of these was on the 22nd of November, and these recordings are available if you'd like to watch. So 2 additional milestones were added at a later date, and the poets in residence stipend was increased to compensate for the additional day. So we didn't pay the poets for their archives, we paid them for their time. So they had a conversation with a senior research fellow, Georgina Colby, about their experience of publishing small press. And this is one of the things that UEA wants to look at next, the vulnerability of small poetry press. And again, this has a digital footprint, which is very vulnerable. They also were asked to have a conversation with me as archivist about their digital archive. And this latter conversation also served as a way to encourage further safeguarding preservation measures for material that they didn't deposit with us and remains in the poet's own care. So that post-custodial or non-custodial model that was talked about in the previous presentation is relevant here. So the poets deposited material between November 22 and August 2023. And I realize that what you're seeing here is physical material, but there is a digital component to this. This is just a display that was presented at the final event for guests. So 3 of the 4 poets deposited hybrid archives, digital material alongside physical deposits. The target material included notes, drafts, annotations, track changes, editorial correspondence, and other publisher and peer correspondence. There is a document called Authors and Their Papers, Guidelines for Writers, published by or developed by the Diasporic Literary Archives Network and shared in the Literary Archives community in the United Kingdom by the Group for Literary Archives and Manuscripts. So that kind of gives every archivist a guideline as to what they should be thinking about collecting, and it's very broad, and it doesn't tell you how to collect, it just says what might be of interest to scholars. So in terms of the 4 deposits that I'm talking about here, each is distinctive to that poet and their working methods, but the creative process is the unifying theme. The extent of material deposited in this first tranche totals a modest 4 linear meters and 8.5 gigabytes of data, so very small, with Joelle Taylor and Antivani Capildeo depositing significantly more material than Gail McConnell and Jay Bernard. This is an image of Anthony Varney Capildeo's deposit, just a few items from a larger tranche. So Capildeo and Taylor restricted the volume of their initial deposit in respectful adherence to the guidelines, which called for a discrete selection for the purposes of this pilot proof of concept period, but both expressed a desire to deposit more in the future, with Capildeo depositing a further box of physical material in summer 2023, which comprises items retrieved from a trip to their childhood home in Trinidad. Physical material was appraised and catalogued using the archival description standard, ISAG, and at the time of writing, digital deposits are due to undergo digital preservation according to the Open Archival Information System standard. And a rights-protected read-only version of the digital files will be available on premises in the reading room. So Catherine Hobbs discusses the precarious privilege of the archivist in constructing an interpretation of a deposit that will later be used by others. But the poet-in-residence model of the project enabled this to be a much more collaborative process between poet, poet coordinator, and archivist. The poets deposited, well, I suppose that despite the tensions and challenges Gail McConnell finds in the notion of archiving and her ambivalence towards Norwich as the location for her papers, McConnell was able to identify material to deposit where it has a direct relationship geographically. It was winning a Norwich-based competition launched by the Cafe Writers Group in Norwich and judged by Jay Bernard that enabled McConnell to publish her pamphlet Father Mother. And the Poetry Press has a close relationship with Norwich through local poets. So it was important for Gail McConnell. Place was an important consideration. Jay Bernard deposited material relating to Surge, their collection, and they also deposited material relating to their thinking around archives and history and their own archival research process in approaching the archive records of the New Cross fire, which is an incident in London where which no one has ever been convicted of the crime, where a number of Black teenagers were killed. Also included is a screen print of a poem poster by Bernard, the second of only 2 copies, the first being hung in the Tate in London. And the theme of Anthony Varney Capildeo's deposits are ekphrasis, expanded translation, reworkings, including immersive theatre and influences, specifically their father's writing, and an early workshopping process between father and 2 to 3-year-old Capildeo. And the deposit includes numerous notebooks and loose leaf notes, crayons, and coloured pages. Joelle deposited in a series of vitrines or glass cases. Each of the time periods and forms, poetry, prose, and theatre, represented show a cross-pollination of the work leading to Canto Taylor's latest collection. So there was a real interrogation of the storehouse model and a challenge to the notion of an institutional archive. And I'd say that was particularly the case with Gail McConnell and Jay Bernard. McConnell began her career as a literary critic, and her thoughts about the archiving of drafts expressed in her conversation with Will Harris are informed by understanding what a good literary critic could do with them. In explaining her reluctance to add drafts to the archive, she describes them as having an ongoing life. "I don't want to consign it to the deathly tomb of the archive," she said. In discussing the project's reference to key vulnerabilities, McConnell asked, "What are my key vulnerabilities?" At the same time, McConnell discusses the profound effect of looking at something as seemingly private as the draft of Seamus Heaney's Strange Fruit, because what you are looking at in a way feels like the unconscious at work. So I think this is a really key point with the storehouse model, that Jay Bernard and Gail McConnell are at a different stage in their career and perhaps reluctant to share some of the material that they think they might work on again. It's partly also a poet will use the same material in different forms. So a reluctance to consign it to the archive, which felt like a death. Bernard likens the process of archiving to the transfer of a dead body to a mortician and questions the tension between the model of deposit where you're dead and this live process, the storehouse model, that requires a conscious decision. So when they're thinking about what to deposit, should they mimic the original traditional process and just deposit stuff as a dead person would, or make conscious decisions and curate? And Bernard says it's a completely different thing because there's a consciousness to it. There's an intentionality. What's the intentionality? What does it mean? What does it imply? And that's typical of Jay Bernard's practice, is to question and question. I wanted to talk about digital preservation and tensions with the storehouse model. I spoke to the poets about their use of digital software and the storage of their data, and this mapping of their creative process against different media revealed that significant material had been retained by the poets, meaning a lot of digital material had not come to the archive. The removal of partial material for the deposit, while related material remains in the original environment, risks future confusion. Therefore, careful recording of the deposit through conversation and cataloguing was essential. The highlighting of this wider material allowed us to raise awareness of the risks of loss from degradation, obsolescence, and the failure of physical storage media, local hard drives, removable storage drives, and portable USB, and an over-reliance on subscription-based cloud storage, the threat of a literal dark age in archives resulting from inaction, and sheer overwhelming volume of material, as highlighted by Kirschenbaum in 2021, and Amy Chen, the latter of whom points to a National Endowment for the Humanities survey of major contemporary authors in 2009, which found that when born digital material was not harvested early, significant content was lost. So these discussions were not requests for additional deposits, as the creative process conversations testify, and as these follow-up conversations reinforced, Gail McConnell and Jay Bernard feel some of this material is not for sharing in an archive. Bernard, whose process includes photographing handwritten notes on the back of their hand, remarked, "It's an exercise. It's not good enough to share. It's the unconscious of the creative process, the dross." Bernard also implied that were this to be archived, it would be detrimental to the freedom of the creative process. They acknowledge, as does McConnell, that literary critics and writers might wish to have access to this material. However, both question their motives. So there is the tension in the storehouse model, that the writers are not necessarily preserving material, but not willing to add it to the institution. So was trying to impress upon Jay Bernard, particularly, who had 2 MacBooks fail and lots of work lost, that there were things that they could do to address it and to avoid that happening in the future. Because I was trying to say to Jay, you may feel like this now, but you may change your mind in the future when you're further into your career, possibly. So that post-custodial, non-custodial model of giving advice about digital preservation was really key here. And due to concerns around degradation, Joelle Taylor recognizes the importance of prioritizing historical digital material stored on old media. So Taylor deposited floppy disks, and a further preservation priority was obviously the VHS, the old video format. And a sample of these were provided in Taylor's initial deposit. So we were able to do digital preservation of the film. And further deposits or accruals are now going to be feasible because we have that workflow in place and have shown Joelle what's possible. In the case of all 4 poets, digital notes, voice memos, messages, and images on mobile devices are not actively stored for future preservation. And what's really critical is that, to understand, I think, is that, and you may know already, but it was certainly, it was important for me to understand, is that people are not emailing anymore. Writers in the writing communities that I have been working with and archiving, they're using WhatsApp for messaging, and they're not preserving those messages. So tools like ePad, which Stanford University developed to capture email, are really vitally important tools and will still be useful. But the WhatsApp messages are the kind of the big concern for me at the moment. So such insights from the poets and residents could be considered a form of enhanced curation. And Amy Hildreth-Chen suggests that this enables early interventions by allowing researcher access to digital content sooner, while also running the risk that writers unconsciously shift their behavior, so their creative process, aware that their materials will be observed sooner rather than later. So we have to kind of work out whether raising the consciousness of the writer about their creative process being archived is a problem. Because what makes a collection interesting, as Chen says, is what it reveals about the author. So this echoes concerns of some literary scholars and archivists who we consulted as stakeholders on this project about the accuracy of describing the storehouse model as archives, given that they are a discrete selection of material rather than a body of work, with the curatorial interventions made by the curator, by the creator of them. And in conversation with the project team, Bernard reflected on this as a live process that requires conscious decision. While McConnell asserts that as living writers, there are things that need to be protected, not by an archivist or an institution, but by me as the poet. So UEA would argue that in a post-custodial context, the model has validity as a means of addressing underrepresentation, but should continue to evolve and encourage a re-examination of traditional archival practices. By raising awareness of the potential for research interest in such material and in highlighting its precarity, the archivist might be seen to be fulfilling what the Society of American Archivists terms a non-custodial role, wherein archives offer advice on material not in their direct care, even if this material is not ultimately deposited. There is a tension explicit in the suggestion that an early intervention might prevent data loss, while at the same time unhelpfully creating a situation of self-consciousness for the developing writer. In other words, we don't want to get in the way of the creative process, but we don't want to lose things either. In adherence with copyright restrictions, the full text material that was provided is available to researchers in UEA's archive reading room, with catalogue records summarising the scope, content and extent available via the web-based catalogue. While access to a virtual reading room was not within the scope of the project, UEA will look to implement this in the future phase of development. A digital exhibition site is being created using OmicaNet software, and it will be launched later this month. And this platform has enabled us to curate and share beyond UEA's institutional and geographical boundaries, interviews and written material from the project, as well as extracts from the poets' community events. So in terms of curation and interpretation, as well as a traditional archival catalogue of the material, two other forms of curation were employed during the project. There's obviously the poet's own creative process conversation, and they also supplied some inventories of their material. But we also asked postgraduate researchers to take a kind of creative pathway through the archive and undertake an initial critical analysis and interpretation. And this resulted in the creation of the 3 and 4 physical exhibits that were displayed at the launch. And also, in a way, the public participants of the workshops in the Norfolk rural libraries were also another form of curation. And these are archived alongside the Poets' Archives. So just to conclude, UEA would argue that in a post-colonial, post-custodial context, this writer-centered model has a validity as a means of addressing underrepresentation and raising awareness of the risks to digital material. However, the model should evolve. Other institutions, Mellon Foundation, hope that other institutions might adopt the model and evolve it to their own situation, and that it encourages a re-examination of traditional archival practices. In its original proposal for the project, we hypothesized that, based on conversations with the poets in residence, we would need to evolve the model. It's not a fixed thing. Having tested the hypothesis, UEA has come to a series of conclusions. The poet in residence and depositor-led methodology has been vital in securing commitments and archival deposits under the storehouse model. It's also enabled a robust interrogation of the practicalities, ethics, and sustainability. And we've discovered that enhanced curation through poet-led creative process conversations and interpretation and learning by postgraduate researchers has added valuable additional layers to the curatorship of the archives. The role of the archivist and the institution in safeguarding, preserving, and facilitating access to material remains a vital component of the archiving process. But institutional practices need to change to encompass a community-led approach that is participatory and collaborative and less about ownership. Post-custodial and non-custodial roles offer a more sustainable and ethical collecting approach when tackling underrepresentation. And you see this with archivists working with Indigenous communities. It's more of a collaborative stewardship model rather than ownership. So the storehouse model could potentially offer a means of accelerating better representation within contemporary archives. And a community-led approach provides depositors and participants with fully funded time to engage on equal terms and for mutual benefit. And this can be richly rewarding for the wider institution and the wider public, for research innovation and for decolonization of teaching materials. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Justine, for this very important and interesting overview on another very important issue, which is historical underrepresentation. Because whilst archivists typically work on a comprehensive capture of what's going on today, literary scholars have a view which is often driven by canon, and they tend to imagine what's going to be important to study tomorrow. So this kind of balance between knowing today what's worth preserving and ordering for tomorrow is a critical point, I believe, and links to what is a much debated issue in literary studies, which is canon. Canon, which, as you have suggested, is often predominantly male, predominantly white, and, for example, in Italian tradition, we have often observed, I have just attended the conference in Novetrante, which was precisely on the underrepresentation of female writers in Italian literary canon. So that applies to poetry, that applies to fiction, a number of genres, which are often driven by gender, if I may use this kind of opposition. So indeed, I think the archive is a crucial site to discuss this kind of issues. And I am happy that everybody was sticking to their time slots, and we have time to engage in a what seems like a very interesting debate. And I'm asking the organizers about 10-15 minutes. And so if we have a microphone, perhaps to circulate for those who want to intervene. Because the acoustics of this beautiful room are quite hard to.
So I have a question for Justine Mann. I don't know if she can hear me. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I think that we collectively think as a team from the Manuscript Center that our realities are pretty similar in terms of both collection and methods behind the acquiring of collections. And we were actually thinking about starting a similar project. So it would be beautiful to share your experience also in other occasions, in other encounters. But specifically, I was wondering about the risk that the writer becomes self-conscious about the creative process and of his or her archives. Did you have specific feedbacks from the poets about this? I'm sorry if you mentioned it, but I don't get it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, of course, I'm very happy to answer that. Yes, I rushed through quite a lot of information there, so I completely understand. So the interesting thing about the project, there were 4 poets, and 2 of the poets, Anthony Varney Capildeo and Joelle Taylor, are at a later stage in their career, and they had a much freer feeling about giving material over. Gail McConnell and Jay Bernard, the other 2 poets. And if you read the full reports, and I'm more than happy to talk at another time in a bit more detail if that would be useful, one-to-one. But they actually they wanted to be part of the project. They enjoyed the project and they did deposit. But during the project, they had a lot of suspicion and a lot of questions, and they were very self-conscious about depositing. And the project team had wondered whether that was perhaps the stage of career they were at, or whether it was their particular creative practice. So I think they were protective of their creative space. So the reason they didn't deposit drafts from material that they hadn't finished is because they wanted to continue working with that. And so they, rather than feeling inhibited, they just chose not to do it. So Gail gave material that she felt was finished, was dead. And the other material that was living, that was still alive, that might become something else, they didn't deposit. So that's how they worked with the model. Whereas Joelle and Anthony Varney were kind of, here, take it. And I think they would actually give a lot more. So it was quite interesting. There's not one kind of response for one poet, if that makes sense. I mean, the 2 deposits that came from Gail and Jay are very interesting, and they do cover the creative process. But they're smaller deposits, and they were careful and cautious. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Just wanted to add one thing, and that is it's interesting that there's a difference between poets and fiction writers that we found, because the fiction writers, when they've finished a novel, they feel it's finished, and there may be an adaptation at some point, but it's kind of fixed. So there's less, they feel like they're giving something they're not going to work with again. And with all of the poets, they felt there's always something in previous work that might return. So I think that thing about being self-conscious about the creative process is more apparent for poets.
Thank you.
More questions?
Thank you very much. I have two questions, one for Christopher Lee and one for Justin Mann. Thank you very much. I would like to know if among the workflow you have explained to us, you have pointed out the difference between topic model and visualization, and that was the central part of the workflow. In your opinion, in the future, what is the part of this workflow which in the future will be supervised or unsupervised? Because between topic modeling and visualization, there are differences, and if you want to say something more. And another question about FIT, the FIT format. If you are dealing with this kind of format to preserve items, because in Italy, only the Vatican Library has adopted FIT, and there is something under discussion. And another question for Justin Mann. Thank you very much. It's really interesting and stimulating. Especially, would like to point it out, what do you mean with the underrepresented poet? Underrepresented poet, because the selection of all the poets who are involved in your project depends on your advisory board. And if in this selection, which is bottom up and not top down, if students have been involved, if you say community-led approach, but there is a relationship between them and the students, are students involved in evaluating also, or in choosing? To say something more about this. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. So I might need a clarification on the second question, but so for the first one, in terms of supervised, unsupervised, for those not familiar with this distinction, essentially, when we're talking about machine learning, if we want, basically you have training data and then you want the software to be able to learn the patterns from the data, that there's, essentially the model in which the data feeds the data and you don't basically have human intervention, versus the idea that humans are somehow marking a sort of ground truth to be a point of reference. I think, there are two aspects of that. One is that when I was talking about that just in case, just in time, one of the distinctions there is between whether this is a model that's being built by the providers of the content, meaning, for example, like an archive or a repository, or it's being done by someone who is basically getting the data as training data from an archive and then pulling it in. I think that what we're learning with special collections, things like our authors' materials, is that there are a lot of cases in which machine learning can be very powerful as a starting point. One of the challenges that we have is that machine learning is basically trying to find the average, right? You take a bunch of stuff and then you say, okay, what's the pattern that kind of makes these in common so that we can predict what the next thing will be? Is that that the best large learning, just language models that we have in general are based on predictable cases in which we sort of know what kinds of documents, what kind of terms are going to appear. So, for example, in e-commerce, right, something that might identify different brands of shoes or something where you kind of, what the space is that it's going to search within. The challenge with special collections and more idiosyncratic materials is that they're going to use language in different ways. And so then we have the question of, do you train a model for those particular kinds of materials, or do you use a more generic one that's going to have some issues with not being so accurate, right? So we have, for example, Spacey, which we use in the stack that I was showing you. Spacey is a tool for named entity recognition. And it's about, and there are a lot of different languages that it supports, Italian being one of them, but at least in English, I know the model tends to be about, 85% in most cases of just text that you give it. But if you wanted to get it to be a higher percentage, you'd have to train it to a particular data set, and that's expensive and might not be useful for other kinds of purposes. Whereas, for example, something like Transcribus, some people might be familiar with, when we're doing recognition of handwriting, for example, what we collectively have found, you know, those who are kind of looking at these problems, is that things like, you know, 18th century Dutch handwriting or something, right, is different enough from, you know, 19th century French handwriting or something, right, that we basically have different models. And that's that Transcribus ecosystem, which is basically the space for building software that will allow us to generate text from handwritten sources, has emerged around the idea that we're not just going to have one model that works for every single text. We're going to have different ones that work for different kinds of text, right? And so the degree to which it needs to be supervised, I think, depends on which of those directions we're taking. If you're taking a very generic model, it can satisfy a lot of our purposes, but it will have false negatives and positives. If we want something that's very, very trained to the particular kinds of collections you're working with, I think it will need to have training. Essentially, it'll have to have human intervention to guide that forward. I wasn't sure about was it FITS format or FIT? Right. Okay.
If because I probably I read something wrong. I read FIT, so I wanted to know if you use FIT format, but probably.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's not one that I'm very familiar with, actually. But I mean, yeah, ultimately, with any image format, there's the question of, is it, you know, lossy or lossless? Is it losing data in the compression? And then the other is just obviously, is it an algorithm that we're going to be able to reproduce in the future? But I'm not as familiar with the FITS format as I could be. So.
Another question?
Yeah, for Justine,
Hi, I will answer the next question. So the Mellon Foundation, when they approached us to invite us to apply for funding, wanted a poet-led approach. So the advisory group was made up of poetry publishers, people working in poetry journals, also poets. So it wasn't so much a poetry student-led project. However, this is a really interesting suggestion, and I think for a future project, getting students involved in nominating poets would be an excellent idea, and getting the public involved as well, potentially. So I suppose what we wanted from the first project was the advisory group to help us define what underrepresented meant, but also to think about those different critical markers, and, you know, publication record or performance record or that kind of thing. Maybe in a further project, there could be additional criteria that students and others could add to help with that selection. But yeah, it wasn't something that we did this time. We did involve them in the curation, but not in the selection. But thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I see another risk besides the possibility for the author to deliver his or her or their archive because it gives them value, poetic value. But the second risk is to turn your project into something like an academy more than a community, an academic community, because involving students give the project wider base and wider criteria of evaluation, but it's only an idea. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think we have time for perhaps another question. Thank you.
Hi, this is a question for Justine. Hi, Justine, it's Callum from the British Library, by the way. I'm just wondering, you mentioned that you changed the terms of the deposit to basically be 6 months, and you could give 6 months notice and they could withdraw the material back. And I'm assuming that, like you said, that would involve loss of work within the archives department at the university as well. I'm just wondering, has that happened? And if so, has there been a significant loss of work, or is it something that just depends on kind of appetite for risk?
So definitely the model, the terms of the model, withdrawal at 6 months' notice, that was worked on with literary agents and with the Society of Authors in the UK. So the trade union body responsible for writers. It hasn't happened yet. A writer has not approached us and asked to withdraw their material. What we do is take in our collection development policy, we asked for a discrete selection, an example of the creative process rather than the entirety of their archive. So it's almost a sort of a snapshot. And we encourage the writer to keep hold of, copies of their data, but obviously anything that we had digitally preserved or anything that we had catalogued would return. So we're kind of the archive set up with an expectation and even a budget to allow for the return of material, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm sure it will in the future, but I think maybe because we're still at an early stage, it's only been 8 years that we've been working with the model. So we'll see. Does that answer your question, Callum? It's nice to hear you.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
So if there are no other questions, I would like to thank the speakers for a very thought-provoking session. I would like to thank everybody, and we are running right on time, so I trust that there will be more time for questions later on after the second session. Thanks a lot.
Now we have a little coffee break on your right side.
Allora, se nonostante il freddo volete avvicinarvi, forse vi raggruppate e così facciamo un tentativo di riscaldamento. Bonjour, c'est mon tour à faire le président pour la deuxième session de cette matinée. Vous pardonnerez mon pauvre français, mais c'est un tentative d'hommage à les collègues, aux collègues qui parleront bientôt. Et nous avons deux apports dans cette deuxième session, des apports qui parleront de cas singuliers. Après la discussion générale et théorique, on peut dire comme ça, on va avoir des applications sur l'archive digitale de personnages très divers, très différents entre eux. Il s'agit avant tout de Jacques Derrida et on peut dire, je pense, il s'agira d'un feuille, d'un scavo, d'un feuille dans une archive digitale, dans un fond digital pour voir l'élaboration, les différentes versions d'un travail de Derrida, que c'est en particulier un livre de Derrida qui s'appelle Le toucher, Jean-Luc Nancy. On parlait, les collègues qui parleront de cet objet sont Aurel Crasson, Jérémy Pedrazzi, le nom est italien, mais la prononce, il faut que ce soit français. Merci. Les collègues ont de différentes fonctions dans le groupe, mais
Okay. Je remercie tout d'abord les organisateurs de ce colloque d'avoir accepté que le projet Derrida hexadécimal puisse être présenté à 4 voix, c'est-à-dire par son équipe au complet, Laurent Alonso, Jérémy Pedrazzi, Jean-Louis Lebrave et moi-même. Un tel projet ne s'élabore pas sans une diversité d'approches et de compétences. C'est, je crois, ce que nous avons réussi à faire en réunissant des généticiens, des informaticiens et des archivistes qui œuvrent pour définir à la fois les contours d'une archivistique numérique et une méthodologie d'exploitation de données destinée aux chercheurs confrontés à ces nouveaux corpus immatériels. Cette conférence, nous nous en excusons, se fera en français, mais nous espérons que nos diapositives en anglais permettront aux non-francophones de nous suivre. Quelques mots sur le plan de la conférence. Nous allons faire un peu de généralité, évoquer tout d'abord rapidement, car ce n'est pas l'enjeu de ce colloque, les traces des supports exploitables dans les manuscrits pour pouvoir les comparer avec celles des documents numériques inscrits au niveau des supports et au niveau des fichiers. Nous évoquerons ensuite le fonds numérique de Jacques Derrida et le corpus que nous avons étudié pour mettre les méthodologies de la critique génétique à l'épreuve du numérique et tenter de produire une première genèse forensique. Quel est l'enjeu de ce projet Derrida hexadécimal que nous avons initié maintenant depuis près de 5 ans? Tout d'abord, disposer des archives de Jacques Derrida a été pour nous une opportunité sans équivalent de sonder un nouveau type de corpus, communément appelé nativement numérique, qui nous est imposé de mettre à plat les fondamentaux de la méthodologie génétique jusque-là appliquée aux manuscrits d'auteurs. C'est avec les méthodes de la criminalistique, les méthodes forensiques, que nous avons exploré les archives numériques de ce philosophe, une exploration qui s'annonçait déjà comme une gageure, puisqu'il fallait au préalable rendre accessibles et intelligibles des données produites par le logiciel MacWrite, dont le développement par Apple a été abandonné au milieu des années 1990. Mais ce logiciel de traitement de texte que Derrida n'a jamais remplacé, même s'il disposait de Microsoft Word sur ses derniers ordinateurs, constitue justement l'un des intérêts majeurs de ce corpus d'études. Le principe d'adopter des méthodes forensiques à des archives d'auteurs n'est pas sans soulever d'innombrables questions dont nous avons pu apercevoir quelques idées ce matin, parmi lesquelles celles d'éthique, auxquelles évidemment tout le monde pense. Mais confronter ces méthodes à l'étude des processus d'écriture relève surtout d'un exercice assez complexe, puisqu'il entraîne une remise en question de l'observation même de la matière écrite et de ce qu'elle contient d'invisibilité. Nous allons nous en expliquer. C'est à cette épreuve que nous nous sommes attelés en explorant l'un des essais de Derrida, publié sous le titre « Le toucher Jean-Luc Nancy ». C'est un texte qui a été traduit d'ailleurs en italien sous le titre « Toccare Jean-Luc Nancy », en essayant de reconstruire à partir des archives directement accessibles dans les répertoires des disques durs et de celles que nous avons pu exhumer des chronologies d'écriture. Il s'agissait en parallèle de relever les usages scripturaux du philosophe, émanant d'un support numérique, qu'il utilisait comme une machine à écrire et qu'il appelait d'ailleurs machine à traitement de texte, et de vérifier au demeurant comment le traitement de texte et plus généralement l'ordinateur avaient contribué à transformer une notion d'archive conceptualisée par Derrida bien avant qu'il ne se saisisse de cette nouvelle technologie d'écriture. Alors, les archives numériques de Derrida sont conservées dans un fonds éponyme, conservé à l'Institut Mémoire de l'édition contemporaine, l'IMEC. Elles sont composées d'ordinateurs, de périphériques de stockage et de données dont le volume d'1 giga environ paraît dérisoire par rapport à ce que l'on stocke aujourd'hui dans nos disques durs, mais qui constituent néanmoins toute la production écrite du philosophe depuis 1986. C'est dire son importance. Ces archives sont très homogènes, elles ne contiennent ni images, ni mails, ni documents personnels, et leur déploiement court sur une période de 18 ans. Dans notre postulat de base, qui était de rechercher les traces d'une activité d'écriture, en bon généticien, nous nous étions donné préalablement comme principe d'identifier celles qui relevaient des opérations linguistiques fondamentales, l'ajout, la suppression, la substitution et le déplacement. Sachant que les traces de ces opérations seraient plus complexes à extraire, nous avons cherché dans les différentes strates de la chaîne numérique, logicielle, des systèmes d'exploitation, voire au niveau binaire, des informations nous permettant de vérifier qu'il y avait bien eu des transformations scripturales. L'observation de chaque information numérique susceptible de constituer un indice participe d'une nouvelle méthodologie d'analyse génétique dite forensique que nous tenterons aujourd'hui de formaliser. Alors, à la question de savoir si le numérique marque la fin de la critique génétique, nos investigations sur le corpus Derrida ont permis de vérifier que, loin de l'enterrer, il l'ouvre à cette nouvelle approche de la matière écrite qui nécessite de prendre en compte, outre les contenus textuels, les métadonnées des machines, des systèmes d'exploitation, des logiciels de production, c'est-à-dire d'acquérir une connaissance relativement fine de l'histoire de la chaîne numérique d'où sont extraites les archives à étudier. Quelques mots pour souligner la particularité du partenariat de l'IMEC et de l'ITEM. En signant l'exclusivité de l'exploitation des archives numériques de Derrida, nous engagions scientifiquement nos deux institutions. L'IMEC, comme d'autres centres d'archives, même s'il s'y préparait, n'était pas encore opérationnel pour traiter les problèmes de l'hétérogénéité des nouveaux dépôts qui arrivent aussi bien sous forme de disques durs, de clés USB que de fichiers envoyés par mail ou extraits de téléphone portable. Se confronter d'emblée aux archives obsolètes de Derrida, c'était comme prendre le mal à la racine, s'engager dans la question désormais urgente de la patrimonialisation de telles archives et de l'engagement de l'IMEC auprès de ses donateurs de pouvoir les rendre accessibles et les faire circuler. Le lancement du projet Derrida hexadécimal a donc permis d'une certaine manière de réunir deux objectifs, à savoir développer du côté du centre d'archives, l'IMEC, une méthodologie générale d'archivage et de traitement de données numériques pour faire vivre ces nouveaux fonds, et pour l'ITEM, une méthodologie d'exploitation de ces mêmes données pour des chercheurs dont l'enjeu est de pouvoir sonder tous les niveaux possibles de leur profondeur. L'histoire des fonds. Quelques mots également pour évoquer donc cette histoire du fonds Derrida qui s'inscrit de part et d'autre de l'Atlantique. Pour commencer, le fonds américain de l'Université d'Irvine, où dès 1990, Derrida fait don de ses archives, dont les premières datent de 1946 et les dernières de 1998. Ce fonds est composé de manuscrits, de tapuscrits et d'enregistrements qui témoignent de la carrière professionnelle du philosophe et ne contient, comme sur nos disques durs, aucun document personnel. Le fonds représente à peu près 116 boîtes, soit 15 mètres linéaires. La consultation sur place que nous avons pu faire, Jérémy et moi, des archives Derrida, nous a permis de faire la découverte d'une quinzaine de disquettes que la bibliothèque nous a d'ailleurs gracieusement dumpées au moment où nous y étions. États-Unis encore, c'est à l'université de Princeton que l'on retrouve la bibliothèque personnelle de Derrida, composée de 13 800 livres et imprimés qui contiennent, je cite Derrida, des traces marquant la violence des coups de crayon, des points d'exclamation, des flèches et des soulignages. Cette acquisition par Princeton fait aujourd'hui l'objet d'un très grand projet de transcription des annotations du philosophe dans ses livres. Il existe bien d'autres archives de Derrida aux États-Unis, notamment numériques. C'est aussi dans les fonds de professeurs d'Irvine, comme Hillis Miller ou Peggy Camus, qui était sa traductrice, qu'il faut aller les chercher. Elles témoignent de l'habitude de Derrida, par inquiétude de perdre son travail en cours, de confier à ses proches amis des sauvegardes sur disquette. En France, c'est à l'IMEC, donc ce centre d'archives pour lequel Derrida, je le cite encore, disait qu'avoir son truc à l'IMEC, ça pose quelqu'un, que Derrida dépose lui-même ses archives en 2002, puis d'autres dépôts seront faits par sa femme à la mort de Derrida après 2004. L'IMEC conserve la totalité de la correspondance reçue par Derrida, la copie de la plupart de ses cours et séminaires d'avant 1995 et les originaux des séminaires de 1995 à 2003. La totalité représente 547 boîtes d'archives et 1220 imprimés, sans compter le matériel audiovisuel de ces séminaires, de ces entretiens et des programmes radio. Mais l'IMEC conserve surtout l'entièreté à ce jour des archives numériques, soit environ 400 disquettes, 4 disques durs, 5 cartouches zip, 2 SideQuest, un CD-ROM, contenant principalement des fichiers MacWrite, produits sous l'ancien système Mac classique, qui vont de 1986 à 2004. L'IMEC conserve par ailleurs 3 des 4 ordinateurs qu'a possédé Derrida en France, mais je reviendrai plus précisément sur cette description. Bien sûr, rien ne dit qu'on ne va pas trouver d'autres disquettes qui pourraient être intercalées dans ces archives papier, comme nous avons pu en découvrir dans les archives de son séminaire Peine de mort, ou un autre ordinateur tel que l'iMac G3 bleu que vous voyez sur cette diapositive, le supposé dernier ordinateur de Derrida. Alors, dans ce projet Derrida hexadécimal, nous nous sommes interrogés sur les possibilités d'exploitation génétique des archives numériques d'un auteur qui est passé de l'écriture manuscrite à la machine à écrire, puis à l'ordinateur, en modifiant radicalement l'économie de son écriture et sa manière de faire archive. Et pour ce faire, les archives numériques supposaient d'emblée que l'on revoie les notions de traces en usage dans la génétique traditionnelle, celles auxquelles on pouvait légitimement s'attendre et celles que l'on allait découvrir au fur et à mesure de nos explorations. Si Derrida a constitué durant sa vie d'avant le numérique une archive composée de ses manuscrits, ses dactylographies et des innombrables petits bouts de papier sur lesquels il notait quelques lignes qu'il était le seul à comprendre, avec le numérique, il choisit de réduire son volume d'archives et de ne conserver quasiment que des états définitifs de ses productions, copiés en nombre. C'est dire que son archive numérique diffère en tout point de celle construite jusqu'en 1986. Génétiquement parlant, nous en sommes arrivés à la conclusion que la notion de version, prise comme l'état relativement achevé d'une élaboration textuelle qui peut exister avec ses variantes en plusieurs exemplaires pour un même texte, n'était plus pertinente car nous n'étions plus qu'en présence d'états successifs autonomes. Des états de texte identifiés par des dates plus ou moins précises, selon notamment, par exemple, que l'horloge des Macintosh fonctionnait ou pas. La disparition de la trace manuscrite, avec ses particularités sémiotiques, soulève, avec le traitement de texte, des problèmes théoriques importants pour les généticiens. La plupart des opérations d'écriture et de transformation du texte disparaissent au cours du processus d'écriture, mais la trace des ajouts, des suppressions, des substitutions et des déplacements, entre autres, n'est jamais complètement perdue, même si elle ne résulte parfois que d'hypothèses de sa marque et de son passage. À quelles archives avons-nous été confrontés? Des copies intègres, des états de texte, des textes dont l'origine du support sur lesquels ils ont été produits est perdue, de traces de textes issues des suppressions non recouvertes sur le disque dur, des archives identifiables grâce à des dates de création, de modification, de dates machines, etc., repérables par leurs emplacements aussi divers que le presse-papier, pour le plus exotique, la corbeille, la racine des répertoires ou des dossiers, et grâce aussi aux transformations opérées dans les blocs d'écriture ou plus fiablement par leur empreinte numérique. Ces traces sont partiellement récupérables numériquement, mais aussi en comparant les impressions papier précédant, par exemple, la dernière modification de la version numérique d'un texte. Ces impressions papier deviennent alors une trace tangible d'un état de texte potentiellement disparu numériquement, et elles peuvent aussi contenir des corrections manuscrites qui peuvent constituer éventuellement un autre état de texte numérique. C'est donc une nouvelle forme de circulation des transformations scripturales qui va mêler trois technologies: l'écriture au traitement de texte, l'impression papier d'un état de texte et les ajouts manuscrits qui, libérés de la contrainte numérique, retrouvent d'une certaine manière la forme non codée du brouillon. Alors, quid des explorations des données Derrida? Devant l'importante masse de données que l'on a pu extraire de ces supports numériques, faire le choix d'un corpus à exploiter nous a permis de tester des procédures et de les formaliser dans le but de pouvoir les appliquer à d'autres fonds similaires, des fonds McWright. C'est avec ce texte, Le toucher Jean-Luc Nancy, dont le volume des archives nous paraissait raisonnable à traiter, que nous avons mis en œuvre une genèse forensique numérique dont le résultat sera présenté dans le cadre de ce colloque. Nous avons réussi, après 3 ans de travail, à reconstituer la genèse de la première version de ce texte, publié en anglais en 1993 dans la revue Paragraph de Edinburgh University Press, qui fait 59 pages. Et aujourd'hui, nous nous attaquons à la seconde version, publiée en 2000 chez l'éditeur Galilée, qui fait 350 pages. Une évolution énorme. Autant dire que la tâche s'annonce longue, mais pas nécessairement plus difficile, car la méthode est maintenant acquise. Le but final de ce projet vise à restituer à l'IMEC des archives Derrida exploitables grâce à une palette d'outils configurés sur une plateforme dédiée, une plateforme qui est en cours d'élaboration, et grâce à une méthodologie disponible sous la forme d'un manuel qui décrira les environnements numériques et les méthodes pour conserver et à la fois exploiter des données numériques, un manuel qui servira donc également aux futurs archivistes. Ce manuel est ouvert à la communauté des chercheurs et il pourra être l'objet d'actualisation avec des données issues d'environnements numériques différents. Lui-même est aussi en cours de rédaction et il devrait être livré d'ici fin 2024. Bon. C'est sur les fonds? Oui. Alors, avant d'entrer dans le sujet de ce qui fait trace et indice, je citerai, pour marquer la complexité de ce sujet et la complexité de l'écriture Derrida d'ailleurs, une petite citation qui a été publiée dans les annales italiennes d'ailleurs, une petite citation de Derrida qui dit « C'est un trait formel que je voudrais souligner, ce qui rend visible les choses visibles n'est pas visible. Autrement dit, la visibilité, la possibilité essentielle du visible n'est pas visible. » Ça, c'est vraiment du Derrida. Mais c'est bien ce que l'écriture au traitement de texte produit, de l'invisible à rendre tangible. Rappelons tout d'abord le type de traces courantes que les généticiens relèvent dans un manuscrit. Des traces évidentes, ce qui arrive à la vue, autre expression de Derrida, comme dans ce manuscrit de Flaubert, où l'on relève d'emblée la nature du papier, la couleur de l'encre, la division de la feuille en colonnes, la taille de sa marge, les relations qu'entretiennent les blocs d'écriture, des marques graphiques, des traits de rature, des lignes d'insertion, des traces d'opérations d'écriture, c'est-à-dire autant d'indices qui révèlent l'existence d'un ajout ou d'une suppression et qui permettent d'interpréter, par exemple, que cette croix de Saint-André sur le manuscrit de Flaubert signifie que cette page a été mise au net et qu'elle est dorénavant traitée. La trace, c'est un concept clé dans la philosophie de Jacques Derrida. Mais qu'est-ce qu'une trace? Selon le dictionnaire, c'est une suite d'empreintes, de marques laissées par le passage de quelqu'un, d'un animal, d'un véhicule. Elle est aussi constituante de preuves dans les affaires criminelles. En ce qui concerne les traces laissées par nos criminels d'écriture, nous les avons grosso modo catégorisées en 3 grosses tranches. La trace la plus triviale, car la plus perceptible, le tracé d'inscription, la couleur, la topographie de la page, les ratures, les déchirures, telles que vous la voyez ici dans un manuscrit de Luigi Nono, certains d'entre vous peuvent connaître. L'indice à construire par les connaisseurs, ce qui est de l'ordre du lisible et qui demande à être décodé et interprété. L'écriture de Derrida est particulièrement difficile à déchiffrer, comme vous pouvez le voir sur un de ses manuscrits. Lui-même n'arrivait d'ailleurs pas à se relire, d'où son soulagement de pouvoir utiliser un ordinateur. Mais alors, pourquoi des indices à construire? Car déchiffrer l'écriture d'un auteur pour le transcrire nécessite d'avoir appris à le connaître pour identifier sa graphie, ses idiosyncrasies, ses abréviations, ses usages. Il peut s'agir, comme dans cette impression papier de Pascal Quignard, la seconde image que vous voyez sur cette diapositive, que le scripteur saute volontairement du regard en recouvrant un passage écrit d'un support qu'il colle par-dessus. Enfin, les indices experts, il s'agit par exemple de palimpsestes, ces parchemins dont on a effacé la première écriture pour pouvoir écrire un nouveau texte et qui demandent un travail d'archéologie fine pour faire réapparaître les traces éventuelles, c'est-à-dire les restes d'une première écriture. Ces traces cachées sont celles qui figurent de la même manière sous un passage écrit, noirci, densément à l'encre et pour lesquelles des techniques poussées sont nécessaires pour en extraire les contenus cachés. Mais bien sûr, avec le numérique, ces subtilités de traces ne sont plus opérantes.
Nous venons de voir qu'il existe une différence d'accès aux informations contenues dans les manuscrits. Quand certains semblent immédiats, il est parfois nécessaire d'avoir certaines qualifications ou du matériel spécifique pour les faire émerger. Mais ces strates d'information se retrouvent dans l'espace numérique et nécessitent parfois également des connaissances et outils. Nous partirons donc de l'exploitation des supports numériques pour exhumer les métadonnées selon les trois mêmes niveaux, triviaux, connaisseurs et experts. Avant d'aller fouiller les données numériques d'un support, qu'il soit interne ou externe, il est important dans un premier temps, grand 1, d'identifier le type de matériel afin d'éviter d'en modifier l'état de la manipulation. Grand 2, de créer une image disque couramment appelée dump de ce support. Créer un dump d'un support consiste à copier l'intégralité de ses octets, y compris ceux présents dans des zones considérées comme vides. En effet, pour des raisons historiques, de performance et d'usure, les données effacées d'un support sont en fait des zones marquées comme réutilisables, mais contenant toujours les données. Ces données ne disparaissent finalement que lorsque d'autres données utilisent cette zone libre. Enfin, il est important de protéger les dumps en écriture afin de garder un objet pur lors de l'exploitation. La création de dumps est possible à l'aide de logiciels comme Clonezilla présenté ici, d'ordinateurs d'époque ou de matériel spécifique. Pour créer l'image disque d'un des disques durs, l'IMEC a utilisé du matériel spécial, mais pour les deux autres, nous avons dû faire appel à une société de récupération car les disques avaient des dysfonctionnements physiques. Pour cette présentation, nous avons fait le choix de distinguer deux types d'indices numériques. Nous commencerons par ceux liés au support pour ensuite nous concentrer sur ceux liés exploitables dans les fichiers. Dans les indices triviaux que l'on peut trouver sur les disquettes et qui ne semblent plus exister avec les clés USB ou les disques durs externes, nous trouvons d'abord les étiquettes. Elles sont à cheval entre le matériel et le numérique en éclairant par une activité scripturale classique sur le contenu numérique porté par le support. Autres indices triviaux, les noms de support et les icônes associées comme on peut voir sur ces images. Enfin, l'affichage dans le Finder ou explorateur de fichiers équivalent sur d'autres systèmes d'exploitation permet d'avoir des informations sur les liens qu'entretiennent entre eux les fichiers, les dossiers, ainsi que dans cet exemple, les dates. Nous arrivons maintenant à une couche d'information qui n'est pas immédiatement accessible par l'utilisateur et que nous avons choisi d'appeler « à construire ». Ces informations nécessitent en effet une volonté de l'utilisateur pour les faire apparaître. Nous pouvons citer par exemple les dates de création, en plus des dates de modification des fichiers contenus sur le support, que l'on peut obtenir en demandant des informations sur le fichier. Sur cette diapositive, nous pouvons voir un résumé obtenu avec des outils d'une suite de logiciels libres, les HFS Tools, adaptés à nos besoins, de la description d'une disquette au format HFS. On y distingue pour chaque fichier ou dossier un identifiant unique, que l'on voit encadré en vert, qui donne l'ordre dans lequel ils ont été créés sur le support. Dans l'entête de ce document, on peut voir que le compteur de la disquette donnera le numéro 86 au prochain fichier ou dossier ajouté. Enfin, le système d'exploitation peut stocker dans le système de fichiers des métadonnées produites par lui ou les programmes qu'il supporte. Sur l'image de gauche, on peut voir par exemple la place que prennent les métadonnées Finder Info et ResourceFork des deux fichiers de la racine, et sur celle de droite, les informations sur un PDF téléchargé, l'attribut comme Apple Quarantine étant affecté automatiquement par le système d'exploitation à tous les fichiers téléchargés. Nous arrivons enfin à la couche la moins accessible des supports que nous avons appelée expert. Celle-ci ne devrait en théorie pas intéresser le simple utilisateur. Sur l'image de gauche, nous pouvons voir afficher via le terminal une liste de fichiers et de dossiers cachés. Sur macOS, comme sur d'autres systèmes d'exploitation, les noms de fichiers commençant par un point ne sont pas affichés dans les explorateurs de fichiers. Il s'agit essentiellement de fichiers de configuration et de dossiers réservés au système. À droite, on peut voir l'affichage du contenu habituel de ce même dossier. Enfin, sur cette diapositive, on peut voir une extraction que nous avons faite de fichiers supprimés, avec à droite l'explication de la récupération de ces fichiers qui étaient présents encore dans des zones vides. Sur la partie gauche, nous avons donc tous les fichiers qui ont été récupérés. Pour 4 d'entre eux, nous avons pu les retrouver sur d'autres supports et ainsi les renommer dans le classement des fichiers supprimés.
Alors, Jérémy vient de vous présenter les indices et métadonnées que l'on pouvait retrouver directement sur les supports. Nous allons maintenant voir les indices que l'on peut retrouver au niveau des fichiers. Donc ici, vous avez un ensemble, un répertoire basse qui représente les textes d'un séminaire de Derrida, Bête et Souverain. Donc choisissons un des fichiers. Donc comme pour les supports, la première étape va consister à examiner le fichier, potentiellement le convertir dans de nouveaux formats plus accessibles et extraire le texte pour les recherches les suivantes. En général, quand vous choisissez un vieux fichier obsolète, ce qui se passe, c'est que les nouveaux operating systems n'arrivent pas à les relire. Donc, on va vous demander de choisir une application. Donc, ce que vous pouvez essayer, c'est d'utiliser la suite LibreOffice, qui est un vrai couteau suisse qui permet de lire beaucoup de vieux formats PC et Mac, des formats récents, bien sûr, et de vieux formats des années 1990 aux années 2000. Sinon, l'autre solution est d'utiliser directement un émulateur. Donc, faire tourner le vieux système sur votre machine, installer le logiciel d'origine et ouvrir le document. Donc là, j'ai rouvert la Bête et Souveraine directement dans l'application MacWrite Pro, qui est l'application originale. Alors maintenant, si jamais on recherche les indices au niveau des fichiers, on va retrouver des indices dont Jérémy vous a parlé, ceux accessibles par le Finder ou l'explorateur des fichiers que vous trouvez. Donc là, on retrouve le nom, l'extension potentielle .doc, .wpd, .xls qui existent sur les PC. Bien sûr, vous avez la taille du fichier et les dates de modification. Donc, comme Jérémy vous l'a dit, il faut ne pas hésiter de demander des infos sur les fichiers. Donc là, on voit deux choses. Déjà que le Finder arrive à retrouver une info en plus, c'est le logiciel qu'il a créé, MacWrite Pro, la version française que Derrida a utilisée à l'époque, et qui a une deuxième date qui apparaît, qui est la date de création. Donc ça, c'est directement à partir du Finder. Et c'est des infos que la plupart des utilisateurs connaissent. Au niveau plus connaisseur, si jamais on rouvre le fichier dans l'émulateur de MacWrite Pro et qu'on demande des informations sur le fichier, on obtient plusieurs informations qu'a stocké MacWrite Pro. Donc, l'auteur original, la Derrida, ne l'a pas indiqué, donc il n'a pas marqué son nom. Il a indiqué que sur quelques fichiers, parfois Derrida, parfois des... On retrouve deux dates, les dates de création et les dates de dernière modification qui sont stockées dans le fichier. Une information intéressante, c'est le nombre, la révision. Donc ça, c'est le nombre de fois où le fichier a été sauvegardé. Donc là, 39 fois, c'est un fichier qui a été beaucoup touché. Et on retrouve le total time, ça c'est la totalité du temps sur lequel Derrida a passé dans le fichier. Donc là, c'est 37 heures, ce qui est pas mal pour ce fichier-là. Donc, là, ce qu'on a fait, c'est qu'on a récupéré ces informations et on les a sauvées dans des fichiers qui pouvaient être plus facilement accessibles après. Donc, pour chaque fichier, on les a sauvés dans un fichier texte pour pouvoir les retrouver après. Donc là, on retrouve en particulier en jaune les deux dates qui sont au niveau du Finder. envers les deux dates qui sont stockées dans le fichier. Et après, on retrouve toutes les informations qu'on vient de voir dans l'auteur qui n'est pas rempli pour ce fichier-là, le nombre de révisions 39, le nombre d'heures de travail. Et on retrouve aussi le répertoire à l'endroit où était stocké à l'origine ce fichier. Donc là, on est dans le connaisseur, il faut connaître le logiciel, savoir ce qu'il a stocké. Donc pour les documents plus récents .doc, il existe des outils pour retrouver les métadonnées stockées dans des fichiers .doc de 1996, je dirais, actuellement. Donc sous le terminal CFile, qui vous donne plein d'informations, les auteurs, plein de dates. Pareil, on a le nombre de jours d'édition, la date des dernières impressions et énormément d'informations. Donc ça, il faut savoir qu'on peut les retrouver assez facilement. Et bien sûr, il y a une dernière information qui est intéressante, c'est d'étudier sur quelle disquette et à quel endroit le fichier se trouve. Donc là, par exemple, pour le fichier bête et souverain 2, sur la plupart des disquettes, on le retrouve avec d'autres fichiers bête et souverain 3, 4, 5, 6. Bon, ici, c'est des fichiers d'un séminaire, donc on peut, c'est facile à savoir que les autres fichiers sont des fichiers de séminaire. Et pour les fichiers de le toucher qu'on a examinés, on a retrouvé assez souvent au même endroit des fichiers Nancy qui étaient le fichier original et d'autres fichiers qui ont été retouchés en même temps par Derrida, dans Diosperi par exemple, présenté par Jean-Louis dans la dernière version de Genève. Donc là, on est au niveau connaisseur. Si jamais on veut aller au niveau expert, malheureusement, il va falloir passer au niveau hexadécimal et bien connaître le format du fichier. Alors, sur les vieux fichiers Mac, il y avait des informations sur l'imprimante utilisée qui permet de reconnaître, si jamais on arrive à les lire, à différencier l'imprimante utilisée à la maison et l'imprimante utilisée au travail, ce qui peut permettre de différencier un peu, de connaître l'endroit où a été créé le fichier. Donc, comme sur les supports, dans les fichiers, il y a souvent des petites parties du fichier qui ne sont plus utilisées. Dans ces parties, on peut retrouver un peu l'historique du fichier, faire un peu de micro-genèse. Donc là, on retrouve une grosse zone de texte qui est pas marquée inutilisée dans le fichier, qui est une partie de l'aide de recommandation qu'on retrouve dans beaucoup de fichiers de Derrida, ce qui peut et qui n'a rien à voir avec bête et souverain. On peut en déduire que Derrida, à l'époque, est parti d'un fichier soit template, soit modèle. Il a fait une copie pour créer bête et souverain. Et après, ça explique pourquoi on retrouve cette partie de l'aide de recommandation dans énormément de ces fichiers. Une dernière information intéressante, c'est que si on regarde le texte du fichier, on a une première zone en bleu qui se trouve dans le fichier au tout départ, puis c'est suivi d'une zone en rouge qui est très très loin dans le fichier, pratiquement à la moitié. Ensuite, la zone suivante est à nouveau proche du début, et il y a du texte entre les deux. Si jamais on regarde les premiers blocs, on retrouve la zone en bleu au départ, donc ça c'est normal quand Derrida a créé le fichier. McWright a commencé à stocker les données au tout début du fichier, puis après on retrouve une zone rouge dans le chien parlé qui est au milieu, une zone verte, du rouge, du vert, du rouge, du vert, ce qui pouvait vouloir dire qu'au tout début, Derrida a commencé à écrire l'introduction du fichier. Il a continué à écrire quelques paragraphes, puis dans la zone verte, il est retourné assez rapidement sur cette introduction pour ajouter quelques paragraphes, la modifier un peu. Et bien plus tard, au milieu du travail, donc c'est 37 heures, 18 heures après 18 heures de travail, il a repris l'introduction pour à nouveau la remodifier. Donc voilà un peu pour quelques indices qu'on a retrouvés dans les fichiers, sur les fichiers McWright.
Alors, je vais revenir un petit peu sur la spécificité du fonds. Quelques mots déjà pour restituer le contexte de production de ces données, rappeler qui est Jacques Derrida. Il est né en 1930, comme vous le savez, c'est un des philosophes majeurs du XXe siècle, et il a fait partie de cette génération qui a découvert les outils informatiques sur le tard, c'est-à-dire qu'il avait 56 ans lorsqu'il a acheté son premier ordinateur Macintosh. Il est donc un témoin privilégié de la mutation des pratiques liées au développement de l'informatique. Et à ce titre, il est très intéressant de retrouver dans ses archives ces traces d'appropriation de ces outils. De quoi est constitué ce fonds? Sur le plan des contenus, les données sont strictement professionnelles. Il s'agit de séminaires, d'essais qui ont donné lieu à de nombreux ouvrages, d'articles de revues et de journaux, d'interviews, de lettres de recommandation. En fait, son ordinateur ne stocke, pour notre plus grande facilité de travail, que sa production professionnelle. Ces archives sont hybrides. Elles font état pour moitié de fichiers d'application et de fichiers système d'une part, et de fichiers texte, parmi lesquels beaucoup de copies sont stockées dans des disquettes, des zips, des SideQuest, et produits avec le logiciel MacWrite. Nous avons aussi principalement des fichiers AppleWorks. On peut dire que l'ensemble constitue à peu près 21 000 fichiers identiques stockés sur différents supports. Petit commentaire au passage qui a son importance. Dans ce sens, le calcul d'empreinte constitue un apport majeur au regard de ce qu'il était possible de faire avec les manuscrits pour discriminer les états de fichiers. Alors, plus en détail, lorsque Laurent Alonso a converti les disquettes, il a essayé de récupérer l'exhaustivité des informations. Voici ce que vous voyez à l'écran, les types et le nombre de fichiers texte que vous... je vais reprendre que les principales. Toutes versions confondues de MacWrite, il y a environ 13 300 fichiers, dont 900 effacés. ClarisWorks ou AppleWorks, environ 1200 fichiers et 1403 effacés. Je n'insisterai pas sur les fichiers Word, dont la plupart proviennent sans doute d'ordinateurs tiers. On peut trouver comme petite subtilité 8 fichiers produits avec le logiciel très peu courant qui s'appelait XYWrite, qui provient de sa traductrice. Et puis, après l'acquisition en 2008 d'un Macintosh Plus et de son disque dur, d'un Macintosh classique, du Macintosh LC 475, de 5 zip Yomega, de 2 cartouches iQuest, l'iMac n'avait procédé qu'en 2010 qu'à une extraction, une sauvegarde des fichiers du Mac classique sur leur serveur. En 2018, date à laquelle le projet Derrida hexadécimal était officiellement lancé, une société spécialisée a réalisé le clonage de 2 des 3 disques durs que vous avez pu voir en image. C'était un Conner, un Fujitsu et un Apple Quantum. Et nous avons eu accès à une archive compressée de 457 mégas à l'intérieur de laquelle se trouvaient 7 extractions de 1.dmg, 4 images disques et 10 extractions de fichiers provenant du CD-ROM, de 2 disques durs, des SideQuest et des zip. Et d'où une très importante redondance. Le dump du 3e disque dur, qui s'est avéré être la copie des 2 autres, a été fait plus tardivement. Mais par contre, aucune disquette n'avait été traitée. Elles étaient conservées dans la boîte que vous avez pu voir précédemment pendant près de 10 ans. Nous avons nous-mêmes procédé en 2020 à la copie forensique des 381 disquettes et à la numérisation de leurs étiquettes afin de construire un fichier de relation entre les métadonnées et les supports. Le mot hybridation n'est pas choisi au hasard, évidemment. Avec les données numériques, nous disposions de cet autre réceptacle d'informations non numériques, mais néanmoins très utile à nos explorations, celui issu des étiquettes de disquettes. Elles ont contribué en effet à comprendre les données de la fouille forensique et plus précisément la relation entretenue entre ce que Derrida avait écrit sur les étiquettes et les données numériques comme le nom des dossiers, le nom des fichiers, le titre des documents, les métadonnées qui étaient stockées dans les disquettes.
Dans les problèmes techniques rencontrés, le front numérique de Derrida nous a mis face à des systèmes de fichiers anciens. Il a été parfois compliqué d'accéder à certaines partitions, HFS ou plus encore MFS. Nous nous sommes aussi heurtés à des formats de fichiers obsolètes. Pour travailler, nous avons tantôt ouvert les fichiers dans un émulateur avec le programme original, tantôt ouvert avec LibreOffice grâce à l'incorporation de la lecture des fichiers MacWrite que Laurent Alonso a intégré à LibreOffice. Pour une moitié des 381 disquettes, les supports n'étaient pas lisibles sur des machines récentes disposant d'un lecteur de disquettes. Après avoir étudié la piste de numérisation avec une carte externe CryoFlux dont on a entendu parler tout à l'heure, nous avons finalement utilisé une machine d'époque, notre Rosetta Computer, et transféré ensuite les dumps grâce à un lecteur zip. Après la phase de numérisation des disquettes, seuls 10, sans doute endommagés par le temps, n'ont pas pu être exploités. Nous avons considéré que c'était une belle réussite pour des disquettes qui pouvaient avoir plus de 30 ans d'existence. Enfin, il ne s'agit pas réellement de problèmes techniques, mais le nommage de fichiers de Derrida et son écriture nous ont aussi posé problème.
Je vais lire ici la présentation de Jean-Louis Lebrave. On vous l'a dit tout à l'heure, n'a malheureusement pas pu venir. Après quelques coups de sonde exploratoires qui ont été publiés dans les actes du colloque du cinquantenaire de l'ITEM, encore sous presse, notre choix s'est porté sur le corpus génétique de Le Touché Jean-Luc Nancy. Celui-ci se décompose en deux parties. La première porte sur la genèse d'un article paru en traduction anglaise dans la revue Paragraphe, dont je vous ai parlé tout à l'heure. Le corpus comporte 26 fichiers numériques, dont 14 sont différents, 2 tirages d'imprimante et le texte tel qu'il a été publié. Cette liste ne préjuge pas de la découverte de nouveaux fichiers, notamment à Irvine et dans le fond de la traductrice Peggy Camus, voire de documents préparatoires manuscrits. La seconde partie est constituée des documents relatifs à la genèse du livre Le Touché Jean-Luc Nancy, paru en 2000 chez Galilée. On en recense au moins 125 dans le corpus d'ensemble. Si nous avons inventorié de manière exhaustive le corpus numérique, il est probable que celui-ci doit être complété par des documents manuscrits ou des tirages d'imprimantes qui restent encore à découvrir. Enfin, la bibliothèque de Derrida, conservée à Princeton, mériterait d'être explorée. Derrida évoque, par exemple, une liste des principaux concepts utilisés par Jean-Luc Nancy dans une pensée finie. Et cette liste a été utilisée pour la genèse de l'article paru dans la revue Paragraphe. Mais les livres de Derrida à Princeton sont encore dans des cartons et leur exploitation exigerait une mission plus longue sur place que nous n'avons pas encore pu effectuer pour l'instant. Au terme donc de nos premières analyses, nous avons pu établir une chronologie des documents retrouvés dans notre corpus du touché. C'est celle que nous présentons dans cette diapositive. Nous avons choisi de l'appeler frise en raison du caractère relativement neutre de cette dénomination. La mise en ordre chronologique des états retrouvés a pu être réalisée grâce à deux types d'informations. D'abord des métadonnées qui renseignent directement sur les dates de création, de modification des fichiers. L'existence de dates fiables est signalée dans la frise par les carrés verts. Et puis des procédures de comparaison textuelle 2 à 2 entre les fichiers. Et pour ce faire, nous avons utilisé le logiciel Medit, développé par Jean-Gabriel Ganassia, grâce à une collaboration avec les chercheurs de l'ITEM. Medit identifie automatiquement les additions, les suppressions, les substitutions et les déplacements. Il reprend donc les 4 opérations fondamentales définies par la critique génétique. La comparaison entre états textuels est évidemment toujours possible. En revanche, seule une partie des fichiers peut être associée avec une date fiable. Il serait trop long dans le cadre de cet exposé de commenter l'intégralité de la frise, mais extrayons seulement 2 exemples. On a pu établir, premièrement, que le fichier effacé file 72 du disque dur H002, je ne sais pas si vous arrivez à le voir, suit directement dans le temps le fichier Le Touché de la disquette D112 grâce à la présence dans le fichier effacé d'éléments qui ne figurent pas dans le fichier de D112. Voir pour le vidéoclip, entre guillemets, et référence à Philippe Lacoulabart. mais qu'on trouve dans les états suivants du texte, de la disquette 221 jusqu'à la publication en revue. Deuxièmement, que dans la troisième branche du fichier de la disquette D112, après un sommeil de plus de 2 ans, les mêmes ajouts sont absents. Lorsque Derrida s'est remis à travailler, cette fois au projet de livre, il est donc parti directement du fichier de la disquette D112 et pas de l'état de texte donné à Peggy Camuf en vue de sa traduction. On observe en outre que lors de cette reprise du travail sur le toucher, Derrida avait actualisé sa version de MacWrite et le logiciel a automatiquement ajouté converti au nom du fichier, ce qui signale qu'il travaillait désormais avec MacWrite Pro. Quelques commentaires complémentaires sur cette frise. La logique sous-jacente à cette reconstitution rappelle évidemment fortement celle à laquelle la philologie recourt depuis toujours pour établir un stemma. Outre le fait qu'il ne s'agit pas de retrouver un texte d'origine, mais de reconstruire la genèse d'un texte, la principale différence est ici que c'est l'auteur lui-même qui est à l'origine des états et non un copiste inconnu. Comme Jean-Louis Lebrave l'écrivait en 2009 dans Modèle linguistique, le travail génétique se fonde ici sur des transitions entre états à partir desquelles il sera éventuellement et dans l'idéal possible de reconstituer le processus de création. Dans l'état actuel de notre exploration des fonds numériques, la notion d'état occupe désormais une place centrale dans la démarche génétique. Ceci est susceptible d'être relativisé si nous parvenons à interpréter les traces indirectes d'opérations présentes à l'intérieur des fichiers eux-mêmes. Une suppression de caractères à l'intérieur d'un bloc est attestée, par exemple, par l'ajout d'octets non utilisés à la fin du bloc. Mais nous ne savons pas actuellement où la localiser à l'intérieur du bloc. Plus généralement, les métadonnées extraites par Laurent Alonso, vous avez pu la voir dans la diapositive 39, on ne va pas revenir dessus, mais donne la longueur utile de chaque bloc et sa position dans l'ordre de lecture. Une modification de la longueur utile, par exemple 191 au lieu de 256, ou un saut dans l'ordre de lecture des blocs, par exemple le texte du bloc 2 se poursuit dans le bloc 4 et revient au bloc 3, signale une modification, mais ne savent pas actuellement interpréter ces données autrement que par un travail manuel, donc absolument titanesque. Enfin, la tâche de l'analyste ou du chercheur sera ensuite d'interpréter ces transitions entre états. On rencontre un exemple d'une telle interprétation dans la frise avec la disparition d'un syntagme, le syntagme « rêver la nuit », qu'on peut interpréter comme résultant de la volonté d'atténuer des aspects trop visiblement autobiographiques ou trop intimes du texte. La critique génétique rejoint donc la démarche de Contini, par exemple, dans son travail sur Proust. Saurions-nous rester structuralistes? Et la question que nous nous posons. Enfin, pour conclure, dans cette photographie du bureau de Derrida, on peut voir que le physique, les papiers, les livres et le numérique, les ordinateurs, les disquettes, l'imprimante cohabitent en parfaite cohésion. Est-ce à ce dispositif hybride que s'ouvre une nouvelle ère de l'analyse génétique? C'est ce à quoi nous nous confrontons aujourd'hui. Je vous remercie.
Merci, merci. Il y a très peu de temps. Alors, il y a beaucoup, vraiment beaucoup d'observations très intéressantes. Mais je dois appeler Federico Milone. Merci. Je crois l'observation plus intéressante, je crois, soit Derrida comme témoin de passage.
Oui, absolument.
Du manuscrit, c'est-à-dire, c'est très important parce qu'il y a une influence sur la structure du texte, le matériel. Ah, oui. Très grande influence, oui, je pense. Merci. Au revoir. Federico Milone. Velocissimo, così sono autorizzato a tornare alla mia lingua un pochino più, dove riesco a parlare un po' più decentemente. Ma molto velocemente, Federico Milone è un collaboratore ormai da molto tempo del Centro Manoscritti e ha lavorato su molti degli autori i cui materiali sono lì, in particolare Giuliani, lo ricordo molto velocemente. Adesso interviene su, non ricordo il nome della Pugno, Laura, di Laura Pugno, ed è un altro caso come quello precedente. Insomma, penso che l'applicazione a casi concreti permetta davvero di riconoscere poi la sostanza dei problemi, oltre che di acquistare informazioni in più sul singolo scrittore. Prego, grazie.
Grazie mille. Io diciamo che presenterò appunto un caso di studio fondato sui materiali conservati qui al Centro Manoscritti, e sono, credo, dei materiali che ci permettono anche di fare alcune considerazioni generali sulla filologia al tempo del born digital. Comincio col dire che per un filologo, ma anche diciamo per uno studioso, avvicinarsi all'archivio digitale di uno scrittore, diciamo che non provoca, almeno in principio, troppo spaesamento. Infatti, fra materiale e immateriale, di primo acchito, ci sono molte somiglianze, e sono somiglianze innanzitutto di tipo linguistico. In entrambi i casi ci troviamo di fronte alle cartelle. Queste cartelle contengono i documenti più o meno ordinati. E anche nel mondo digitale molti di questi documenti sono dei file di testo, delle stesure che a prima vista possono ricordare i corrispettivi cartacei e che forse per certi aspetti sono anche più attraenti perché non presentano grafie indecifrabili, cancellature che lasciano dei dubbi e più in generale dei segni che compromettono la lettura. Si possono incontrare in questi archivi anche le schede progettuali e altri materiali che precedono o seguono la scrittura, come articoli e recensioni, magari tratti alle edizioni online, questa volta dei quotidiani, oppure immagini e screenshot che sono così simili, il corrispettivo, no, come si vedeva ieri, ai ritagli di carta che hanno fatto, credo, una gioia di tanti studiosi, appunto, sono entrati in archivio. Eppure, al di là di queste somiglianze, le differenze sono molte e i problemi che si pongono sono ovviamente vari e nuovi. Lo sa bene chi si è posto il problema dell'acquisizione e della conservazione dei materiali nativi digitali, come racconta nel più volte citato, ma dopo citarlo ancora, volume digitale d'autore di Emanuela Carbè, ma che abbiamo anche sentito dalle tante esperienze di ieri. Ecco, io credo che l'esperienza del PAD, oggi appunto confluito all'interno del Centro Manoscritti, permetta di consultare ormai un notevole insieme di fondi digitali e oltre alla rassegna che ne ha fatto ieri Lucio Giagnolini, vorrei provare a raccontarveli brevemente, gioco forza, un po' più diffusamente. Alcuni di questi sono particolarmente estesi, sono particolarmente voluminosi, potremmo dire, e sono quelli, ad esempio, di due firme molto importanti del giornalismo italiano, tra cui appunto Beppe Severnini e Paolo Di Paolo, che hanno lasciato migliaia di documenti che sono una traccia nitida della loro attività giornalistica, più in generale del loro lavoro culturale. Di dimensioni ancora più ragguardevoli è la donazione di Francesco Pecoraro, che include documenti progettati per destinazioni diverse, e credo che questo sia un punto molto interessante, perché si va dalla più tradizionale stampa cartacea alla pubblicazione su un blog personale, mentre meno corposi sono i corpora conferiti da Gianrico Carofiglio, Silvia Vallone e Laura Pugno, ciascuno dei quali riguarda più opere di invenzione in versi o in prosa. Altri fondi ancora sono invece relativi soltanto a un'opera, ma non per questo sono meno interessanti. È il caso ad esempio di Valerio Magrelli, che citava ieri Giuseppe Antonelli, che ha donato i materiali avantestuali di Expansia, che credo siano particolarmente curiosi per la loro apertura al mondo digitale. Ieri il professor Antonelli ha fatto vedere il file chiamato Poesie Cell, che si conclude appunto con l'indicazione inviato da iPhone, e che conferma quanto lo schermo e la memoria del cellulare siano ormai due supporti indispensabili per la scrittura. Ma io ho notato in quel fondo anche uno screenshot di un vocabolario online, il vocabolario della Treccani, che è interessante perché, se ci pensiamo, ha sostituito la compulsazione e l'annotazione del corrispettivo cartaceo. Ecco, un caso simile a quello di Magrelli è quello di Sandro Veronesi e anche quello di Mario Desiati, due appunto recenti vincitori del premio Strega. Il primo ha donato i file relativi a XY, il secondo invece quelli relativi a Candore. Un'ultima nota spetta a un archivio di grande rilievo, che è quello di Franco Buffoni, perché è un caso di archivio ibrido, e cioè unisce importante mole di documenti digitali a un altrettanto voluminoso archivio cartaceo. Questo naturalmente non è un unicum, e anzi la commistione fra cartaceo e digitale è probabilmente oggi la condizione più comune tra gli scrittori, come mostrano anche tante esperienze documentate nel panorama internazionale, da Salman Rushdie a David Foster Wallace. Ecco, anche a un primo esame, come accennavo, i fondi archivistici conservati a Pavia digitali permettono di fare alcune osservazioni e suggerire altre piste che proverò a battere abbastanza rapidamente in questo intervento. Un banco di prova particolarmente produttivo è proprio l'ultimo tra gli archivi conferiti, che è quello di Laura Pugno, poetessa, romanziera e scrittrice per la scena, attiva dai primi anni 2000. Molte cartelle contengono infatti materiali che anticipano la scrittura vera e propria e che consentono qualche riflessione che spero originale attorno al modo in cui è cambiata la ricerca preliminare, la progettazione dei testi. Inoltre, aggirandosi fra le cartelle, si nota una evidente proliferazione delle stesure, che in questo tempo in cui il copia e incolla ha sostituito la fatica della copiatura a mano e a macchina, si susseguono in gran parte anche ordinate dall'autrice. Ecco dunque che si possono mettere alla prova alcuni strumenti informatici per l'indagine filologica, come le pratiche di distant reading, lettura a distanza, e quelle di collazione automatica. Per ragioni di tempo mi concentrerò sull'unica opera, di cui vedete qui la copertina, e cioè il romanzo forse più celebre di Laura Pugno, che è Sirene, uscito per Einaudi e recentemente ristampato da Marsilio. Ma prima di tirare fuori le carte, ancorché digitali, credo sia necessario fare un passo indietro e interrogarci sul rapporto che Laura Pugni intrattiene con il digitale, con la scrittura in digitale, aiutandoci anche con alcune delle interviste rilasciate nel corso degli anni, tra cui quelle rilasciate in occasione della rassegna Parole al Centro. Ecco, Laura Pugno, come si diceva, classe 1970, fa parte di una generazione che ha imparato abbastanza presto a scrivere col computer. E lo racconta lei stesso, una citazione che vedete, dice: la mia è la generazione che ha attraversato il passaggio dalla scrittura a mano al digitale, pressoché saltando la fase della macchina da scrivere, che è stata molto importante per chi aveva qualche anno in più. La scrittura a mano, dice Laura Pugno, è stata comunque il mio primo amore. E come sono spesso, anzi come sono sempre i primi amori, è stato un amore impossibile. Questo perché, dice, la mia grafia è quasi incomprensibile anche a me stessa dopo un certo tempo. In ogni caso, dopo il primo amore, la carta e la penna hanno cambiato nel tempo la loro funzione. E se inizialmente era una sorta di feticcio, Pugno confessa ad esempio di aver attraversato, un po' come tutti, il periodo in cui portava su di sé i taccuini e dei quadernetti pronti all'uso, in quest'ultima fase sono diventati un oggetto che potremmo dire quasi di antiquariato. Racconta che la sua ultima raccolta di poesie, I nomi, è stata almeno parzialmente scritta in aereo durante i viaggi appunto fra Roma e Madrid, dove Pugno lavorava, su un'applicazione digitale per telefoni cellulari che è appunto Keep, che diventa l'equivalente digitale del quadernetto analogico. Quindi c'è un cambio di supporto. Però non credo sia finita, perché sarebbe troppo semplice pensare che il digitale sia solo un cambio di supporto. Infatti, l'avvento di Internet tocca anche delle corde più profonde. Interrogata sull'uso dei social network e di Instagram in particolare, in un volume a cura di Maria Teresa Carbone, che ci faccio qui, scrittrice e scrittore nell'era della post-fotografia, Pugno ha, diciamo, ricordato solo tangenzialmente la funzione diaristica, memoriale, informativa che hanno di solito i social network, no? Facebook e Instagram. Al contrario, ha chiamato in causa l'epigrafe del suo profilo privato di Instagram, che recita affinità elettive con le mie parole. E ha detto che per lei la condivisione delle fotografie è una sorta di continuazione o precursione, se questa parola esiste, della scrittura con altri mezzi. Insomma, questa dichiarazione ci fa capire come in futuro, forse ormai anche nel presente, la critica filologica dovrà occuparsi di un discorso che corre nella rete, prosegue in spazi virtuali, talvolta difficilmente accessibili, e l'abbiamo appunto già visto ieri, ma anche con materiali che tendono a moltiplicarsi e a cambiare forma nel regno appunto del digitale. Ora, un primo segno di questa proliferazione di materiali a cui accennavo si vede già dal conferimento dell'autrice, che è data appunto al 2023. Si tratta di una selezione, ovviamente, non di un archivio completo, e quindi è un'istantanea, come diceva ieri Lucia Giagnolini, e che comunque fotografa una massa non trascurabile di dati. Ci troviamo di fronte a 2132 elementi che occupano complessivamente quasi 4 giga. L'organizzazione di primo livello è estremamente rigorosa. C'è infatti una partizione per genere in 3 cartelle: non fiction, poesia e prosa. All'interno, ciascun libro ha una sua cartella dedicata. Ecco, a questo livello, pur con una certa facilità, è quasi sempre presente almeno una cartella contenente materiali progettuali, cioè ricerche, scalette e così via, e un'altra invece con stesure varie e bozze. Non mancano poi raccolte di recensioni, interviste, documenti burocratici relativi ai contatti con la casa editrice e così via. Si tratta insomma di un vero e proprio schedario digitale che sostituisce quelli che Laura chiamava i suoi bauli, con articoli di giornale, pagine strappate, appunti, che esistono, ci assicura l'autrice, per le prime opere che sono state composte quando ancora non usava. Ora, la bipartizione fra ricerche e stesure si trova anche per Sirene, che come si diceva appunto è il romanzo più celebre di Laura Pugno e che riassumo rapidamente per chi non l'avesse letto. Diciamo che l'avvio dell'intreccio è riassumibile in questo modo: in un futuro semi-apocalittico in cui gran parte della popolazione si ammala di una malattia mortale chiamata appunto il cancro nero non appena si espone al sole, sono state scoperte nel fondo del mare le sirene. La carne delle femmine, che vengono usate anche come oggetti sessuali, il romanzo è molto feroce, diventa ben presto un'alcornia, un piatto pregiato, e ci sono pertanto dei veri e propri allevamenti che sono clandestini, ma appunto si trovano sulla costa ovest del continente americano. In uno di questi allevamenti, il guardiano, Samuel, detto anche Sam, si accoppia di nascosto con una sirena, generando, forse per la prima volta, non si sa, un ibrido. Ora, prima di passare all'esame degli avantesti, è opportuno mettere a fuoco la specificità di questo libro, che è considerato dalla sua autrice come un unicum. Dice: una sorta di meraviglioso manufatto alieno, assolutamente compiuto, che io osservo, sempre domandandomi in un recesso della mente come mai questo libro abbia scritto proprio io e se effettivamente, in un certo senso, l'abbia scritto io. Ora, la motivazione di questa percezione è la genesi quasi improvvisa del romanzo, che non ha richiesto, come invece sarà per i successivi, schemi progettuali articolati, schede, piani dei capitoli. È stata infatti sufficiente, ci racconta Laura Pugno, ma vedremo poi che non è esattamente così, una scaletta di poche righe, a cui è seguita una scrittura di getto, che, ci dice l'autrice, arriva alla versione completa in soli 3 giorni. In effetti, la memoria dell'autrice non si inganna. Tra il 9 e l'11 aprile del 2005, durante i funerali di Papa Wojtyla, in effetti sono composte sostanzialmente le prime 80 pagine delle 100 che compongono il romanzo Sirene. Per dire questo basta un'analisi di superficie dei metadati dei documenti consegnati, che appunto permette di confermare, di dire questo dato, ma anche di aggiungere qualcos'altro. Questo primo getto, intitolato appunto Sirene First Draft, file doc, è stato scritto in 13 ore e 41 minuti, poco più di 800 minuti. E durante la redazione, vedete qui il dato, l'autrice ricorre spesso al salvataggio, che viene premuto poco meno di una volta al minuto. Ora, questo dato può apparire una semplice curiosità, e forse in parte lo è, ma credo sia anche un indizio della rapidità della scrittura, perché significa che nuovi segmenti o correzioni si susseguivano a una velocità tale da richiedere operazioni di salvataggio a intervalli ristretti. Questo per non incorrere nel rischio di perdere parti più o meno estese di testo. Insomma, Un po' con la stessa postura della Natalia Ginsburg, posseduta dal demonio di fronte alle carte su cui scrive lessico familiare, Laura Pugno compila questo primo file digitale che è ben più di una sinopia del romanzo, dato che sono già ben stabiliti tutti gli eventi e gli snodi principali. C'è però una differenza fondamentale. Ginsburg scrive, dice a mano perché a macchina non mi riesce, mentre Pugno lascia 12 stesure che presentano gradi diversi di riscrittura. Si tratta di una limatura lunga che si protrae per vari mesi. Quindi dopo questo first draft ci sono vari mesi di lavoro. Ma dall'altra parte c'è qualcosa anche che precede il lavoro furibondo condotto ad aprile. La narratrice infatti pensava a Sirene da lungo tempo. Ora cominciamo proprio dal lavoro preparatorio. La cartella ricerche relativa a Sirene trasmette un lavoro di documentazione imponente che risale almeno al gennaio 2005 e conta 25 file doc, 4 file PDF e un file audio in formato MP3. Sgombriamo subito il campo da un equivoco. Non dobbiamo pensare a un insieme di ricerche ordinate e a colpo sicuro. Laura Pugno ha parlato in proposito di una tensione senza oggetto. Diceva che ricercava materiali perché stava cercando il suo ritmo, il suo stile da narratrice. E quindi cercava in una sorta di pasturazione a largo raggio qualche fonte di ispirazione o qualche idea appunto per procedere alla scrittura del romanzo. È anche per questa ragione che materiali colti o addirittura ipercolti convivono con riferimenti alla cultura pop, e questo non ci stupisce in una narratrice degli anni zero, ma soprattutto con frammenti che provengono da contesti poco o nulla sorvegliati, come i tanti blog che sono nati e cresciuti in quel mondo non ancora addomesticato che era la rete dei primi anni 2000. Ecco, in questo magma resta impigliato molto, e diciamo che questo dossier genetico digitale è di sicuro di grande interesse, e credo che almeno in parte si differenzi dai corrispettivi cartacei che si trovano negli archivi degli autori che, scelto per cronologia, non usavano il computer. Vediamo proprio alcune di queste differenze. Diciamo che nella fase di progettazione, in epoca digitale, sono fondamentali i motori di ricerca, che hanno accelerato esponenzialmente la velocità dell'indagine, immaginiamoci rispetto a una ricerca che si fa in biblioteca, e che consentono anche di reperire una quantità di informazioni immensamente superiori. Per quanto concerne la velocità, non bisogna pensare soltanto ai centesimi di secondo con cui i risultati delle query appaiono sullo schermo, ma anche alla possibilità di recuperare in poco tempo informazioni all'interno delle risorse digitali che reputiamo significative. Immaginiamoci anche solo la funzione trova all'interno del testo. Questo naturalmente aumenta esponenzialmente la velocità con cui riusciamo a recuperare delle informazioni. Per quanto concerne la quantità, invece, ad ogni ricerca si spalancano le porte dell'universo informativo, e questo lo sappiamo, ma credo vada notato che è un universo informativo che è solo in parte sovrapponibile a quello di una ricerca analogica. Cioè, che cosa vuol dire? Vuol dire che alla grassa Gutenberg, che comunque ha un suo corrispettivo in digitale, si aggiungono tutti i testi born digital, dai blog alle pagine di social network, per fare solo due esempi. Queste ricerche poi, ed è l'altro dato interessante, possono restituire migliaia, a volte addirittura milioni di risultati che certo non possono essere controllati uno per uno. E dunque entra in gioco nel processo creativo un elemento esterno alla volontà dell'autore e solo in parte sovrapponibile alla disponibilità di una risorsa cartacea o alla fattibilità di una ricerca sul campo. Questo elemento esterno è l'algoritmo che genera il ranking dei risultati, cioè l'ordinamento con cui compaiono i risultati su Google, che inevitabilmente condiziona la progettazione. Quest'ultimo obbedisce a delle regole che non sono segrete, ma sono in larga parte ignote a chi scrive o chi fa una ricerca, e dunque ci trova di fronte a una gerarchia di cui non si conoscono le ragioni. A fronte di queste premesse, diciamo che credo ci siano delle conseguenze ben visibili nell'archivio digitale. Il primo è la costruzione di file compositi che mescolano testualità diverse e provenienti da ambienti diversissimi. Faccio per chiarezza un esempio concreto. Laura Pugno si trova a dover immaginare la religione del suo mondo post-apocalittico di Sirene e immagina, anzi ricerca alcune divinità, e in particolare cerca alcuni testi su Iemanjá, signora degli oceani, festeggiata a Bahia, in Brasile, il 2 febbraio, e poi cerca notizie su Sedna, che è una dea del mare della popolazione Inuit, quindi appunto 2 divinità marine. Queste informazioni sono reperite in serie disparate. Uno è un blog ancora attivo sul candomblé, una religione sincretica africana e brasiliana. Poi c'è invece un articolo scientifico dell'astronomo Paolo Colonna sul pianeta Sedna. E infine un notiziario del circolo degli astrofili Talmasson. E da ultimo c'è anche, chiedo scusa, un sito con la pisci.it, ora non più attivo, dedicato alle metamorfosi fra uomo e pesce. Quindi, come si vede, le sedi diversissime delle fonti più o meno affidabili. Ecco, da queste pagine internet, cosa fa Laura Pugno? Copia ampie porzioni testuali e li incolla in un unico documento Word, che prende il nome Materiali Sirene 3. Sono proprio in progressione, Materiali Sirene 1, 2, 3 e così via. Questo Materiali Sirene 3 è tutto dedicato a queste divinità. Tra l'altro soltanto la prima, Iemanjá, entra nel romanzo, l'altra invece viene persa. Ora, questo materiale, organizzato su base tematica, infrange la piena sovrapponibilità terminologica fra cartella di computer e cartella fisica di cui avevo parlato all'inizio. È infatti il file, e non la cartella, appunto, a fare da contenitore alle diverse testualità. Una seconda conseguenza, molto intuitiva, è che fra le ricerche sopravvivono tipologie che difficilmente rimangono attestate negli archivi cartacei. L'esempio lampante è l'unico file audio conservato, che è una registrazione del verso del dugongo, l'animale su cui è modellato il maschio della sirena del romanzo, che sembra essersi fissato indelebilmente come suono nella memoria dell'autrice che lo chiama in causa in varie occasioni nel testo. La terza e ultima conseguenza, che mi sembra più rilevante, è la permeabilità fra queste ricerche in digitale e invece le ricerche che avvengono nel mondo fisico. Sarebbe infatti del tutto ingenuo pensare che a una scrittura born digital corrisponda una fase di investigazione condotta interamente online o al computer. E del resto l'autrice stessa ha identificare alcune fonti fisiche nella nota che accompagna l'edizione di Sirene del 2007, ad esempio un catalogo di una mostra tenutasi al Mori Art Museum di Tokyo, oppure alcuni fumetti, alcuni studi scientifici sul gusto umami e così via. Ci sono però alcuni casi di contaminazione fra materiale e immateriale. Talvolta, e sono i casi più semplici, ci si trova di fronte a testualità che convivono nei due mondi. Ad esempio il caso degli articoli di giornale che possono essere consultati sia in digitale sia nella copia cartacea. Oppure si può passare dal digitale all'analogico e viceversa. Mi spiego meglio. Centrali nella genesi del romanzo sono alcuni fumetti giapponesi che l'autrice ricorda nella nota al testo del 2007. Si tratta in particolare delle opere di Rumiko Takahashi, da cui ad esempio proviene l'idea del cibarsi di carne di sirena. Ecco, alcuni riassunti e pubblicità di questi manga si trovano su blog di settore e sono copiati e incollati da Laura Pugno all'interno di un file doc che rientra fra le ricerche preparatorie. Quindi noi non sappiamo se abbia trovato online queste indicazioni e da lì sia passata al fumetto fisico, oppure se abbia seguito la strada inversa. Insomma, la rete è senz'altro ormai uno spazio della genesi testuale, ma è uno spazio che si aggiunge e si interseca a quelli già esistenti senza appunto sostituirli. Venendo invece alla fase progettuale, devo dire che intervistata su questa fase di progettazione, l'autrice ha ricordato di aver scritto su un foglietto, come accennavo prima, una scheda molto snella di sirene, contenente solo i principali snodi narrativi. Come spesso accade poi, la trama si è modificata durante la scrittura, distanziandosi dalle idee originarie, assumendo una certa autonomia. Nell'archivio, però, al di là di queste dichiarazioni, si trova un altro documento che in realtà è decisivo per testimoniare la fase progettuale. È un file doc, di cui qui vi ho appunto fatto uno screenshot, una riproduzione, che si intitola Schema Sirene e la cui ultima modifica coincide con la fine del primo oggetto, quindi proprio mentre scriveva la prima redazione. 12 aprile 2005, ricordo. Si tratta in realtà di un articolato piano dell'opera che segue un modello in uso per la scrittura per lo schermo. È in particolare la struttura in 3 atti descritta da Sid Field in Screenplay, The Foundation of Screenwriting. Insomma, veniamo a sapere che Pugno ha messo a frutto la sua esperienza di sceneggiatrice e ha adoperato per il piano dell'opera proprio la terminologia della narratologia anglosassone. Il primo atto, dunque, lo vedete, è il setup, in cui si mettono a fuoco i personaggi principali. La trama procede poi fino al plot point 1, che altro non è che il primo evento drammatico. Segue poi il secondo atto, la confrontation, in cui si racconta il tentativo del protagonista di risolvere il problema, e da ultimo nel terzo atto c'è la resolution, cioè lo scioglimento drammatico che segue un percorso climatico. Nel progetto, e forse lo vedete, ci sono anche le indicazioni del numero delle battute previste e del numero di pagine. E questo è interessante perché rispecchiano perfettamente le proporzioni indicate da Field, che prevedeva appunto un secondo atto lungo esattamente il doppio del primo. Quindi se il primo è di 40.000 battute, il secondo sarà di 80.000. Vedete che la proporzione è perfettamente rispettata. Ora, la trama immaginata collima nei suoi snodi principali con quella definitiva, ma ci sono alcune differenze significative anche con la versione first draw. In particolare, i personaggi non hanno un nome, sono assenti tutte le figure secondarie, il protagonista perde per il cancro nero la moglie anziché la fidanzata, quindi c'è proprio un cambio di uno dei personaggi principali, e soprattutto il nome della moglie o fidanzata non viene espresso, cioè la figura femminile del romanzo non viene mai esplicitata. In più il finale cambia del tutto. Con ogni probabilità, quindi, questa scaletta è o precedente al primo oggetto, oppure è stata tenuta aperta durante la scrittura con un passaggio della progettazione al corpo del testo e viceversa, mano a mano che Sirene prendeva forma. Al netto delle differenze si capisce già una, diciamo, caratteristica importante di questo testo, cioè come l'autrice abbia lavorato per addizione, progettando prima le architravi dell'edificio narrativo, ovvero le azioni e i movimenti del protagonista, il guardiano appunto della vasca e le sirene, e come poi abbia arricchito la costruzione con le figure che orbitano loro attorno e con i dettagli sull'ambientazione. Ecco, questa ipotesi che possiamo fare sulla base di questo documento è pienamente confermata dall'esame delle redazioni. Veniamo dunque a quanto segue la prima stesura dell'aprile 2005, e cioè la cartella versioni varie, che contiene altre 11 redazioni, l'ultima delle quali è stata modificata il 1° dicembre, 8 mesi dopo il primo getto. Ora, le stesure sono tante, non sono 17 stesure di Riportando tutto a casa di Nicola Gioia di cui si diceva ieri, ma diciamo che di fronte a questa abbondanza documentaria diventa molto utile la pratica dell'instant reading, che consente di ricavare da un testo o da un corpus di testi una messa di dati che può orientare la ricerca e che nei casi più fortunati può far emergere informazioni nuove e generare nuova conoscenza. In ambito italiano c'è un esempio recente, molto importante, che è quello condotto da Rachele Sprugnoli, che ha analizzato in un ambiente digitale, Voyant, che poi dimostrerò, un corpus costituito da Fermolucia, Ventisettana e Quarantana, suonando ad esempio la distribuzione dei personaggi all'interno delle diverse redazioni, delle diverse opere, e appunto le occorrenze di un tema specifico all'interno dei capitoli. Ora, questa visione d'insieme credo sia particolarmente importante perché in un ambiente digitale basta una rapida combinazione di tasti, no? Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V, per duplicare le stesure, che quindi rischiano di moltiplicarsi, magari assomigliandosi molto e differendo per pochi dettagli. Questa proliferazione ci viene confermata da una ricognizione generale dell'archivio digitale di Pugno. Si susseguono almeno 8 versioni numerate di Sleepwalking, 12 di Sirene e addirittura 19 per Antartide. In più, nei testi battuti sulla tastiera di un computer è facile prelevare e ridislocare i capitoli, oppure segmenti estesi di testo, oppure gruppi di frasi. Detto altrimenti, non dovendo ricopiare e ribattere, per l'autore è più facile alterare la struttura del testo, sperimentando architetture diverse. Ecco, queste divergenze strutturali si vedono molto limpidamente con i software per la collazione automatica. A titolo di esempio, vi porto alcuni esempi fatti con CollateX, Lì, vedete qui. Ad esempio, questo è un estratto dal 7° capitolo, un confronto fra 6 redazioni, le 6 principali redazioni di Sirene. Ora, le parti azzurre, come vedete, sono quelle che restano uguali fra le nostre 6 stesure. Le parti in rosso sono appunto quelle che variano. Come si vede, quando ci si trova di fronte a redazioni piuttosto simili, è uno strumento estremamente utile per vedere dove avvengono le varianti fondamentali, dove si cambia qualcosa all'interno del testo. Insomma, la rappresentazione in questi casi è pienamente leggibile. Quando però ci sono delle alterazioni sostanziose della disposizione, la collazione non funziona oppure diventa, diciamo, indice di qualcos'altro. E questo è uno dei casi, ad esempio, in un altro capitolo, in cui c'è invece una ridistribuzione dei segmenti narrativi, di segmenti narrativi ampi, ecco che la collazione non funziona bene come nel caso precedente ed è sicuramente meno limpida e meno trasparente. Non riusciamo a identificare le varianti. E quindi in questi casi è necessario passare a una lettura ravvicinata per individuare quelle che sono le porzioni confrontabili. Ora, in questi casi soprattutto, credo sia produttiva l'analisi a distanza perché la collezione di file nativi digitali consente di costruire un corpus fatto interamente di stesure preparatorie e si possono così misurare i cambiamenti che intercorrono fra le diverse relazioni. Nel caso di Sirene, oltre al first draft, ho considerato 5 file, per le 12 stesure, che sono nominati con un'indicazione numerica della stesura. Per intenderci, Sirene seconda stesura, Sirene terza stesura e così via. Come accennavo, le versioni conservate sono di più, ma queste mi sembrano, proprio in virtù di questa denominazione autoriale, quelle che fissano le tappe intermedie. Cominciamo dunque un'analisi a distanza partendo da dei dati meramente quantitativi. Due grafici di un certo interesse riguardano il numero complessivo di parole e la lunghezza delle frasi. Ora, per quanto concerne il primo dato, nella figura 4, vediamo che Pugno lavora di incremento fino alla terza stesura, salvo poi limare e diminuire leggermente il numero complessivo di parole. Spicca soprattutto l'aumento significativo, di circa 15.000 parole, tra la seconda e la terza redazione. Anche la lunghezza delle frasi, nella figura 5, cresce abbastanza significativamente in corrispondenza alla terza redazione, mantenendosi poi pressoché stabile. La variazione non è tale da alterare quella che Luigi Matta ha definito una sintassi martellante in cui le frasi sono semplicemente giustapposte, ma credo sia un segno di una rifinitura delle frasi o almeno di un loro aggiornamento costante. Ancora più significativa però, questa sta fatta proprio con Voyant, è l'analisi delle occorrenze dei nomi dei personaggi. Ora, qui vi mostro un grafico con le occorrenze dei nomi dei due personaggi principali, che sono appunto Samuel, il protagonista, e Sadako, la sua fidanzata scomparsa ma più volte rievocata nella narrazione. Ecco, ci accorgiamo di come nella prima stesura, il first draft, abbiano lo stesso spazio. Solo dopo la forbice si allarga, aprendo alle ipotesi che le espansioni della terza versione premino il personaggio maschile e il protagonista. Vediamo poi se questo dato è confermato dai personaggi secondari e qui in realtà ci accorgiamo di come questi siano già attestati nelle prime redazioni e poi restino sostanzialmente stabili nel percorso ideativo, segno che il loro ruolo era già ben definito fin dal primo getto. Una sorpresa però ci viene dai personaggi terziari, le comparse, in particolare Ivy e Francisco, perché entrambi fanno la loro comparsa, qui si vede molto bene, proprio nella terza stesura, nella terza versione. Tutto insomma sembra puntare verso questo elemento, verso questa relazione che è posta quasi al centro del progetto compositivo. La lettura a distanza ci permette insomma di ipotizzare, di individuare uno snodo principale, ma lo dico subito, non può sostituire il close reading, per dire la lettura in contrattempo, una collazione delle diverse relazioni. Basta un solo esempio per mostrare quanto i fraintendimenti siano sempre dietro l'angolo. Nel primo getto, nel first draft, Pugno non utilizza mai il nome completo Samuel, ma la forma raccorciata Samu. Soltanto una lettura di questo primo oggetto ha permesso di ricavare il dato corretto e di correggere la query in modo da ottenere il dato che avete visto. Altrimenti avremmo ottenuto dei dati assolutamente non affidabili, cosa che sarebbe avvenuta anche semplicemente con un cambio di nome. In ogni caso, la colazione ravvicinata fra first draft e terza stesura conferma la crucialità di quest'ultimo documento. Che si tratti di una stesura pensata lo si capisce anche da alcune operazioni condotte direttamente dall'autrice sulla terza versione, lo vedete qui nella figura 9, che segnala in corsivo, lo vedete qui in un paragrafo, oppure in blu, ecco qui ne vedete un altro esempio, le espansioni rispetto alle redazioni precedenti. Sembra quasi un caso di quella neografia di cui parlava ieri Giuseppe Antonelli. Inoltre il materiale narrativo è dislocato diversamente, specialmente nei primi 12 capitoli dei 21 che compongono l'opera. Alcuni si sdoppiano, proprio in virtù delle tante aggiunte, altri invece sono inseriti ex novo. Più della quantità di queste aggiunte, però, conta la qualità delle parti di testo inserite. La maggior parte, infatti, sono dei flashback che raccontano dei fatti passati, occorsi per lo più al protagonista, Samuel, e che sono fondamentali o per la lumeggiatura caratteriale del personaggio, oppure per la descrizione del mondo post-apocalittico di Sirene. Insomma, sembra quasi che proprio come in un film, una volta stabilita la trama, per meglio focalizzare i personaggi e l'ambiente, Pugno abbia inserito dei flashback o delle digressioni che appunto illuminano meglio ciò che sta attorno. Si conferma, insomma, quella struttura cinematografica che avevamo visto con la scaletta progettuale. Solo un accenno, anche per questioni di tempo, ai passaggi successivi. Dalla terza stesura alla quinta, l'assetto dei capitoli varia solo leggermente, e soltanto quelli dal 6 al 12, quindi soltanto la parte centrale viene sommossa, c'è un piccolo sommovimento con passaggi di episodi da un capitolo all'altro. In ogni caso possiamo dire che quello condotto dall'autrice tra la quarta e la sesta redazione, per ottobre e dicembre, è sostanzialmente un processo di manutenzione e rifinitura. Possiamo poi dire che, tirando le fila al discorso, l'esame di questi materiali genetici digitali, oltre al recupero di alcune fonti inedite, ha permesso di far emergere una sorta di filigrana cinematografica del racconto. Questo indizio, che si può ricavare dall'esame del piano dell'opera, ha consentito di delineare, dopo la lettura a distanza e la collazione dei testimoni, un dettaglio che credo di rilievo sulla stesura del romanzo, che appunto segue una scrittura per la scena. Fissati fin da subito i fatti principali, il Pugno allarga la sua narrazione con flashback che, proprio come avviene nelle tante narrazioni per il cinema o la televisione, chiariscono il passato dei personaggi, scolpiscono con più precisione le loro relazioni e danno qualche pennellata in più sul mondo autre in cui è ambientato il romanzo. Infine, uscendo dal caso specifico, credo che le conclusioni del discorso possano essere tre. La prima, ormai ben nota, ne abbiamo parlato più volte, ma credo sia un punto di partenza imprescindibile. Un archivio digitale offre spesso, o almeno può offrire, una maggiore quantità di documenti e anche senza tener conto di tutto quello che si può ricavare tramite le pratiche forensi, ci mette di fronte ad alcuni problemi di ordine, diciamo, etico, perché molto spesso chi dona, gli autori, non sono consapevoli di quanto è stato donato e di quanto si può ricavare dai materiali che sono stati conferiti. In secondo luogo, gli archivi digitali non possono essere considerati, almeno a questa altezza cronologica, come nuclei a sé stanti, indipendenti, esaustivi. Al contrario, come spero si sia visto esaminando i meccanismi della fase di ricerca, in molti casi l'immateriale convive e dialoga con il materiale. Le ricerche per parole chiave di Google possono, molto banalmente, indirizzare al di fuori del dominio della rete verso luoghi fisici e oggetti che noi diremmo tradizionali, dai giornali a stampa ai fumetti. È insomma una natura ibrida di cui bisogna tenere conto. Infine, di fronte a quantità elevate di dati, questa è una prospettiva, credo diverranno sempre più utili, forse necessari, degli strumenti che consentano, pur con tutte le cautele del caso, di orientare consapevolmente la ricerca, di puntare l'attenzione su materiali significativi e snodi, appunto, tematici da approfondire. Non si può però, credo almeno allo stato attuale, fare a meno della pratica del close reading, cioè dell'attento vaglio dei testi. E io qui mi fermo e vi ringrazio.
Grazie davvero, grazie Milone. Il tempo è quello della chiusura, direi, anche se le moltissime cose che entrambi gli interventi di questa seconda fase pongono, diciamo, ma lo facciamo esattamente dopo, lo possiamo fare dopo, ma grazie molte perché al di là della valutazione estetica, diciamo così, di qualità di Laura Pugno, ma non è questa in discussione, Milone secondo me ci ha fatto vedere un esempio di metodo davvero notevolissimo e anche, direi, sia nell'intervento su Derrida sia nel tuo, la capacità di cogliere ciò che bisogna guardare, perché la massa è enorme, lo stiamo vedendo, ma l'attività critica interpretativa è capacità di scegliere gli elementi su cui ragionare. E devo dire, entrambi gli interventi hanno fatto vedere benissimo questa cosa. Grazie a chi è intervenuto e grazie a voi che avete sopportato al freddo. Possiamo chiudere. Ci sono informazioni tecniche da dare? Ma non le so io, quindi dovete dirle lei.
Okay, so we're heading to our lunch break at Bigoni Bistro. So we'll see you later.
Calmo, dai. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's begin our third section of our Congress, Filologia d'autore e testi nativi digitali. This afternoon we will have Lanik Becchius and Emanuela Carbet. Let's begin with something related to authorial philology, and beginning with a reflection on one aspect that characterizes digital native text is that they can be mechanically analyzed and offer valuable information on their genesis without having to be transmedialized, as it is normally the case with the manuscripts that have to be converted to digital format. But the variant analysis of these texts proceeds differently because the environment in which they are produced and the so-called, just to quote Armando Petrucci, really interesting definition, the writing relationship, such as the relationship between an author of his and her text, is really different. But the question is it really different? And does it depend on, we should say, nature? Or does it depend on culture or the environments of the author? It is affected by exogenetic elements or endogenetic. So the next two speeches will try to answer these stimulating questions, which deal with the cases of genetic criticism and, on the other side, authorial philology. Since eventually now we have understood that they come from the same cultural environment. And so on the one hand, it will be compared text produced directly on computer and whose variants can be analyzed automatically, and it will be the speech of Becchius. And on the other hand, text produced in the hybrid analogic and digital time on different types of digital media and their normalization for computer analysis. And this will be the speech of Emanuela Carbet. Let's begin with Lanik Becchius with a short introduction. Lanik Becchius is the University of Antwerp's coordinator of Claraya Open Humanities Service Infrastructure Projects. In 2023, she obtained her PhD at the University of Amsterdam and the University of Antwerp on the thesis Behind the Computer Screens, the use of keystroke logging from genetic criticism applied to born digital works of literature, for which she also worked at the Huygens Institute, and her research focuses on genetic criticism, born digital literary archives, and keystroke logging. She also teaches in the Master Digital Text Analysis and is the coordinator of platform DH. Thank you very much, Lanik, to be here, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I start, I would really like to thank the organizers for inviting me to present at this wonderful conference and for organizing it in the first place. I've already learned a lot, and I think it's wonderful to see the archival perspective and also the researcher perspective. So let's start. The digital environment in which present-day literature is composed, as we all know very well, significantly changes the materiality of the traces of literary writing processes. How then can we reconstruct and analyze how these born digital literary works were written? And in other words, how can we reconstruct the genesis of these born digital texts? In this talk, I will reflect on my own research experience in applying genetic criticism to born digital literary heritage, and then specifically in Flanders, Belgium. Over the 5 past years or so, I've been in the fortunate position of being able to study various digital genetic dossiers, each consisting of a different digital materiality. Yes, okay. I'm currently studying the contents of Herman de Koning's floppy disk in the collection of the Letterenhuis, the Literary Heritage Institution of Flanders, Belgium, as a research scenario for the Claria Flanders project. And I've studied the Word documents provided by the Belgian author Bart Mouillard, because together with my colleague Olga Belobrodova, I have developed an assignment for master's students in the Writers at Work course at the University of Antwerp. And the students have to reconstruct the digital genesis of his work. But of course, before I could hand over the assignment, I needed to do the research myself. And most prominently, as part of my doctoral research, I've been involved in exploring the possibilities keystroke logging offers for reconstructing the writing process at a very fine-grained level. So in this talk, I would like to give some examples of the types of analyses I have been able to make of these different genetic dossiers. So let us start with the oldest born digital material in these three cases, namely the floppy disk of the prominent Belgian poet, essayist, journalist, and publisher Herman de Koning. The floppy disk of Herman de Koning holds a very special place in the Letterenhuis collection, as they were the first born digital archival material acquired by the institution. In 1998, the Letterenhuis received a donation of de Koning's literary archive, consisting of manuscripts and typescripts, correspondence, diaries and notebooks, photographs, and 218 floppy disks. De Koning's paper archive has now been fully described, but the content of the digital files is still largely unknown. As born digital materials become increasingly present within literary archives, one of the basic questions a scholarly editor must consider has to do with the relationship between the digital documents, analog manuscripts, and printouts contained within a single genetic dossier. So let's see whether the born digital materials represent a unique state of de Koning's text. In total, the floppies contain over 600 files. And from what I've been able to deduce from these files so far, because this is still ongoing research, is that a large part of the documents are essays, mostly about poetry and literature in general. For example, some of the files on the disk are related to the following collections of essays: the floptekstlezer from 1992, Intimiteit onder de Melkweg from 1994, and De Vliegende Keeper from 1995. Herman de Koning also wrote most of these essays for the newspaper De Morgen. For the purpose of this presentation, I will briefly discuss some of my initial findings about what the files on the floppy disk can reveal about the publication of the collection of essays, De Vliegende Keeper. This published book contains 30 essays on poetry, and in the preface, de Koning justifies the republication of these essays by referring to his love for quoting poetry. And he says if he wants to share the poetry that he likes with the world, he has to write about it. So for as far we can believe this, the republication of the essays is just another way for de Koning to share his love of poetry. But what else can we learn about the genesis of this publication, beyond the reflections on this collection of essays that we can read in the preface? What can the files on the disk tell us about the publication of this collection? Did the essays have to be rewritten in order to be republished, or could they simply be published as they were? The first clue can be found on this floppy disk. On this disk, we find a file called Keeper. This file contains a list of the possible contents of the collection. Of the 56 file names listed for the publication, I was able to find 50 on the floppy disks. I was then able to compare the contents of these files with the content of De Vliegende Keeper to check whether these essays actually made it into print. Since only 30 essays are published in De Vliegende Keeper, there are certainly essays that did not make the cut. Of the 30 essays that were finally published, 5 were not included in this pre-selection. I haven't had the chance to analyze all these files in detail to see whether I can deduce any reasons for this selection. However, de Koning also states in the book's preface that the reader should not expect a complete overview of recent Dutch poetry, and that what is lacking in the collection is systematics, completeness, a doctrine. So it could well be that his selection was a purely personal one, for which we cannot deduce any specific reason. So for a lack of a system, let's just start at the beginning with the first part of the collection of essays. This first part is called Dagboek, diary, and consists of 8 essays and a poem. In the list of essays to be included, de Koning noted that the idea of perhaps rewriting the essays as if they were part of a real diary, and not as if they were separate pieces of writing. So let's see what happened to this initial plan. First, let's see if the disks contain files related to the essays, and if these files are also listed in the original plan. The first essay, Poëzie en Striptease, begins with a description of the so-called Night of Desire in Leeuwarden, in the Netherlands, a literary event about poetry and eroticism. This is probably the file called Leeuwarden in the list. Unfortunately, the file is not to be found on any of the floppy disks. The same goes for the second essay, over IKEA hangmatten, in which de Koning talks about his recently purchased IKEA suspension filing cabinet and how this system has helped him to rediscover all kinds of poetry. No file containing this essay was found on the diskettes. However, there is a letter by de Koning in which he talks about the same cabinet and how good it felt to be organized again. So the IKEA cabinet left its mark on de Koning's writing. The 8th essay, De mystiek van het onbelangrijke, was originally planned to be included in the diary section, and one file can be found on the floppies with this essay. The 3rd essay, Enkele rechtzettingen, and the 5th essay, De kostprijs van een streeling, were mentioned in the original list, but not for this specific diary section. There are 2 versions of this essay on the disc. The 4th essay, 2 gedichten, the 6th essay, Pleidooi voor de achterkant, and the 9th essay, Poëzie en toeval, did not appear in the original list, but the floppy disk contain either 1 or 2 files of this particular essay. And then there's also a poem included, which was also not originally planned. And this poem appears on the floppy in the same file as the essay Pleidooi voor de achterkant. So this already enables us to draw the preliminary conclusion that de Koning quite deviated from his initial plan and included different essays into this section. However, the essays that were included do have that personal touch and may therefore fit into the diary section. So let's now dive a bit deeper into the differences between the files on the floppy disk and the way they were published in the collection of essays, De Vliegende Keeper. The versions of the essay Enkele rechtzettingen do indeed show some minor differences. Some of them were just minor corrections, for example, the capitalization of some words. Yet the complete first paragraph of this essay has also been deleted. This paragraph needed to be removed from the essay since it specifically refers to the columns in De Morgen. In the paragraph, he tells the reader that he wants to stop with the column for a while, since he has some travel plans for the fall of that year. Since this paragraph is so much related to its original publication format in the newspaper, it seems a rather logical decision to delete it for the publication in the collection of essays. Another difference between the 2 versions is that the paragraph on the Dutch poet Martin Veldman has been rewritten in the past tense. Martin Veldkamp died on 11 June 1995, between the publication of the essay in De Morgen and the publication of the collection of essays. This change has also led to a change in the rumor about Veldman that the Koning mentioned. In the version found on the floppy disk, Veldman would pay for the printing of his poems himself. But in the version published in the book, that version mentions that Veldman would buy a large part of his poetry, of his own poetry. Why this change was made, I don't know. The other essays also show minor revisions, mostly related to the change of medium, from the newspaper to the book. Sentences have been added or deleted. Some sentences have been made more clear. But despite these changes, the Koning did not stick to his idea of rewriting the essays to make them more diary-like. So this is only a preliminary analysis of Herman de Koning's files, and I hope to be able to compare the digital files with the analog part of his archive in the near future. And I also want to compare the versions with the way they were published in the newspaper. We also need to see if the disk images can reveal any more information. But all in all, although these disks allow us to trace some changes, it seems to be a difficult task to reconstruct the writing process based on these files. But perhaps we should remember this phrase: wie het kleine niet eert, is het grote niet weert, which means who does not honor the small things is not worthy of the great things. But as you can see, the Koning deleted this sentence, so let's move on to Bart Moejaert's documents, which reveal a bit more for text genetic analysis. The Belgian author Bart Moejaert provided us with a USB stick with the digital files of his Haydn trilogy, a project with the Nederlands Blazers Ensemble. The trilogy consists of de schepping, creation, het paradijs, paradise, and de hemel, heaven. The texts by Moejaert were both performed as a family concert and published as children's books. In 2020, the stories were collected in Het hele leven and marketed for adults. The files of the trilogy were arranged by the author per title. The files for de schepping confront us with the limits of self-archive material for genetic criticism. The folder contains only one Word document with a version of the text and one Word document with 2 revisions that have to be made. These revisions were already implemented in the document, but the document with the revisions also mentions the previous variant of the sentences. For the hemel, on the other hand, the material is abundant. The folder lists over 50 documents, revealing not only the long history of this story, but also showing how the writing process of different works were intertwined. The folder of Het Paradijs contains 26 files, which will be the focus of this brief analysis. Of these, 24 files hold versions of the text at different stages of composition. Most of these documents were saved using the Save As function in Microsoft Word. As a result, Moejaert's files have only 2 different creation dates. The last modified dates do differ, and they provide an indication of the chronological order of the files. The first file was created on 20 February 2009 and last modified on 23 June 2009, and the last file was created on 20 February of 2010 and last modified on 27 April 2010. Het Paradise narrates about Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. In an interview with Karen Gonen-Woods, Moejaert stated that during writing, he was aware of the potential danger that he would just be writing the story of creation all over again. For as long he has the sense that he was repeating a trick, he would never be able to finish the story, he said. Therefore, he looked for other perspectives. First, he considered approaching the topic from the perspective of God, but that idea did not work either. He stated that it did not generate the slightest tension. Man, woman, apple, snake. It is this search for another perspective and interpretation of the creation story that emerges from the digital files. Muyard started writing from the perspective of a male first-person narrator, but then decided to approach the story from the perspective of God, also as a first-person narrator. This search for the right vocalization already transpires in the file names, 10 of which indicate that the story is being told from God's perspective. As soon as the story was written from this perspective, the apple and the snake entered the stage as well. One of the documents mentions the tree of knowledge for the first time. He states, "And over there is the tree I told you about before you left. Do you remember which tree it was?" And an allusion is also made to the presence of the snake. The head looked nearly the same as the tail. The future slipped almost silently between the man's legs. In the next document, dated for March, these allusions to the tree and the snake are made more explicit. God now clearly states that the man and the women are not allowed to eat from this particular tree, and God recognizes the snake, of which he had made only one. The paragraph about the snake is modified and expanded in the next document. The following insertions that Muyard made in this document foretell the evil that comes along with the snake. The camellia that had smelled so sweet only a minute ago suddenly reeked of dredge, and anyway, the man was hissed off. The air cracked gently, and I dimmed the light. The following document mentions that the woman talks to a few animals, most of which did not reply. This version also refers to an apple. The woman suggests giving the name apple green to a particular shade of green, and then she asks whether he is in the mood for apple pie or perhaps prefers a change. He wants change, she wants apple pie. What this version does not clarify, however, is whether the woman thinks of apples and apple pie because of her conversation with one of the animals. That is what becomes clear in the next document. The man finds the woman with the snake on her lap, and after her conversation with the snake, she is hungry. All these adjustments fit in with Muyard's search for the right perspective. As long as he kept writing from God's perspective, the story remained focused on a man, a woman, an apple, and a snake. But then, in the file created only the day after, the perspective suddenly changes again. The story is no longer narrated by God, but by a male first-person narrator. As soon as God was no longer present, Muyard seems to have felt free to discard the tree and the snake. He could write his own book of Genesis. Only the apple pie remained. So the files given by Muyard indicate that the amount of information one can find in the digital drafts is tied to and largely determined by the author's working method and their habits of saving the files. In case the author saved intermediate draft stages, which Muyard did, a digital writing process can leave sufficient traces to enable genetic analysis. Yet, this is only mostly allows for inter-document variation between the saved Word documents. We see no immediate revisions, no sudden change of minds, no moments on which new ideas were introduced, nor how these ideas finally crystallize during the writing process. So if we want to examine the exact order of intra-document text production, we need different methods, such as digital forensic methods, which I will try in a later stage, or different data. In the project Track Changes, Textual Scholarship and the Challenge of Digital Literary Writing, we investigated whether the use of a keystroke logging software can fill such gaps. For this, we used the keystroke logging software InputLog, which is developed at the University of Antwerp. When the program is activated by the author, Every keystroke and mouse movement will be saved in combination with a timestamp. Revisions and switches also from one window to another, for example, if the author consulted sources, are logged as well. And input log also automatically saves the document as it is at the beginning of the writing session, as well as at the end of the writing session, therefore providing stages of the text, which gradually show the text development. To illustrate the detailedness of keystroke logging, here is an example of the so-called general analysis of the input log data, the most fine-grained level of output. It is a linear, event-based vertical representation of the text production. Every row represents one log event, such as a keystroke or a mouse movement, and then in combination with the position in the text and a timestamp. So if writers can record their writing processes with a keystroke logging software, this would provide a wealth of possibilities for genetic criticism. But the question, of course, is, do writers want to log their writing processes? Luckily, they do. My colleague Floor Buschenhenke managed to convince 11 Dutch and Flemish authors to log the writing process of a short story. But by far, the most material collected with input log was from the writing process of the Flemish author Guy Bogaert, who logged the writing process of a complete novel for over 2.5 years. When examining all this keystroke data, we can examine the writing process at an unprecedented level of granularity, including nonlinear behavior and the sequentiality of text production and revision. The fine-grained data of keystroke logging therefore allows for a new type of nanogenetic research. When investigating keystroke logging, the term nanogenesis can accompany the already existing terms macrogenesis and microgenesis, because the keystroke data allows us to really focus on the sequentiality of writing, which is, to such extent, not possible with analog drafts and manuscripts. Central to the nanogenesis is the author's movement through the text, which can be deduced from the order in which the text was typed, the way in which letters and words were deleted, sentences that are abandoned mid-sentence but finished at a later stage, and the exact sequence of the production of new text and revisions. By focusing on the nanogenesis, the movement of writing is highlighted in an unprecedented way. In this final part, I want to illustrate how genetic criticism may be enriched by keystroke log data, as this allows for the temporal dimension to be included in the analysis. I will show how and when details of aspects of the narrative text are integrated into the text, and also how they change during the writing process. As such, I hope to show how the nanogenesis may provide clues for analyzing and perhaps even understanding the choices made regarding to the aspects of the text. And for this purpose, I will limit my analysis to the dynamics in the construction of the setting in the story Mondini, written by the Belgian author David Troch, who is a poet and short story author and teaches creative writing. The story Mondini is set in a post-apocalyptic future. A man fled from the drought and heat caused by climate change and lost his partner and daughter on the way. He now tries to survive on his own in a small apartment in a mountain village called Mondini. The narrator describes his daily whereabouts and how he tries to maintain his sanity. The setting plays an important role in the story. In Mondini, the setting has changed so considerably due to climate change that it also changed people's worldview and the way they interact with each other in the fictive present. Parts of the backstory give insights in how the ever-increasing heat changed human behavior. The reconstruction of the writing process then allows us to follow how Troch developed the setting and implemented the change in human behavior, and eventually used this to describe what happened to the narrator's partner and his daughter. So let us now examine how Troch gradually developed his setting and the decisions he made during the writing process regarding this setting. In the first session, in which Troch starts approximately 700-word-long opening sentence. In this version, the narrator is already hiding out in a desolate mountain village. But Troch does not yet provide any information about the exact reason for why he is hiding. The world the narrator inhabits still has running water and electricity, and although he tries to avoid people, when he does meet others, they are rather friendly, too friendly for his liking, as the narrator explains. But when you do meet someone, they almost always want to stop you for a chat, and the chats don't exactly cheer me up, because they don't go into depth, no questions are asked, people don't dare to denounce the current situation, although it would be better if they do that from time to time. In this world, people still want to talk to each other, preferably on light-hearted topics. The reference to the current situation, however, seems to imply that there is something going on in the world, but this has not yet affected people's behavior and worldview, apart from perhaps that of the narrator, who acts as if he is the last human being on this god-forsaken planet. The world already changes a bit in the fourth session, which took place only a couple hours later. Whereas in the previous version it was only very unlikely that it would snow again, skiing is now really something from the distant past. Also, all appliances that run on electricity have lost their practical use. As the narrator puts it, we have been thrown back to the Stone Age, whatever is left of we. In this version of the text, people no longer form a community. They are all on their own. People no longer talk to each other, they just look at each other cautiously from a distance before finally running away. This implies that people now fear each other. In this session version, Troch is already describing a tiny shift in worldview, one that affects human-to-human interaction. In this session, Troch also wrote a conceptual note at the end of the text, suggesting that the story is set in a world in which there seems no life left. It also raises the question of how the narrator got there and why and what he is telling about the past, as he wrote, "A man alone in an apartment above an empty shop in a deserted mountain village called Mondini," which could be Italian. He looks out in fear. There is no more life, it seems. How did he end up there? What does he say about the past? So first of all, this can be interpreted as two questions that Troch really wants to explore in the story. But secondly, they can also be interpreted as questions that Troch is asking himself. He needs to think about these questions before he can elaborate on the story at all. This note also indicates that Troch has not yet fully conceived the dystopian setting of his story. In session 5, Troch implements the descriptions of the fictive world that make increasingly clear that the narrator lives in a world that is different from the one we know. There's no electricity nor running water, and the water in the nearby lake is evaporating. It is stifling hot, even in January. In fact, it is so hot that his shoes would stick to the tarmac. So, if you want to survive, you really need to find a cool spot. In session 6, Troch writes a part of the backstory that briefly summarizes how the world changed due to climate change. At the end of this session, the paragraph reads as follows. At first, temperatures averages rose steadily, then exponentially. Green grass became scarce, not nutritious for cattle. Fewer and fewer places became habitable. People tried to find shelter elsewhere. People sought cooling. It was hard to find. Many died from exhaustion and dehydration. People were dropping like flies. People fought for drinking water, for a place in the shade, and so did I. So in this paragraph, we see that Troch mainly focused on the effect of the heat on the world, the resources, and how this affected the well-being of people. A couple of hours later, he elaborates this passage mainly by describing of how the behavior of people changed. With these revisions by extension, he includes a whole new level of consequences. Namely, he added that the people were killing each other, even eating each other to the bone. Later in the session, he expanded on the effects of climate change. People fought each other, the food chain stopped, and so did the economy. Stock markets crashed, there was looting, and none of it was pleasant. The narrator does not know why he survived. He does not know how many lives he has, but this may be his last. The narrator hid under bridges and in abandoned buildings. And he also killed when he could. And it is this last addition that the narrator had to kill that leads to an addition elsewhere in the text, that the narrator keeps hearing the death rattle of his partner. Because of this connection in time between the two revisions, and though in Troch's cognitive process perhaps, we can ask what the connection is between the narrator's having to kill and his partner's death. Something in this description must have triggered an idea for the death of Evelina, the partner. I will return to this a bit later. In this revision process of adding new texts, we can see Troch's interaction with the text produced so far. Because he had first described how the world changed, he could later add how this also affected human behavior. We could also understand these additions as a way for Troch to test how far he can go in his descriptions of a dystopian setting. In session 12, still on the same day, Troch namely moves this description of the world to a place near the end of the document. It is now no longer part of the text, but can later be consulted for alike descriptions. Now it is by means of the reference to the world in the fictive present that it becomes clear to what extent the world changed. These references are constantly elaborated and altered. They emphasize the opposition between the inside, the apartment, which is safe, and the outside, which is unsafe. The backstory is addressed again in session 23, as Troch inserts a passage that both describes how the consequences of climate change had an impact on the environment and the interaction between people, as well as how this led to the narrator's loss of his partner and daughter. In Mondini, people's behavior is geared towards self-protection, no matter what must be sacrificed for it. During the writing process of this paragraph, Troch shifts between whether it was this change in behavior, the violence, or the climate change itself that caused most of the deaths. Troch begins by having the narrator describe how there was little left of the North and South Pole when they tried to escape at first. Rising sea levels forced everyone in low-lying areas to pack their bags. This changed people's behavior. They became more violent towards each other. These sentence versions show how Troch keeps worsening the impact of climate change on human behavior. First, it just causes a shuffle. Then it causes a lynching. Next, he adds that the lynches led to the thinning of the population, which was made worse by the extreme temperatures. The inhumane temperatures caused the real genocide. In this state of the text, it is not man, but climate itself that causes most of the deaths. During this implementation of the backstory, Troch also starts to focus on Evelina and Lily, the partner and daughter of the first-person narrator, and also what happened to them. These session versions indicate that Troch started with the idea that the climate caused the death of Evelina and Lily. They managed to stay out of the hands of gangs, but the heat became fatal to them. They walked along the waterways, but the heat was really relentless. They too were victims of heat genocide. The insertion of om te drinken, which means to drink, leads to the insertion of new text that everyone wanted to drink. The revision that included the drinking of water in the sentence, though, prompted the idea to bring back the possibility of human involvement in the death of Evelina and Lily. At the end of the session, the paragraph does not yet provide a clear answer on Evelina and Lily's cause of death, although the large number of people moving along the waterways seems to have something to do with it. The writing actions of the following session make clear that Troch has not resolved this question either. First, he added that the narrator tried to quench their thirst. This shows that the climate, the heat and the drought, eventually became fatal to them. But Troch then immediately deletes this and elaborates that they screamed for mercy and that the narrator tried to defend them. As such, it is not likely that it was the heat, but rather the human action that killed them. In session 25, Troch expands the paragraph further, now going into the details of the fatal event. The narrator remembers that they were traveling with about 7 people, but that these people suddenly started pulling, pushing, and shouting. Before they knew it, the family had ended up in a fight. The narrator tried to defend them, but it was already too late. The others in the group had already grabbed Evelina and Lily. In the end, it was not the climate, but the way people behaved that ended the lives of Evelina and Lily. They did not die from the heat, but were killed by other people who were driven mad by the heat. So by means of the keystroke logging data, we could trace the development of the setting. First of all, we could see Troch's quest for how much the world changed. So the environment as well as the people's behavior due to climate change. And secondly, we could see his decision-making process, whether it was the heat or the change in behavior, the violence, that caused the narrator to survive alone. That said, the very last thing I want to address is what keystroke logging really meant for this analysis. First of all, we could see that many of Troch's decisions regarding the setting were made during multiple sessions on one day. If Troch would have saved the document only at the end of the day, if he would have intermediate versions at all, a lot of these changes would have not been visible anymore. Moreover, even if Troch had saved the document after each session, a lot of the really dynamics in the writing process of the cause of death of Evelina and Lily would have been lost. As many of the revisions were immediate revisions, we could see that Troch changed his ideas as he wrote along. It is even harder to imagine how Troch's working method of revising and adding sentences in between other sentences what then would still be visible of all these shifts in his ideas. Moreover, the keystroke logging also proved that Troch made a connection between human behavior, that people were forced to kill, and the death of Evelina at an early stage in the writing process. So even though he was not working on the description of Evelina, text production regarding the changes in the world prompted the addition that the narrator still hears the death rattle of his partner. So with keystroke logging, we can see the invention of a setting right before our eyes. While from these 3 cases, keystroke logging offers the most information for a genetic scholar, I would be the first to acknowledge that this will never be the default born digital material of the future. The different kinds of digital materiality only offer different levels of granularity, and it will be the job of the genetic scholar to make the most of the available data. And I'm truly happy to see all the efforts that are now made, of which this conference is exemplary, to safeguard the born digital literary heritage, allowing for the emergence of even more varied born digital genetic dossiers. Thank you for listening.
This long applause proves that your talk has been really inspiring. Thank you a lot, especially because when we are asked if our job as philologists will die with the disappearance of manuscript materials, sometimes we think that we can't avoid the changing of our duty, our working on variants. But with your exercise in genetic criticism, you have proved that if you select some really interesting variants, you can drive the attention of the audience, even if we don't know the text, we don't know the author, we don't know the content, but you have driven our attention towards a reconstruction of a style. I have a lot of questions, but I can ask you later. But take a note, because I think that everyone here wants to know, where is Mondini? If we can go there and take a note then to answer later. But I think that it is a common question. Let's go now, our second talk. Do you want to change place? Okay, because you have to manage the computer. Okay, let's begin introducing Emanuela Carbè, even if several times we have already heard about Emanuela, a book and research. Emanuela Carbè was born in Verona in 1983. And she wrote for us, so we can say she is a junior researcher at the University of Siena and lecturer in humanistic, informatics, and digital libraries. But she trained here at the University of Pavia, where from 2013 to 2017, she was a fellow for PAD, Pavia Archivi Digitali, a project of the Manuscript Center. From 2018 to 2021, she was a research fellow and fellow at the University of Siena, collaborating in the development of several digital projects, including the Eurasian Latin Archive platform. And now she is responsible also for Bigrafo project, aimed at the creation of a semantic catalog of Franco Fortini bibliography, and is engaged in the recovery of native digital material preserved at Franco Fortini Research Center. On the subject of digitally born literary archives, she has published the monograph Digitale d'autore, Macchine, Archivi, Letteratura 2023, and since 2022, she has edited per nottetempo the re-edition of some of Fausta Cialente's works, to whom she dedicated the essay La scrittura necessaria, Diario di guerra di Fausta Cialente. It's been translated in English, do you know? No? Fausta Cialente, you don't know? So we can begin to spread Fausta Cialente's also with this Congress. I don't know if she has been translated. So the title of her dissertation is Dissigilla I files, selezionali, annientali. Let's translate, it sounds stronger. Materiali digitali dall'archivio di Franco Fortini. Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Thank you, Manuela.
Thank you. Grazie. I will speak in English for this paper, but before I will say something in Italian, per ringraziare, sono davvero molto onorata di partecipare a questo incontro che rappresenta un momento importante, il primo convegno italiano dedicato agli archivi letterari Born Digital, e quindi insomma stiamo assistendo in questi 3 giorni a un dialogo importante con le istituzioni, con centri di ricerca e studiosi che letteralmente da tutto il mondo si stanno occupando di questo tema sotto vari punti di vista, e quindi ringrazio per questo gradito invito e anche per l'opportunità di tornare all'Università di Pavia. Questo intervento era pensato in italiano, a dire il vero, ma dal momento che questa sessione è in inglese, ho ritenuto opportuno cambiare, modificare i piani, e quindi parlerò in inglese. Mi scuserò per la pronuncia, e però le slide e le citazioni saranno in italiano. Quindi cambio, torno all'inglese. Thank you very much. As Paola Italia said, I collaborated on the University of Pavia project, on the project of Born Digital Archives for several years. from 2013 until 2017, which was for me a fundamental experience in working on the acquisition of born digital archives from Paolo Di Paolo, Franco Buffoni, Francesco Pecoraro. And I spoke about this experience in that book, Digitale d'autore. And in one chapter, I attempt to summarize the journey of the Born Digital project of the University of Pavia. And this is a project that is continuing and evolving, as illustrated yesterday by Lucia Giagnolini. And to understand Born Digital archives, as we are listening in these days, it is necessary to be familiar with issues related to encoding, archaeology of media, understand archivistic, but also the philological point of view, try to have some expertise in digital forensics and digital preservation, and take legal consideration into account, as we will see tomorrow. Essentially, we know very well that approaching to a digital, born digital archive is impossible without working in a group of DH scholars and also with scholars from various different disciplines. The issue of the born digital literary archives, as we know, is not really a new topic. Although we can say that now is really becoming one of the most important DH trends. And this very famous, the Kirschenbaum statement referred to Jérôme Megan, the textual condition, the textual condition, in a paper published on the Digital Humanities Quarterly exactly 10 years ago. And after more than 10 years, the issue brought forward by Born Digital Literary Archives has become more urgent for the memory institution, which preserve archives of the modern and contemporary authors. We can now define it a serious emergency for all the university libraries and archives which manage the cultural heritage of our recent past and our present, which find themselves more and more often handling hardware and more digital content of authors in new type of hybrid archives or born digital archives, sometimes with no clear idea of which methods to follow. And the book starts with a reflection on Kirschenbaum textual condition, trying to provide a definition of what we are managing with the digital funds, which result in big and complex archives and an unprecedented range of different cases in the history of the archives. So I try to define digitale d'autore in this way. An entity or an aggregation of entities is instantiated on a digital medium by an author or by others producing contents in interrelation with an author within a specific context. The entities, as well as any relationship between entities, can constitute the events of the archive. Therefore, digitale d'autore encompasses digital materials, for example, stored on cloud platform or in a mass memory of devices, originated or modified by the author, materials originated or modified by others when in relation with the authors, materials downloaded from the web. We have seen some example with the Federico Milone paper on Laura Pugno, Sirene of Laura Pugno, and many other type of materials. In 2018, after my experience here in the University of Pavia, I started working at the University of Siena as Paola Italia said, in a completely different project on medieval text erased in Latin archives. So nothing to do with the born digital archives topic. However, it was at the University of Siena where I came across a significant amount of born digital materials, and in particular, floppy disk belonging to the poet, literary critic, and translator Franco Fortini, which were held in the University Library, Biblioteca di Area Umanistica of the University of Siena. I thought I was particularly lucky, or in some ways also unlucky, depending on one's perspective, to have worked at a true university that preserves so much born digital material. And it leads me to believe that our archives may have much more born digital archives content that we now realize. The archive of Franco Fortini, hosted at the University of Siena, was formed through Fortini's direct donation during his lifetime and subsequent contribution by his wife, Ruth Leiser, between 1995 and 1996. These donations led to the establishment of the research center Centro di Ricerca Interdipartimentale Franco Fortini, in storia della tradizione culturale del Novecento, led by Niccolò Scaffai and coordinated by Luca Lenzini. The center is born with a mission to promote studies and research on the heritage preserved at the University Library, led by Eleonora Bassi. And in addition to the Fortini collection, the library also preserves archives from other Italian writers, poets, and critics, such as Parronchi, Cesare Cases, Tommaso Idolina, and Idolina Landolfi, Edoardo Masi, Renato Solmi, and many others. The Fortini centers at the University Library have in the recent years been implementing a series of digital humanities projects alongside more traditional editorial and philological works. The two most important areas we are working on in the digital humanities domain concern the semantic representation of Fortini's bibliography with a project to publish an online tool based on an ontological model. And starting from the bibliography and the current description of the archival catalog of the Fortini collection, the goal is to achieve a comprehensive and in-depth representation of the Fortini's highly complex intellectual and artistic journey. The second task concerns the special collections. Thanks to funding from the University of Siena, we have digitized several special collections, starting with 163 cassettes from the Fortini archive and other cassettes from different collections. And additionally, we have saved an initial set of 54 floppy disks of 3.5 inch, and the other floppy disk of the center of Fortini, totaling 115 floppy disks. We also digitized a laptop belonging to the philosopher and mathematician Imre Toth, and we collaborated with a specialized company in the treatment of the special media, Audio Innova, which is a spin-off of the University of Padova. The company, Audio Innova, has created a forensic image of each floppy disk, generating a list of files and also a physical photograph of the floppy disk. And this is accompanied by a set of data related to the floppy disk and documentation of all the processes used during the extraction of the data. Before sending the floppy disk and the other material, we created an archival description of the floppy disk to preserve the arrangement as the arrangement of the floppy disk as we found them. This excluded also the transcription of the labels, where if it was present, and we documented all the physical elements of the floppy disk, including also the color, the brand of the floppy disk, and everything we could see through a physical examination of the material. So the first task was archival description of the floppy disk itself. The case of Franco Fortini is really particularly interesting in the Italian landscape. First, for the relationship between the writer and the computer. And in a famous collection of interviews contained in the Almanacco Bompiani from 1962, Fortini, along with other scholars and writers, discussed the early assessment of the advantages of computers, reflecting on the usefulness of computer processing in the field of humanities research. According to Fortini, it would accelerate traditional procedures and provide a wealth of data to philologists and linguistics, with repercussions on methods, I quote, try to translate the Fortini sentences, on methods and principles, to the extent that, at least by facilitating the way to verify the working hypothesis, they will lead those methods and principles to participate, I did not say to identify themselves, in the evolution proper to the physical and natural science. The history of this science shows us that the quantity of data and results tends to modify research methods. They are inseparable from certain premises or principles, and so they end up qualitatively modifying this principle as well. Fortini purchased his first Macintosh computer in the mid of 80s, thanks to a compensation from the prize Montale Guggenheim, which he won in September 1985 from his collection Paesaggio con Serpente, published by Einaudi in 1984. And in October 1985, he wrote to his friend Carlo Fini in Siena to share this news. And the archive preserves the letter written with a computer, and there is a print also of this letter, which Fortini mentioned was still imperfect in spacing, as you can see. So it was one of the first time Fortini tried the computer. So I tried to translate in English, not so easy. Dear Carlo, it is not without a singular emotion that I'm writing this letter to you. This is the first fruit of the Librex Montale prize, because with a youthful enthusiasm befitting my age, the first thing I rushed to do with that money was to purchase a much desired word processor. In other words, a computer for writing. For the past 3 days, it has occupied me like a young lover for an old man. And this, still imperfect in spacing and character, is the first written communication that I find myself sending. I send it to you because you, more than others, can appreciate what sustained men, or rather the elderly. So the first computer was a Macintosh 128 kilobytes. And this morning, Christopher Cully mentioned and show on the slide a frame of this famous spot of Apple made by Ridley Scott in 1984. And you see why 1984 will be not like 1984. And also Franco Fortini bought this first Apple machine that Fortini used, and it was the first of many other Apple machine of Franco Fortini. And Marianna Marrucci and Valentina Tinacci have traced it, for example, a Macintosh SE30 model that he certainly used from the summer of 1991, and a PowerBook 1000 laptop of the Macintosh of Apple, attested to in 1992. So in 1985, I bought a computer, and 1 year before, Giancarlo Ferretti asked him some question about computer for Pubblico 1985, and Fortini argued during this interview that the computer would not have a significant impact on the creative process, but maybe could provide some tool for a better organization of work. And he said to Giancarlo Ferretti, I don't see what influence that process of computerization itself can have on literary work, except in the sense of organizational and instrumental enrichment. Therefore, it makes no sense to inquire about writing at the electronic level, just as it made no sense for Vittorini to theorize writing at the industrial level. The invention of the printing press certainly had a significant impact on the literary forms, but not because of the technical process itself, but because of the consequences related to the creation of a much larger audience, and so on. However, it should be noted that the use of the computer did, at least in part, many change in Fortini's writing habits. He also experienced, like every user from the 80s to today, dramatic losses of digital document. We have some memories from Antonio Prete and also Calenzini about this. This new working method can also be inferred from the numerous computer printouts included in the paper archive, which sometimes correspond to the transcription process carried out by Fortini and his collaborators of material previously written on paper. As Luca Lenzini recalled, when Fortini purchased his first computers, the letters, the writings, and also the poems were written with the computer, although paper and pen were never abandoned. Lenzini also outlined Fortini's relationship with the computer, which especially is in the early days was really not easy. He found support from Maurizio Maggiani in resolving frequent technical problems, particularly when he was in his house in Bocca di Magra in Liguria. And Maggiani, who lived in La Spezia, was always fond to resolve dramatic impasses and doubts about the formatting, saving, and receiving also humorous sonnets by mail. We have a lot of memories about this, and in the letters of Maurizio Maggiani and Franco Fortini, there are many references about this relationship, strange relationship with the computer. And also Lenzini recalls with a very beautiful comment a poem from the last collection of Fortini, Composita Solvantur, in which the theme of the floppy disk as a memory device is contrasted with the hope of dissolution, and durable are the floppy disk in which Franco Fortini compile a selection of poems which was corrected on his computer and organized into many directories. And about this also Pier Vincenzo Mengaldo made a briefly mentions in the notes of the Fortini Poesie Inedite. And another intricate tangle of files form the basic of the posthumous reconstruction of the Fortini public diary Un giorno l'altro, thanks to the work of Marianna Marrucci and Valentina Tinacci. Fortini had been planning this collection at least since 1976, and in 1988 he signed a contract with Garzanti for the publication of the work in 2 or 3 volumes, titled Un giorno l'altro, Diario o Cronaca 45-85. And Valentina Tinacci and Marianna Marrucci worked on 4 floppy disks provided by a collaborator of Fortini, Letizia Gozzini, containing files with metadata indicating few subsequent manipulation after Fortini's death, making them a reliable witness to the most advanced phase of the work. And in addition of this 4 floppy disk, the paper archive contains a large quantity of pre-textual materials, including printouts from the computer works. So it is a vast and very difficult collection of documents, some some documents are in a born digital format and other in paper and traditional format. So for this reason, Marrucci and Tinacci state that the use of the computer gave to Franco Fortini the illusion of being able to manage easily this big project. But in fact, the abundance of magma-like nature of this material also depend on perhaps excessive trust in the medium by Franco Fortini. So this case has been really particularly complex. And this edition of 26 is set up based on a chronological division by years with a notation up to 1978, because the subsequent part of the material, I quote Valentina Tinacci and Marianna Marrucci, suffers from a more backward stage of elaboration, especially concerning the arrangement of individual directories and therefore the temporal scan. So today, in the Fortini archive, as I said before, we have 54 floppy disks from 3.5 inch, as well as other floppy disks, for a total of 150 floppy disks, many of which can be attributed to internal backup operation of the University of Siena and also to materials of the Center of Fortini. So some months ago, we began this campaign to recover the materials thanks to the help of Audio Innova in Padua. And the work has just begun, and it will be quite extensive. Among these floppy disks, I found a nucleus of 16 disks that can be identified as a third complete and integral copy made by Giuseppe Gozzini on the Fortini's last computer. And I decided to start with this first nucleo of this 16 floppy disk because Giuseppe Gozzini made this copy after other two copies used also by Valentina Tinacci and Marianna Marrucci, because it seems to be from by now, insomma, it seems to be the most complete backup of the last Fortini computer. And this group of floppy disk are particularly interesting because they also contain hidden files and will serve as a basis for a more comprehensive interpretation of the Fortini table, word table, hybrid table. However, the first challenge is that these are floppy disk and they don't, we have not, we don't have the last computer of Franco Fortini, so it's a copy of a copy, and we have to consider that we are not, we have no direct access to the Fortini, for the Fortini computer. So for this conference, this is a very hard work because it is the first time I tried some new methods, very different from the way I worked on other funds, for instance, the Francesco Pecoraro funds here in archive here in University of Pavia. So I started with a proof of concept, a preliminary case study, basing on a documentary from 1997 by Egidio Bertazzoni titled Franco Fortini, La luce dura. It is possible to see it also on YouTube. The documentary shows various screens from the last Fortini's Mac, including a window of a folder named Portatile Lavori in Corso, the notebook work in progress of the notebook of Franco Fortini. And Luca Lenzini noticed that during this documentary there is a file that he couldn't find in the archive, and I transcribed only the first part. Questa è una sera di insonnia, agosto 1994 ad Amelia. This is a night of insomnia, August 1994 in Amelia. I arrived today from Milano. It's been a year since I've been here. Since then, to surgeries, hospital, not desolation, but an unsatisfied need to sleep. I don't know what I promised myself. Full moon, a dog barks, but everything is silent. Ruth, the wife of Franco Fortini, in her rooms reads. She's very tired. She drew and worked until these hours. Ugly days of life, difficult to explain. This is what old age means. In a few days, I'll be 70, I'll be 77. I don't understand. I can no longer understand why I spent so much of my life writing verses. This is how Luca Lenzini comments on that file on the monitor of the Mac that has captivated the elderly Fortini. The words seems to speak from their own time without illusions, faint but not yet extinguished. And Luca Lenzini asked to himself where could be this memory that is not preserved in the archive, in the documents of the archive at the University of Siena, but how, like we can see on the documentary, are preserved on the memory of the Mac. So Franco Fortini died in 1994, so this is one of the last files he wrote. As you say, August 1994, Amelia. The last computer of Fortini, and we can see also in the documentary, was the Macintosh SA30, and then a PowerBook was a notebook of Macintosh, PowerBook 1000. So the first thing I did was to examine this folder, Portatile Lavori in Corso, which contains really many interesting materials. And that files that I mentioned is named Notturno 94, and I use it like such as a first example to better understand what can be done with a file. These are the screenshot of the documentary with the computer of Franco Fortini. I also tried a virtualization of this type of Mac, but after that I used the BitCurator environment. BitCurator is a consortium that emerged after an important conference in 2010, the Conference of Computer Forensics and Born Digital Content in Cultural Heritage Collection, which Christopher Colley already mentions this morning. And for this work, I drew inspiration from the work of many attendees of this conference. We listened to them this morning, as well as from the work of Thorsten Ries of the University of Texas, who was the keynote speaker at the annual conference in June of the Italian Association of Digital Humanities, IUCD. And also, I was very impressed by the work of Veijo Pulkkinen, who organized a conference on Born Digital Archives at the University of Helsinki in October of this year. And using BitCurator that installed on a virtual machine running Linux, Ubuntu, I tested the forensic image. I tested the forensic image, which is a bit-by-bit copy of all the disk sectors. Within the image, the file begins with a note internally dated August 1994, as I showed before. Questa è Una sera di insonnia, agosto 1994 a Amelia. It continues with non posso, ok. Continues with the letters, lettera non spedita, whose opening is Caro Giovanni, referring to Giovanni Raboni, discussing, it's a letter that he didn't send, discussing Pierpaolo Pasolini, and make some conclusion, returning to some autobiographical note that seems connected in terms of content to the initial part of the file. Quindi c'è una prima, parlo in italiano perché è squisitamente diciamo di ambito italiano, c'è una prima parte in questo file che è molto autobiografica, come si può leggere, poi c'è una sezione con una trascrizione di una lettera non spedita a Giovanni, che è senz'altro Giovanni Rabone, e segue una parte finale, questa è una sezione della parte finale, in cui si ritorna, diciamo, al commento autobiografico. Già la lettura senza, diciamo, un'indagine forense lasciava intravedere una serie di blocchi che sicuramente erano stati costruiti, lasciavano pensare a una costruzione, insomma, a blocchi che, su cui valeva la pena indagare. So I gave with a software of hexadecimal, I gave an initial look at the mapping of the file as it was recorded bit by bit. And I thought that one might infer that this part of the file, the sent letter to Rabboni, was recorded in a later section, that the block that is found in the first and last parts of the initial files. So it would be reasonable to assume, albeit with caution, that the letter is a later interpolation compared to the initial composition. There might have been an operation of test block relocation, perhaps with a cut and paste function. Quindi la mappatura, diciamo, del file, lo dico anche in italiano, la mappatura del file in esadecimale lascia pensare, questa è la prima parte, questa è Una sera di insonnia ad agosto ad Amelia, eccetera, lascia pensare che la parte della lettera da Rabboni sia un'interpolazione successiva, cioè sia stata inserita successivamente o con un'operazione di copia e incolla, di taglia e incolla, o con un successivo inserimento. Non è detto che sia così, quello che è certo è che il sistema ha copiato il file bit by bit, iniziando la prima parte, l'ultima parte e poi la lettera, diciamo, a Giovanni Raboni. Questa, diciamo, è l'unica cosa certa nella mappatura bit per bit. And one interesting aspect in this floppy disk is that this floppy disk has a DOS formatting, and therefore the Apple system from which these files originate created a file that was once used by Apple called finder.dat. This file was used by Macintosh, by the old Macintosh, when writing to disk formatted for other operating systems like Windows, giving the possibility of interchange between Windows and Mac system, since the Windows file system has a different structure compared to Apple device. So the paradox is that this finder.dat provides us an additional information about these files. The challenge lies in making an interpretation of this map. And for this part of the work, I was assisted by a computer scientist, Francesco Garosi. So we notice through clues that each record corresponds to 19 bytes. So the first byte represents the length of the file, of the file name, followed by the full name itself. And at the end of the record, we find 12 bytes representing the short name of the file, as it was used in the DOS style at that time. And in the middle, there is an 8-byte string showing the file type. And most of the file on the disk are obviously Word documents. So Francesco Garosi created a Python script to read and break down this segment, paying particular attention to the dates. We have to remember that in microprocessors, there are two major architectural types, endianness types, which distinguish the byte order, the little endian and the big endian. The Macintosh is based on a big endian architecture, and Intel processors, on the contrary, are historically little endian. So the Macintosh SA30 of Fortini, for instance, used a Motorola processor 68030, which is a big endian. So another difference between PC and Mac is that the Mac timestamps originate at the beginning of the 1904, while the Unix system, like Bitcurator, the initial date is January 1970. So with this foundation, we recovered some dates and converted them. Unfortunately, in this file Notturno 94, we weren't very lucky, as we retrieved limited data compared to this file. However, this is a recurring date in the second to the last. It's not, I don't think it's very clear. Okay. In the second to last position, that could signify something significant. It could be the creation date, or more likely the last modification date. And in the case of Notturno 94, the date is November 6, 1996, which is 2 years after the death of Fortini. So we can speculate at least some interpolation of the file based on this information, maybe to realize documentary of Bertazzoni, La luce dura. Maybe it's only an hypothesis. So, quindi lo dico anche in italiano, il paradosso è che il fatto che i floppy disk fossero formattati in DOS ci ha lasciato qualche traccia in più, perché i Mac producono un file che è un finder.dat, e controllando sui vari forum persone che usano anche i computer Apple, molti chiedono anche cosa devo fare di questo file e lo cancello. In questo caso il file finder.dat dava delle informazioni in più proprio per questo passaggio di dati su sistemi differenti, solo che sono delle mappature non facili da interpretare, non facili da capire, e con una serie di stratagemmi stiamo provando a tirare fuori dei dati, e uno di questi è una data che è in questo caso è il 6 novembre 96, e quindi può suggerirci una modifica del file. So, come? Sì, 2 anni dopo la morte di Fortini. Questo non è sorprendente, perché il computer è stato usato anche successivamente da Ruth Leiser, che ha anche fatto un enorme lavoro di salvataggio anche dei file del computer, quindi non è una sorpresa, ma recuperare questi dati è assolutamente ci fornisce dei dati assolutamente interessanti. So the future goal will be to continue this broad-ranging work on all the floppy disk, and to make them available to the Fortini scholars, and not just for the materials of Un giorno l'altro, which are obviously interesting, but also for all the other materials, and to continue to understand the forensic issues in light of what we are learning also in these 3 days of conference. And thank you.
Thank you, Emanuela. This is not only interesting, but involving and exciting talk, which addresses our attention towards the importance of material document, even if we are talking about the dematerialization of texts, we have to take into account how the material aspects are important during the time. We know that the electronic editions, as Marina Buzzoni quoted some years ago, are editions in time, and she quoted Gianfranco Contini, but the question of time is central in your perspective. Something also interesting in both our talk on the authorial function. The authorial function. We say that manuscript elements and writing has disappeared, but the authorial function hasn't disappeared at all. Doesn't disappear, but also in a certain sense strengthened, which is characterized is not only the writing medium, but the strategies that are implemented when the writing relationship changes. So another interesting element in both these talks, the relationship between the author and his or her or the environment, and the relationship between nature and culture. Especially when authors know that their act of writing is under observation. And so one question, for example, is if they are affected when they know that someone is observing them, that they are not free in a certain sense. I think that writing always has been an intimate act, not public. We are in front of the white page or the black screen, but when we write in a mechanical way on the computer, on the other hand, I think that the act is increasingly becoming an action on stage, something on stage. We know that our mobile are listening to us. We know that we are not free, that we are observed. And so the question is, are these authors free when they are writing, knowing that all their corrections are observed? So if you have feedbacks from them, and if you had the possibility to compare what you have understood, analyzing their writing, and their interviews, for example, and what they have said about their act of writing, their relationship with their writing. I have another question to both, because since we are not now aware of all the strategies of the authors when they are making an act of writing on the paper, how can we build the models with the act of writing in a mechanical way? So we are asking if there are patterns of the corrections, if there are something like grammar of corrections, but we have tried to understand something. For example, we have tried to begin to understand that some authors are correcting by map, making a project before writing. They want to make a map and then they begin to write. And some other authors make, on the contrary, are driven by compass. And so they don't know where they will go. And so if, for example, these two different ways of creating are similar as far as you know, as far as you have understood analyzing your authors, because it's quite interesting beginning to compare different ways of writing and different models. A specific question to Lamis Vecchius. If you want to say something more about nano variants, they are quite interesting, nano corrections, because we say that with the computerized writing, we are surrounded by a huge amount of corrections, a huge amount of data. But from your talk, we understand that with the nano variants, we have the possibility to make an analysis of a specific single aspect of the text, and not taking into account a large amount of data, but also understanding, taking micro elements, nano elements. So if you want to tell us something more about these nano variants, sometimes I think that we can overcome this problem, the huge amount of data, because when we want to make, for example, we want to know the composition of blood, we are not obliged to bleed the patient. We can take also a single drop of blood. And so if you can go in depth saying something on these nanovariants, you said we haven't had the possibility to make an analysis of nanovariants with manuscripts. Sometimes when we study, we make a close reading of the manuscript, we are directly connected with micro corrections. So which is the difference from your perspective with the authors, with the micro corrections and the nano variants. And a question also to Emanuela. As far as you have understood, comparing different kind of materials from Fortini's archive, if you have found a difference between corrections made on paper and on computer, and especially because I'm particularly interested in type writings, because with the typewriter, we have something like an hybrid document, which is half a manuscript and half something like a print. And if are there type writings in Fortini's archives? A lot of questions, so I don't know if you wanted to, but it's quite interesting, and I'm quite involved in their talks, and so because I couldn't find anything on Mondini. Mondini, I googled Mondini, but Mondini doesn't exist. It's only a family name. I know that you have probably looked for as well. Okay, so we can't find where to go. Okay. So I don't know if you want to begin to answer or say something just to react. Okay, thank you. Thank you a lot.
Yeah, a lot of questions. Let's start with the nanogenesis, because for me it's also the aspect that what you really can't see once it is typed. So with the keystroke data, what I did is I had to manually reconstruct everything. So in that process, I saw moments in which the author typed something, for example, at the bottom of the document, and then suddenly went up the document to make a revision there, and I could see that moment in which he or she decided to move somewhere else. And I thought, can I see a connection, a relationship between that what was written and the revision or that other aspect elsewhere in the document? And that's brought me into the idea.
So you went on making a balance between the micro corrections, nano corrections, and the structure, because you had the possibility to compare different versions in like a movie. Yes, we have seen directly, but it's possible to see also in the digital environment your project. We can see the content of your project and the content of the 3 archives we are making an analysis of, or not, or you are allowed only for your scholarly purposes.
Yeah, I made a website with all the reconstructions. They are in Dutch, of course.
Okay.
So
we have to learn
Dutch to understand what's happening. But if you want to be mesmerized by moving aspects, then
are you going to translate in English? It is because since we haven't the handwriting, probably could be possible translating something, or is it impossible from your perspective?
Yeah, my PhD is in English, so you can read that. I think it's not very possible to translate the Yeah, you could do it, the stories that were written, but the difficulty is once you write a word and a part is deleted, then you don't have a word to translate.
Yes.
And how are you going to
We
translate?
can also grasp an idea, but
Yeah.
we can't go in depth with the language. It's always the same problem. We can't compare also categories of variants because languages are different. So variants depends on the structure of the sentences. So, but
Yeah.
it may be interesting also to see how it works, just to be inspired or to use the same program with our authors. Okay, something more about what about the idea of writing on the stage?
Yeah, I think that they probably knew because they are aware.
They knew.
But that it didn't really affect their writing process that much, especially with Guy Bogart. He worked for it for 2.5 years, and he told me like it really became part of my writing process, just clicking on the software, and he totally forgot that the logging was on.
Also because you don't understand that there isn't anything to, it doesn't affect your screen.
No, it's just writing in words. That's the good thing about.
Okay, so as we know, as we make everything without knowing that everyone is listening to us and we are surrounded by ears and eyes, somewhat the same.
Yeah. So I also saw him writing emails and browsing online for houses that he probably wanted to buy, and that like things that I think if you know that you are being watched potentially, then you would make a really strict decision on, okay, I'm just going to stick to writing the thing I want.
So it may be useful also for our students. Just to drive their attention towards directly what they are writing to. Oh, interesting.
The other author, she said, well, I did some when I was browsing for something else. I did that on a different computer, and I totally understand. It's not really interfering with the writing process.
So it doesn't work as a big brother.
No. They made typos, spelling mistakes, everything what you might expect. So it probably affected it a bit, but it's not that it was perfectly written from the...
Probably only at the beginning, because it's quite strange, but then it becomes an habit. So it's interesting. It could be interesting also to develop a similar experiment with Italian authors, just to see, because Italians are always narcissistic, and so probably they act in a different way. I don't know. Thank you very much, Manuela. What about Fortini's archive and TypeScripts?
I'm not able to answer to this question because it's really too difficult, because the Franco Fortini's archive is really a complex and big archive, and inside the classical the paper archive we have a lot of different things. We have manuscript, dactyl scripts, but also we have the part of the library with the annotation, and also we have the print made by Fortini from the computer, with also some add or something, some modification with the pen, but there is also some prints from the computer after the death of Fortini. So there are a lot of different things. And the other point is that Fortini has some collaborators like Letizia Gozzini, who used to transcribe the work of Franco Fortini on the computer, and maybe Fortini after that make some adds after the transcription of Letizia Gozzini and other collaborators. So it's not so easy to understand.
It's not only easy to distinguish between the authorial correction and what Letizia probably misunderstood, because when there is a transmission, copies.
Yes, Fortini used to check and also on the
sometimes
print,
authors check, but
yes, nothing new, because also Joseph Conrad used to have his wife use the typewriters for his writing. So
the last
not
author's
you-
will was the wife's will.
Sorry?
The last author's will, so the last Fortini's will, is his wife's will, more or less.
The wife
What's a will?
We have some also some interview of friends that remember how much Rotalizer works to save not only the papers but also the computer of Fortini. So we have to say that Rotalizer made a big work to make this material available. And it's not easy because we have lost a lot of born digital materials of other contemporary authors and also journalists and other personal archives because maybe the parents or other people didn't understand how much important could be to save also the computer and not only the paper. So this is I
He was
think
the first with Umberto Eco in Italian
Yes.
20th
Yes.
century literature.
one
So
of the first yes, I think so.
his
And,
awareness of the importance of this kind of material is interesting. And also when he made the copy and paste of the letter sent to Giovanni Raboni is interesting because in the first screenshot, all the text was written as a prose. And in the second version, the text was written as a poetry.
Yes.
And so it's quite interesting because probably he wanted to add something taken from another source and using text as a poetry inside the text is quite interesting. Any question for both for Lamik Becchius and for Manuela Carbet? Okay, the mic. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the talks. I was curious about specifically when it comes to the key logging and kind of looking at writing and editing history of authors. If you've been considering at all platforms where it's essentially built in, and I'm thinking specifically of Google Docs because if you have somebody install software, there's this conscious act of them kind of putting it in place, whereas Google Docs, right, essentially has this microsecond level transactional data about everything that somebody has done, which means that anybody working in that space can essentially have their entire writing process reconstructed. And I'm just curious if that raises any concerns, or on the other side, if it raises any opportunities for us to be thinking about a platform that's just keeping track of all this for us without having to use any special software.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think I won't know how to access really that data that is stored in the background. Do you think it's possible to restore it, or?
Yeah,
I know the way
yeah. I mean, so Google has an API for Google Docs, and it's actually something that's been investigated a bit at the digital forensics conferences, because not only can you see the sequence of somebody's words that they've constructed, but there's enough specificity to any person's typing patterns that it's been investigated in digital forensics, because you can potentially identify the human being who is sitting at the keyboard typing, even if you don't have their login information, because it reflects the pattern that they typed. So it's definitely possible to pull it out of the Google server. You just use the API to query it, essentially. So.
Okay, yeah, then it will be a very good way to investigate it as well, if authors allow us to do that. I think. Yeah.
Any other?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, the same.
Yeah.
For now, I never try it, but for sure I will try. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question for them? If not, we can change the floor and we can begin with the second series of questions and answers to the French group, the Derrida's research group, and Federico Milone. So I leave the room here, I leave the floor, and Giuseppe Antonelli ended the discussion in French.
Donc, bonsoir. Giorgio Panizza, il est allé parce qu'il avait des autres choses très importantes à faire. Donc, je suis ici pour recevoir les questions pour le groupe de l'ITEM. Les Cresson, Jérémy Pedrassi, Jean-Louis, non, et Laurent Alonso. I'm here to receive the questions to the French group and the research about Derrida, and also Federico Milone. Federico, do you want to come here? Research about Laura Pugno, digital variants. So, c'è qualche domanda riguardo alle due relazioni di stamattina? Prego. Arriva il microfono. Grazie Sara.
Grazie, io ho una domanda per Federico Milone. Beh, prima di tutto un'osservazione, mi ha colpito all'inizio una piccola cosa, il fatto che tu parlavi di considerare come un indizio sulla velocità di scrittura la frequenza dei salvataggi. Ok, in base alla mia esperienza personale penso che questo dipenda più dalle tendenze paranoiche della persona, ovvero io salvo frequentissimamente, però non sono particolarmente veloce nel digitare il testo. A volte cerco il tasto salva anche su Google Writer per dire che salva in continuo, vabbè. Quindi sì, forse questo è da ripensare. La domanda seria era su strumenti come Voyant Tools. Perché, per quello che so io di distant reading, si applicano al momento in cui abbiamo il risultato di un lavoro editoriale, no? Quindi un testo affidabile. Però mi era sembrato di capire che secondo te potevano essere utili anche in una fase precedente. Potresti elaborare su questo punto? Grazie.
Sì, assolutamente. Ok. Allora, sulla parte del salvataggio sono sostanzialmente d'accordo, nel senso che secondo me è un indizio, anche perché l'idea è nata da un confronto con altri file più o meno della stessa lunghezza, ora pugno, ma elaborati in tempi più lunghi, oppure appunto più brevi, come testi, e mi sono accorto che era un caso particolare che spiccava questa frequenza di salvataggio. E ovviamente non ho contestualizzato tutto questo discorso, ma da qui era nata l'idea appunto di una scrittura rapida a cui corrispondeva un meccanismo di salvataggio. Però come dicevo è un indizio, appunto, il clue. Okay? Sul secondo aspetto, prima in italiano, poi magari lo dico in inglese, credo che sia stata una delle, forse la prima sperimentazione, proprio perché qui poi abbiamo questi dossier avantestuali già pronti, no? Per essere inseriti in Voyant. E credo che utilizzare diverse redazioni di uno stesso testo in Voyant possa permettere di verificare tramite dati quantitativi alcune distanze tra le redazioni che siano qualitativamente significative. Mi spiego, l'analisi dei personaggi che ho proposto, secondo me era funzionale proprio a far vedere un cambio all'interno delle stesure, trovando un cambiamento che in realtà è minimo, cioè l'inserimento di un personaggio che si vede subito, ma che ha un forte impatto sull'importanza della redazione all'interno del percorso compositivo. Non so se mi sono spiegato. E quindi in questo senso anche utilizzare una serie di stesure preliminari, naturalmente forse andranno scelte, qui si apre poi un discorso molto più ampio, credo sia utile. Non so se ho risposto.
Sì, hai risposto, cioè mi sembra che tu li usi per un close reading, anche se appunto sono stati concepiti per distant reading su corpora magari molto ampie.
Sì.
No, mi interessa molto questo uso specifico che tu hai descritto, proprio perché si distanzia abbastanza da quello che è l'uso classico.
Sui generi, sì.
Grazie.
So I answer in English. I think Voyant and other softwares for distant reading can be useful also if we analyze the drafts of text and not just the editorial result. And I think it's useful because it allows us to see the difference between the drafts in a quantitative and qualitative way. And so we can focus on the difference between the different drafts.
Ci sono altre domande per Federico? Una te la faccio io. Question from me. We have seen in your graphics that there is a moment when the author changes from a first phase of writing about the structure and the other phases in which the number of words was almost the same, and then I must think the work is on the language, on little things. So there are some studies about that call this point, this phase, can I say in English, point of turning point. Okay, these studies are on paper, on physical avant text. It's for you a sign, a track, something interesting to see there is the same sequence in autographs and in born digital
autographs. It would be interesting. Of course, we need to.
It's very strange me and Federico talking in English, but I hope it's useful.
I think we need to check if this turning point exists in many works and search our archive, our born digital archive, Centro Manoscritti, and maybe verify if it's something common among authors or it's just a case. You know, it can happen that it's just something happened and it's not some, I know,
Perché
it's not something.
in questo studio in italiano, che è quella tesi di dottorato di Gianmarco Raponi sulle nuove varianti di prosatori contemporanei, Raponi notava per esempio che Mario Desiati in Vita solitaria, Vita precaria, amore eterno trovava questo punto di svolta, lui lo chiama sì, punto di svolta o punto di cesura, alla quarta redazione, quando sceglie anche il titolo definitivo. Tommaso Pincio in Cinecittà alla terza redazione, Antonio Franchini in Cronaca della fine alla terza redazione. E quindi sembrava coincidere esattamente con quello che avevamo visto nel grafico di Federico, in cui dopo la terza redazione, no, diciamo come dire, l'ascesa terminava e si creava un aspetto di pianura nel grafico. Are there any questions for Aurélie Crasson? L'écoute de l'État. Merci, Christian.
Merci à nos amis parisiens pour leur présentation. Je voulais revenir sur deux aspects qui ont été touchés aussi hier, on en discutait lors du déjeuner, et qui sont au centre des pratiques de traitement, donc des matériaux qui sont consignés sur des disques durs, des ordinateurs par les écrivains contemporains. Et c'est le problème, voilà, de tout ce que n'a pas reçu, enfin, ne relève pas d'une volonté explicite de l'auteur par rapport à son traitement. C'est le cas qui a été évoqué hier des fichiers cachés avec toutes les énormes quantités d'informations qu'il recèle, comme vous l'avez montré dans votre exposé. C'est le cas de fichiers de backup, donc version intermédiaire, version effacée, d'autres fichiers peut-être effacés qui qui se trouvent sur les partitions utilisées, n'est-ce pas, par les portions de texte qui sont de textes, oui, des disques durs qui font l'objet des analyses. Voilà, moi ce qui me semblait intéressant, c'était de comprendre si vous vous êtes posé la question, comme je l'ai posé donc pas via archivi digitali, comment vous l'avez résolu? Est-ce qu'en France, il y a eu, le problème a été soulevé? Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres cas par-delà celui de Derrida dans lequel le problème s'est posé? Voilà, ça c'est la première question. La deuxième question, vous nous avez montré donc ce travail exceptionnel que vous avez fait donc à partir de cet ancien Mexican classique de Derrida. Voilà. Est-ce que le même travail peut être fait aussi de la même façon sur des ordinateurs, sur des PC? Et a-t-il été fait? Est-ce que vous avez pu éventuellement l'essayer sur voilà, d'autres cas?
Merci beaucoup pour la question.
Excuse-moi, la domanda riguarda
vi posso
questo,
tradurre?
se
Sì,
tu
sì,
traduci in
scusa.
italiano o anche in
Sì,
inglese, magari proprio
scusami.
riassumendo.
No, si tratta semplicemente di tornare sulla questione della volontà dell'autore che dei file di cui lui stesso non è a conoscenza, cioè file nascosti, file di backup, file che si trovano dietro le partizioni cancellati sui dischi rigidi, vengano utilizzati a dei fini appunto di esame filologico. E l'altra questione invece è capire se questo lavoro così approfondito che hanno fatto a partire da un computer che funziona sotto Macintosh è stato fatto anche su delle macchine funzionanti sotto Windows, su dei PC.
So, the first question is about the ethical theme about the restoration of deleted files and hidden files when Derrida is not there to say, yes, I want. And the second question is about the type of computer. They have worked on Mac, if there is something like that on Windows machines, più o meno.
Okay, so I will answer in French and you do the translation in Italian and
Oui.
English? Okay.
Lascio fare
Alors, la première chose pour les problèmes d'éthique, c'est que nous avons eu une grande chance déjà d'avoir des ordinateurs de Derrida sur lesquels il travaillait de manière complètement professionnelle. Il n'a jamais utilisé ces ordinateurs pour écrire des mails, il n'était pas connecté au réseau, il n'avait absolument aucun document personnel. Peut-être la seule chose qu'on ait trouvée, c'est une vieille photo d'une université américaine avec 3 étudiants faisant la fête. C'est à peu près la seule chose contestable qu'on ait pu trouver dans ces ordinateurs.
C'est plus semplice. Primo elemento della risposta è che hanno avuto la fortuna che il computer utilizzato da Jacques Derrida era ad uso esclusivamente professionale, quindi non è stato usato per mandare email, non c'erano documenti di tipo personale. Per l'aneddoto, l'unica cosa trovata era una foto di un collega americano e di altri studenti. Basta. Excusez-moi.
La seconde chose, c'est que nous avons eu l'exclusivité de ces archives. Quand nous avons eu cette exclusivité, les ayants droit nous ont donné toute la possibilité d'exploiter ces archives, sorte de carte blanche. Même si on trouvait des choses qui n'étaient pas professionnelles, on avait le droit de les exploiter. C'était une seconde chance. Et enfin, dans les archives non digitales, on peut aussi trouver dans les documents des écrivains des choses qui peuvent être plus personnelles et qui sont là aussi par hasard et qu'on peut aussi exploiter. Donc le problème éthique,
je dirais que c'est presque un faux problème.
Allora, gli altri due punti sono che avevano ricevuto dagli eredi questo computer con l'autorizzazione di utilizzare eventualmente anche materiali che fossero emersi di tipo non esclusivamente professionale. E terzo punto, osserva appunto Aurel Crasson che in realtà la contaminazione tra elementi, diciamo, più inerenti strettamente all'esercizio della scrittura, quindi all'attività professionale nel caso di Derrida, e diciamo così, elementi invece pertinenti alla vita privata si trovano anche negli archivi tradizionali cartacei, e quindi che in realtà il problema è un falso problema. Je peux ajouter, au moins en ce qui concerne les archives digitales numériques, c'est-à-dire que c'est le même problème éventuellement que... Voilà, quindi in realtà la situazione è simile da questo punto di vista per le due modalità.
I'll try to do a translation in English as well, so we have the complete context. So, in the first answer, we can say that they were lucky because the computer they had was exclusively, a professional computer used just for work. So there weren't any personal items stored in the computer. The only thing that they found was a picture of a colleague with some students. So there wasn't really an issue in that case. Second point, they had a specific approval from the heirs of Derrida to use and try to discover whatever they could professionally from that computer. And lastly, they don't see a lot of differences in terms of between analogic and digital world, because in analogic paper archives as well, we can find personal items, and the key is how we treat that. I hope it's a complete answer. But if I may, I would try to deepen a little bit more this question, because I think that one theme are hidden files and another one are deleted files. So in analogic funds, we don't preserve the things that the author thrown away. Okay, so yeah, it really depends, but generally we don't have that. Of course, it depends on the way that archive was retrieved. But yes, I was looking for an answer about this. It's a similar matter, but a little bit different. Yeah, thank you.
Donc, pour la deuxième question, donc, sur les disquettes, les disques durs et tout ça, bon, les principales partitions étaient des partitions Mac, MFS, HFS, jusqu'à HFS+. Mais on a eu aussi beaucoup de partitions FAT et des CD Windows. Donc, pour cela, on a dû travailler sur les mêmes problèmes, par exemple, regarder les données de PC Échange, les fichiers Finder.dat pour retrouver des ressources, les dates Mac, les prénoms Mac et reconstituer les fichiers.
D'accordo. Dunque, stava spiegando che hanno lavorato essenzialmente, ovviamente, per la macchina Macintosh su delle partizioni di tipo Macintosh, MSF, eccetera, ma che avevano anche a che fare con del materiale dischette, scusate, floppy disk e CD-ROM che invece erano formattati con sistema Windows, quindi partizioni FAT, eccetera, eccetera, che quindi hanno dovuto effettuare il tipo e hanno fatto il tipo di analisi che ci hanno illustrato questa mattina, tanto su delle a partire da materiale formattato quindi col sistema Macintosh che con materiale appunto formattato con il sistema DOS Windows. Quindi insomma quello che ci hanno mostrato è intercambiabile, diciamo, come efficacia, no? Per ottenere quei risultati su entrambi i sistemi.
So the colleagues explains that they work both on a Macintosh system and on floppy disk that worked within the Microsoft context. So they extracted, they used the same, as I understood, workflow for both environments. And those were the results they present were the results coming from the same workflow applied to both environments. Is that right? Okay.
Côté fichiers, par contre, on a principalement eu des fichiers Macintosh. Après, il y a quelques exceptions. Il y a des fichiers Word qui viennent des PC et fichiers ZWrite dont Red a parlé, qui sont des fichiers particuliers où j'ai dû faire un petit convertisseur pour récupérer les données. Et après, question filtre, c'est moi qui ai pas mal travaillé sur les filtres Mac de cette époque, et c'est des vieux fichiers Mac. Donc, la plupart des filtres de conversion, c'était moi qui les avais fait, ou des copains, que ce soit du Mac ou PC. Et puis après, il y a les fichiers Word plus récents, 96 et tout ça, où on a utilisé des filtres de LibreOffice.
D'accord.
Donc après, il y a, quel que soit le format, bien sûr, ce qu'on va récupérer, il faut lire le format, retrouver des infos, et ça va être des choses différentes.
Beh, dal punto di vista invece dei file, quindi della lettura dei file, beh, si sono trovati di fronte a situazioni diverse che andavano da vecchi file con vecchi formati Macintosh a formati Word vecchi e diciamo 97-2003, quindi più recenti, e file in write, e quindi hanno dovuto il nostro collega ha dovuto utilizzare ovviamente dei convertitori che in parte ha addirittura sviluppato lui per poter recuperare, leggere e quindi recuperare i dati contenuti in questi file. Quindi c'è anche, ovviamente, aggiungo io, una parte di lavoro, lo dico tra virgolette, in senso nobile artigianale, cioè di intervento puntuale per recuperare i dati. Comunque questo si capiva anche credo dall'intervento di oggi, che sono riusciti anche a insomma, fare un lavoro di recupero eccellente.
In terms of files, they worked with file extensions coming both from the Macintosh environment and the Windows environment in different time spans of work. And they developed the processes also in-house to retrieve specific files. And what we have seen today were the results of also these specifics operation.
Cristian, forse ripeto un attimo la domanda di Lucia Giagnolini che era stata fatta in inglese. Donc, la question qui a posé Lucia, c'était qu'il y a peut-être une différence entre les fichiers supprimés et du matériel qui a été détruit. Parce que le matériel physique qui a été détruit, c'est rendu irrécupérable. Donc, c'était la question de Lucia, c'était ça.
Doveva finire perché gli avevo chiesto di interrompersi dopo un po' per non...
Pardon, je n'avais pas compris.
Après, sur les problèmes rencontrés, on a eu plusieurs disquettes avec des file systems qui étaient malades. Donc là, j'ai dû les récupérer. HFSU, par exemple, n'arrivait pas à lire les infos. Là, j'ai dû les réparer à la main.
Réparer à la main, oui.
Donc, après, quelques fichiers un peu cassés que j'ai aidé les convertisseurs.
D'accordo, oui, ha specificato quello che io avevo anticipato parlando di lavoro artigianale, nel senso che il tool di strumenti che hanno utilizzato per recuperare gran parte di questi file vecchi Mac o dunque vecchi file Word e così via, in alcuni casi alcuni file erano corrotti, in altri casi appunto è dovuto intervenire lui personalmente per, tra virgolette, aiutare il tool a leggere dei file che lui stesso non riusciva appunto, a leggere.
These operations that were made in-house by the team were also made to recover the contents of some corrupted files. I get that the only way to retrieve those content was to access to the deleted files. Is whereas what I understood.
No.
Pour les fichiers effacés, c'est un problème de critique génétique, je dirais. Parce que quand on a un palimpseste et qu'on gratte sur la couche supérieure pour essayer de retrouver ce qui s'est passé avant, le phénomène est le même quand on retrouve un fichier effacé. Quand on efface un fichier, l'écrivain n'a pas plus envie de le voir sous ses yeux. Il a envie de s'en séparer parce que s'il le garde sous les yeux, le texte continue à travailler dans son esprit et l'empêche peut-être d'écrire quelque chose d'autre. Quand on essaie de faire ressurgir le texte, évidemment que le problème d'éthique se pose, mais il se pose de la même manière quand un texte est caché sous un papier collé et que un restaurateur de manuscrits va décoller le papier pour voir éventuellement ce qu'il y a dessous. C'est-à-dire que jusqu'à un certain niveau, ça concerne la recherche, et jusqu'à un certain niveau, ça concerne la diffusion de la recherche.
Allora, Orai Classon al problema dei file cancellati risponde che è stato un problema di critica genetica, in quanto in fondo sono assimilabili a un testo palinsesto, cioè un testo che è stato cancellato dall'autore per ragioni che possono anche essere di tipo compositivo, perché continuare ad avere quel testo sotto gli occhi in qualche maniera interagiva con il lavoro redazionale, no? Di una fase redazionale successiva, e quindi c'è la volontà in qualche maniera di nasconderlo, ma considera che in fondo il lavoro del filologo che recupera il file cancellato, no? In uno strato di un disco rigido non è molto diverso da quello dell'archivista che lavorando su un testo manoscritto anche moderno magari stacca un cartiglio e scopre sotto il cartiglio una porzione di testo, una versione precedente o addirittura un altro testo che era stato in questa maniera nascosto. Quindi in qualche maniera, aggiungo io, ribadisce quanto già diceva prima, cioè che secondo lei si pongono gli stessi problemi in termini etici che si ponevano già lavorando sui supporti cartacei o su quelli membranacei.
So the colleagues asserts that it's a very similar matter if we think about the retrieval of palimpsest, so the text that has been cancelled to reuse the support, and that may have been cancelled also to not see a previous version of that work. And there's a similar occasion may happen to an archivist that today, while working with paper archives, discovers behind maybe some sheets a version of text that the author wanted to keep not discovered, let's say. Yes, she replies that she sees a lot of analogies, and it's really a matter of critique genetique to use these files as well for the reconstruction of the text. Thank you.
Bene, ci sono altre domande? C'è qualcun altro che vuole fare delle osservazioni? Allora forse Lucia, diciamo di vederci qua davanti alle 7:30, perché dobbiamo essere poi alle 8 a Borgo. Facciamo così?
Okay, for everybody who's joining us this evening at dinner, we can meet here in front of the Aula Magna at 7:30 p.m. and then we can walk together to the restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.